Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rocket League Championship Series here for Season 9. This is the first day of Europe, and I'm your host, not Leaf X. This is Wave Punk, that's over here. Leaf is unfortunately not feeling great today, so we're going to be holding down the fort for him. Best wishes to him. I hope he gets well soon. We'll see him next week, but let's walk through the schedule we're going to be playing here today. Some of the best European teams, the best European teams, 10 of them this season. Not 8, we're up from 8. We'll talk about that here in just a moment, and these are the matches we will have to start off our season. TSM Dignitas sounds juicy. I'm excited to hear Gibbs' thoughts on the new TSM roster move and a bunch of new faces. Singularity, Monaco, we got Endpoint as well. So many new people here playing in our tournament this season. Can't wait to watch these guys play, but we are all building up to our grand finals, the World Championships, coming to you live from Dallas, Texas, my hometown. I'm going home. Cannot wait for that. That is going to be on April 24th through 26th. The tickets will be going live February 22nd. Definitely get online and get your tickets when those are out, and I better see you there, because I'm going home, and I will show you the best barbecue places. I cannot wait to go. But we got to get this show on the road. I've got 3 of the best faces in the business here to talk with me about our favorite game in the world, Mr. James Bott, Mr. Gibbs, and Mr. Jorby. Guys, Europe, it's time. Gibbs, you excited?
I am pumped because we talk about a short off season and it got a little bit longer by a week, which wasn't planned, but hey, it happens. But we haven't seen any of these teams play in literally anything. So it's 30 players with about a 2-month break. Let's see how they've improved. Maybe some have regressed. It's going to be really interesting to see how they play.
And 2 new teams coming out from the Rivals Series.
3 new teams.
9 and 10.
Three teams.
Singularity as well. Europe is so interesting this season because we had a bunch of roster changes, a lot of new faces, and I think it's really going to shake things up in Europe.
Absolutely. And I mean, I was casting the Rival Series last season, so some of these new teams, I really think they have the ability to make a splash. The NA teams, there was a few questions. They came out, they performed well yesterday, but these European Rival Series teams are here to play.
Yeah, I'm so excited that we have so many new faces, and I'm almost excited that we haven't seen these teams play.
Yeah.
Because the World Championships, where NRG won, to me was such a closure of a chapter of Rocket League, and to me we are beginning the next chapter of Rocket League here, and it's almost cool that we got to we got to close that one out. It was new teams, new everything. Worlds was such just a capstone moment.
It was so perfect because it was Vitality versus Energy, the match that we were all hyping all year long. But the match that took the spotlight, Vitality versus Dignitas, maybe one of the best matches we have ever seen. Dignitas, they were a 4 seed coming in, and they played out of their minds.
I remember being in the green room during that series, during that Game 6 overtime, James. You and I were both jumping up out of our seats at every single shot that was coming through. That whole series, that whole moment.
It was magical.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really was magical. And Panda, he's one of the players from the legendary squad. You know, you think back to the team that shocked us all, Turbo, K-Dot, Violent Panda. K-Dot and Turbo, they've got their titles, and Panda was playing like he deserved it.
Yeah.
And Yukio as well. Yukio had such a tough league play, but at the World Championship, he was playing to his potential.
And speaking of tough league plays, Vitality was 1 goal away from the promotion tournament. Then they were 1 goal away from winning it all.
World Championship.
That's how close it was for Vitality. A roller coaster of a season. They obviously made the biggest roster move, and we'll talk about that later. But then you have to talk about the other side with Team Reciprocity, the #1 European seed, which always means you make it to the grand finals. Since back into season 2, every single time a European #1 seed has made it that far, they didn't even make day 3.
Yeah, no, it's going to be pretty crazy to see how things shake up with Reciprocity here in Season 9. But I do feel like I said that this is the start of a new chapter in Rocket League, but I think one player that would disagree with that is Violent Panda. He's still like, we're so close. I got to get that 3rd World Championship.
Well, to be fair, I think it could be a new chapter for him with Astral. You know, Astral's a new player. Maybe a new chapter there.
Yeah, well, we'll see how things go with Violent Panda this season. And this season is a little bit different. We talked about we have 3 teams from the rival series, and that wasn't 3 teams promoted in a 2-team promotion tournament. There's a new format we are playing with more teams. Gibbs, can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so we have a 10-team league play, so we go from 28 games to 45, so it's a lot longer now. So top 6, it basically is the same exact thing, where top 2 will qualify for Worlds. They'll still play throughout the regionals for seeding. But then it gets a little bit hairy. With 8th and 9th seed, they go to the promotion tournament. But if you come in 10th, there is no second chances. You go down to the rival series. So those games are going to be so important when we get late into the season.
Yeah, the 10 teams here is going to be absolutely wild. For some of the players, this means more security, but especially for that 10th place spot, it literally means there's no more chances after that. You are sent straight down, which is pretty crazy. But we do have 3 rival series teams, 1 that promoted and 2 that kind of auto-qualified here. James, you casted the rival series last season. Which of these teams are you the most intimidated by? Are you most worried about?
Well, for me, it was Endpoint. You look at those guys; they were called discombobulators. I remember picking against them back in week 1 of the rival series. I had watched some of their play-ins, and I was like, yeah, these guys look pretty good, but I had never really seen them play at this level, and didn't expect them to have the level of success really in their first time competing.
Yeah.
And to see them make it all the way to the RLCS. And just have the run that they had, and all 3 players contributed. It wasn't like there was one star player. It was every single person on that team was a key part of the fabric that got them here.
So when we talk about that all 3 members really played a role. The lowest goal participation on the entire team was at 58%, which was still like top 10 in all Europe.
Wow.
There's only been one team in RLCS history that had their lowest goal participation be higher. Season 6 for Dignitas, the perfect season where they dominated everyone. So that's a really good sign, because it's a hot and cold league where players will get hot and cold, but all 3 of these guys really popped off throughout the rival series.
Yeah,
so
for sure. And I mean, this team Endpoint, definitely a team to look out for, but we also have Monaco back here and Singularity, those other 2 teams. Monaco has a player Ignite. This is a player that has won huge majors in Rocket League's history, and Turtle is standing by to reintroduce us to Ignite and this week's Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thank you very much, Leaf. And as we kick off Season 9, we're actually reintroduced to some familiar faces. One of those players just so happens to be Ignite. He's made his way back from TSM. He was kicked off in Season 7. He went on AS Monaco. He made it through the rival series all the way back to RLCS. He's better than ever before. And I figured today would actually be a good time to look at some of his shortcomings on TSM and what he's done to improve over the past few seasons. So let's go ahead and just jump right into it. We've got a TSM league play matchup against Barca. And as we can see, I want you to pay attention to Ignite right here and his positioning. If we just go ahead and pause it right here, we can see that all of the positioning is so close together. Everybody on TSM right next to each other, and Ignite, he needs to take initiative right now and realize all of this space in the corner should be taken. The rotation shouldn't be as short and cut, but instead, what does he decide to do? Let's go ahead and just take a look at how this clip plays. He goes for the corner boost and actually forces a huge gap to be opened up in his defensive line, and just like that, Barca capitalizes. Now let's go ahead and take another look. This is the playoffs against Dignitas, and we're gonna run into the same issue, so let's go ahead and play this clip and just see what exactly happens. Pay attention, again, Ignite, the positioning. Everybody, if I just draw right here, a giant gap again, because all this space in the corner on the other side of the field is not being used at all. They're just forced onto one side, and because of this, again, another hole, if we play this clip out, is going to be placed. The defense, a team bump even comes through, and just like that, they score. Dignitas takes advantage of all that space. But Ignite, he's worked so hard. He's back in RLCS. Let's go ahead and just take a look at the difference in positioning and the way he really can recognize space that should be used. And right here, what a shot. And first of all, what positioning. You saw him on the backboard, and now we're gonna take a look at Extra's perspective. Look at him on the backboard. He sees the space, he stays up there and goes for a ridiculous shot, somehow manages to land it. That is incredible. And again, we're gonna take another look at that same series. Just pay attention to Ignite as we play this clip out. He recognizes all the space in front of him, takes the corner boost, trusts his teammates, and then he pushes across the field. And let's take a pause right here, because the difference in positioning, we can see we've got everybody across the field. Ignite all the way on the right, Extra in the middle, going up for the aerial, and then Tigre pushed to the left. Every single part of the field is being used right now, which is what forces a great opportunity, and we can see once Extra gets that first touch, he forces a great opening. Ignite, an easy shot for him to hit. He's going to make those all the time, and they are just so on fire right now. Ignite, he's done a great job of improving over the few seasons, and he's recognized that space that he needs to take. But this has been your Get It moment presented by CDW. Back to you, Leaf.
Thanks so much, Achieves, I guess. How do you feel? He talked about Ignite on the backboard in that insane shot. Is that good positioning, or is that just him getting, like, using the right situation? I feel like he's not supposed to be.
Well, I mean, I think it is good positioning because Ignite's a type of player who hits those shots. And he even got passed to by his teammate. And Monaco, you know, I didn't think they were lights out, but they comfortably got into the RLCS, and a lot of that is because of Ignite and his scoring ability. So a lot of times, I don't even question Ignite. I just wait for the results. I'll see about the execution.
It was a pretty amazing performance at E-League. Hopefully he'll be able to recreate that here in Season 9. Now let's talk about the players that moved rosters. Okay, we did this over North America yesterday, or a week ago technically, and we showed it again yesterday. Now we're going to do it again here in Europe. Have you guys rate the players and where they move. We're going to start with Barca, picking up Flakes. Thoughts about this particular roster change? Is it good? Man, Gibbs, you got a lot of stuff there. Okay.
I got it. I'm good.
I was just waiting for like
I'm just fishing.
rabbit or something.
Yeah, right?
All right, give me a rating. Somewhere
starts doing magic.
Somewhere on a spectrum of letters, like we're used to. I want to know how good you think this particular roster change is. I see two of you are done. Mr. Jorby, are you ready?
Well, I'm going to use Gibbs's wipe/tissue.
You already made a mistake. We haven't.
No. I just can't write letters. So that's my problem. So hang on, ready?
How did you do in school, Jordan?
Well, you see, I use computers.
Flakes on Barcelona. Show me your results here. How are you guys feeling about this one? Okay, all right. So about the same range.
It's a pretty wide range. C to B plus.
Gibbs is pretty rough there.
All right, Jorby. All right, come on.
Jorby, you have the best rating. How do you
plus?
Okay. It's Flakes. So you lose EU MVP Bluey.
Yes.
And I will say this: if Barcelona had to make a change, I do think they got rid of the wrong player, which is why this is B plus and not an A.
That's why
However, I think that they got one of the best players available in Flakes after losing Bluey. I'm not going to say it's a direct one-to-one, but I think Flakes, he's really good, really reliable, especially on defense to shovel the ball out of the corner, off of your own back wall. He's really good at carrying the ball, and he doesn't have all of the baggage that came with complexity.
Did you just say that?
All right, let's go.
We got to move on. All right. TSM picks up Magnus in the offseason. We now have him repaired with Metzenaris, the legendary duo from Method back in the day. And also got Mr. Remco, a world champ, on that team. Thoughts about this particular one? Guys, I see two of you ready. Jorby, you got those letters written this time? Okay, Let's go. What we got? Whoo! All right, Gibbs is going now.
Capital L.
A right angle.
Yes.
All right.
The capital L, like the old complexity name, how they would emphasize the L.
Magnus, that's what I'm saying.
It's not 2017.
You lose Alpha, and you pick up Magnus, who had the worst offensive performance he's ever had.
It's not like it's not like they traded Alpha willingly, right?
Of course.
He was going. So,
but still, it's hard to replace him.
Okay, well let's talk about where Alpha went. I guess I can't. Poor Magnus, the poor guy.
Sorry, Magnus. It's not your fault.
Somehow there was a worse rating than F on that one. All right, so Vitality picks up Alpha here. Okay, so they're getting rid of Scrub Killer. So when you said earlier that Flakes was the best player available, my brain went, but Scrub Killer got kicked off his team. I don't know.
But I mean, by that time, the rumor was
Write your
already
letter
out
down.
about Scrub. All right.
I don't know.
Okay.
Alpha here has been a former European MVP.
Which one are we on?
Alpha.
Alpha,
on the
Vitality. Vitality
Alpha on the
roster.
Vitality.
K-Dop, Fairy Peak, and Alpha on a team together. How do you feel about this one, James?
Oh, I'm finishing right here.
Show me these letters. What you got?
What is that?
A, D.
An A?
and
Of
B.
course.
A B minus?
all over the place.
What is wrong with you?
This team is going to win a world championship
D?
in the next year.
D for defense. Scrub Killer, one of the best players on defense, and you replace him with Alpha?
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah,
not?
defense?
Well,
No.
sometimes the best defense
Okay.
is a good offense. Alpha's
Okay, all
gonna
right.
bring
I just
that.
want,
and
okay.
he speaks
Hold on.
French.
I don't need you guys to write letters
Okay,
for this
all right.
one. The last one is Mouse picks up Scrub Killer. Can you just all
I
say the
don't
letter
have
at the
to
same
change it.
time? One, two, three, A. Yes, we all thought
I'll go
this was
triple
a
S. It's triple S.
fantastic roster move. He's obviously the best free agent this season. He gets picked up by Mouse Sports, and Leaf got to interview him last week when we weren't quite sure what team he was still on.
Now joining me on the line is child prodigy and former world champion Scrub Killer, who plays for. Wait, sorry, I have some rumors here, but can you confirm this? Who you play for right now?
Mouse Sports. The rumors.
It is.
Confirmed. This Mouse Sports. There you go. There you go.
We got
We've
official
been waiting for.
confirmation. Man, you guys are terrible. I love it though. It's amazing. Anyways, let's talk about that roster move. Obviously, there was a lot
Okay.
of. There was a lot of memes around this. You guys had a lot of fun just
Yeah.
teasing people. Just first off, leaving Vitality, was this a surprise? Did it kind of come out of nowhere? Did you expect this to happen?
I didn't expect it to happen, obviously. Obviously with the language barrier and stuff. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that after we came second, but like when I found out, I wasn't like crazy surprised, so just kind of had to get on with it, I guess.
I mean, it's the best mentality. It's just, hey, this is a situation. We got to do it. Now, when you found out, did you try a bunch of other teams, or is it instantly, Mouse is like, we want you? How did that process go?
Yeah, I tried with a few teams. Initially, I think 3 or 4 teams offered me. So yeah, I tried it with a couple of teams, but I just felt like Mouse Sports is a team environment as well. It's not just like the synergy with your teammates. It's just you get along with each other really good. And I feel like I'm pretty good friends with my teammates, and the team environment is really good. I'm really happy with my team. We're playing really good, so yeah, I'm feeling really confident. I'm feeling good for this season. So
I think that's important. That confidence is super important. Now, play style wise, how are you fitting into the team? Where do you find yourself as a player?
I wouldn't say I'm in a specific role. I think since I've joined them, we've been trying to work on rotations and stuff. So we've just been trying to get like the actual team, the teamwork going, try to find our places. I think I'm scoring a lot of goals. So I think Cooksor tends to play a little bit further back, and he lets me and Speed kind of play a little bit more aggressive. So it's sort of like Fairy Peak and Vitality when he used to play a little bit more passive. So yeah, definitely quite aggressive, quite kind of ball chasey. That's how I'm trying to play with this team. But there's no one set role, so it just comes down to the game, I guess.
Well, I'm looking forward to that ball chasing. Just give me a quick number here. Gibbs has a pro rankings. You got the pros. You guys to rank the teams. Where do you think you ended up on that list? Out of the 10 teams.
Both or just out of Europe.
Yeah,
second.
for Europe. So you guys think you're in second
really?
place? Well, we're
Yeah.
gonna find
yeah.
out. We'll find out. Anyways, good luck in your match later, and
I
I'm
think
looking forward to
first,
seeing
I
you
think
play.
first,
Okay, perfect. Anyways,
Of course.
good luck in your matches later, Scott. Looking
See you
forward
later,
to it.
man. Thank you very much. Have a good day. See you later.
Scrub thinks that they are number one in the power rankings. We'll find out in a second. Again, can you imagine Speed and Scrub Killer's energy on the same
They're
team?
number one in top bands. It's all.
Top bands, definitely top banter too from that team. Okay, let's talk about these power rankings though. Gibbs,
Okay.
you had all the players rate all of them each other.
Players
right?
and coaches. So I pulled all of them, and then if, say, one team submitted 4 and one team submitted 1, I would average the 4 together to get 1 selection. So we had 10 selections, and then we averaged them together to get our power rankings. And it was incredibly close in Europe. A lot of ranks, a lot of disparity amongst even teammates, where some people were ranking a team 5th, while their teammate would rank them 9th. That's how close these teams are right now, and maybe a little bit of a surprise, but with Reciprocity number 1, but 1, 2, and 3 all incredibly close, only a half placement between those 3. Mousesport's a pretty sizable gap on both sides. Veloce and TSM kind of close. Barca with Monaco incredibly close, and then Endpoint and Singularity.
Just
close.
to be clear, these were the players who played at the World Championship and watched Reciprocity go out in day number 1 that rated them in number 1, right?
Yeah. So scrims must be going really well for them.
Apparently. James, any thoughts?
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that they put Reciprocity still at number 1 because they got slapped at the World Championship. They did not play like a number 1 seed, but they did play well in league play. And if there's anyone I trust, it's the pros. I don't really trust the coaches. I mean, if Yummy Cheese Man is voting in this
That's
poll,
true. I did delete his vote. All right, so don't worry about that.
All right, then I trust.
So we're good now.
Good job.
But Vitality at number 2.
talk about Vitality.
1 goal away from the World Championship, and I think it is a questionable roster move. They say it's for comms, for having an all-French team now, but like K-Dop and Scrub and Fairy Peak have had a pretty successful time together.
But if you're talking about, you're talking half inches of a difference in the World Championship, in the grand final, and you got to go up against NRG, defense means everything. And so Alpha has to come in and be as good, if not better, than Scrub on defense. Maybe someone else on Vitality picks up that role,
and maybe
but
you get
that's
that
gonna be
little
tough.
extra boost of defense from being able to calm in your own language. These guys are
Maybe.
all going to be able to
Possible.
think quicker, speak better, and it's Alpha 54. This guy is a legend. He put TSM in a bag and carried them
to the
back
promotion tournament. He carried them to the
that's
promotion
the-
tournament.
He got
That's the
them
big
back
question.
into the RLCS.
That's the big question with
Okay,
Alpha is
fair enough,
how
fair
does he
enough.
operate with a team who are, this is going to sound bad, but are more competent as far as consistency goes? How does he act with K-Dop and Fairy Peak?
I agree with James. The French thing, I think, is a very, very important factor.
I don't think it matters.
We'll see it happen
it's
today.
important, but
We'll
I
see if it
don't
does.
know if it's the difference.
The other side of this thing I want to talk about, Dignitas in 3rd place. These guys were so good, so strong, and they still ranked underneath Reciprocity here. You feel like they placed Dignitas well at 3rd?
So they're a half placement away from number 1. So I think people are respecting Dignitas, but they're the team that did the best at the World Championship that didn't make a roster move, right? Vitality obviously beat them, but they make the roster move, so a little more question marks there. But I thought Dignitas might have been higher, maybe even number 1 because of their performance. But the thing is, that was one weekend. We need to see consistent results. We're seeing it in scrims because they are ranked relatively high, but not enough for number 1.
At the end of league play, they looked like they did at the World. They were on that ramp.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Dignitas are the best team in Europe right now. And someone has to take that title from them. They look so good. They capped off a wonderful season at the World Championship. I don't think they're going to lose any ground.
Okay, well, they'll get to test themselves against TSM today. That's going to be their first match of Season 9. And we can take a look at our predictions from the guys here on the desk. How do they feel that the matches today are going to go? These are the predictions across the board. A lot of unanimous predictions, but the big difference here, it looks like, Veloce versus Barcelona. Jorby, you don't have faith in my boy Freaky?
Oh, it's not that I don't have faith.
What's wrong with you?
It's not that I don't have faith in your boy Freaky. It's more so that, look, I like Flakes. I think Flakes is a standout player, and I think Flakes is in a much better situation on Barcelona than he was previously on Complexity. And Veloce, they're a team that punish you on mistakes, but they don't wow you with their play, right? They're so good at capitalizing.
That's offensive,
on
Jorby.
mistakes. And here's the thing, is Flakes is that Bluey type player. He will make flashy plays. To me, the big question is Devo, but I think Devo will be able to step up with a new player on the team. It's a new look, a new feel in how you rotate, how just your confidence in going for the ball. I think Barcelona start really strong. Remember, halfway through last season, we were talking about Barcelona being one of the strongest teams in Europe.
Now, one of the matches that I think will be more interesting after seeing pro power rankings, TSM Dignitas. The pros have TSM as a playoff team, a top 6 team, while I think most of us would have had them bottom 2.
You all rated the move C, F,
Exactly.
and L, let me remind you.
Because my concern is you get rid of Alpha, who scored 45% of the goals. That was number 3 in all of Europe. Who scores goals now on TSM? But clearly, based on scrims from the pros, that they're putting the ball in the back of the net from somewhere. We don't know where that is yet, but we need to see it. But I think TSM and Dignitas are going to be a very competitive match, and I think it'll be a lot closer than people think.
Now, James, I want to point this to you. Not a single person predicted a rival series team to win a match today. Any of the promoted teams. Monaco going up against Mouse Sports. Obviously, they're going up against the new Scrub Killer Speed. You guys think this is a great roster move, but like, what is it? Are they only winning matches against each other? Or are they going to?
I think it's just a strength of schedule kind of thing. And if there's any team that might be vulnerable, it could be Mouse. So it's time will tell. And we did this even last season with other teams. We predicted Birds finishing dead last. They ended up making the World Championship. So we're a little bit biased towards these teams that have retained RLCS spots just because we have seen more of their play. But when it comes to Europe, we've seen it for pretty much the entirety of the RLCS's history. These teams are so close. European players really are the parity in that region is unmatched. These guys know how to play the game.
Really quickly, Gibbs, Jorby, if there is going to be an upset today, what is the upset? Which team is taking the game?
I don't have one. I don't have one except for TSM over Dig, maybe, but I don't think it'll happen.
Okay.
I think if it was going to happen, it would probably be Monaco. There's a lot of experience on that roster. My biggest question with the rival series teams is how they handle defensive pressure because they played a much slower game in rival series. It's so much quicker up here in the RLCS. How they respond under pressure is
going to have to deal with speed.
Yeah, the being able to, hey, they will have to deal with speed, actually. And I want to come back, though, to this Barcelona versus Veloce match, because that will be our match of the day here. And, Jorby, you say that Devo is surrounded by a new team, and that's going to make a difference. I feel like we've seen Devo surrounded by like 12 teams at this point.
That's fair.
Like, not made a difference since season 3. Like,
that's fair. Barcelona are boom or bust when Devo is playing well or when he's not. And, like, with the trajectory that Barcelona were on at the start of the season as they were going, they were looking really, really strong. I think Devo will come in feeling fresh. It's a new season. You won't have as much pressure at the beginning of a season to make the playoffs. I think that's going to translate into his play. And I just think that Flakes does such a good job controlling the ball. He always wants to pass. He's always looking for his teammates. I think that kind of team-oriented play from Flakes will enable Devo and Ronicky to play a lot better.
You must be watching a different Flakes, because when I was watching him on Complexity, it seemed
he
like
was the only one doing anything, James. What are you talking about?
Okay, but you're talking about the team-oriented play, and I didn't see any of that on Complexity. I'm just saying.
I wonder why.
So it's a completely different play style because Bluey was more to just charge in your face and make plays happen for Ronicky to score goals. Now Flakes is going to try and control the ball, but that's why I thought that the roster move was kind of weird because I feel like you sub out Flakes for Devo, and then I think that roster is amazing because I think Flakes and Devo play basically the same role there, where Devo, he likes to control the ball down the field, but his defense was subpar compared to Flakes. But for Veloce, I didn't give them any respect last season at all. And my picks were terrible with them. 1-6 throughout the entire season. I couldn't even predict them to win games when they did. I'm going to pick Veloce until they lose at this point, because I think Veloce, they are the real deal. They know how to play consistently. And we talk about that with Europe, a lot of inconsistent play. And sure, they're not flashy, they don't wow you, but they get the job done. They made the day 3 for the World Championship, and no one is talking about them still.
I worry about you starting to put faith in Veloce, because I think genuinely this team like thrives in a everybody hates us, we've got to prove everybody wrong environment. So I'm interested to see, but I also want to bring it back to you. You said Flakes is going to be trying to control the ball. I feel like Veloce is the sort of team that controlling means you're taking slightly more time to make your decisions, and I feel like Veloce will thrive in an environment where they have time to like, oh, I know what you're doing, now I'm going to advance on
if you give Veloce time, they're so good at that infield passing. They really are. And not only that, but just the clutch factor. For me, Freaky was the MVP of league play last season because he was hitting those big shots when Veloce needed it. I love watching this team play. I think they earned a lot of the respect last season, and now they got to keep it this season.
Well, we have 3 votes for Veloce and 1 for Barcelona in the match of the day, but now it's time to move on to our first match of the day. We are just under 4 minutes from getting the first match of Season 9 of Europe started, and it's going to be Singularity versus Reciprocity, the reigning European regional champs who were vanquished at Worlds, going up against a brand new team full of so many rookies here. We haven't talked much about Singularity yet. James, did you have like a read on Singularity?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, Turtle, if he was up here, he'd be talking about these guys forever. He loves Tho. Tho is a player who in the league play of the rival series, he was so clutch in those big Game 5 moments, in those overtime moments. He was a fantastic player. He's got a lot of skill. And then Godsmilla in the promotion tournament, he played lights out. Yeah. This is and Noli also has all these guys incredible mechanics. So this is a team that is not going to back down. I think they're going to play with a lot of confidence, and I think they could give Reciprocity some issues.
So this is number 1 versus number 10, and that's according to the pros. So we'll see how that went.
On paper.
When that happened in North America, it went to Game 5. So we'll see what happens here. But you have to go Reciprocity. They were so good last season, consistently in league play. Sure, World Championship, not great, but it relies on Chaussette. And I think sometimes that is their weakness, where they need him to score. They only won 1 game at Worlds when Chaussette didn't put the ball in the back of the net. So they have to find ways to get Fruity involved. Because I felt like Fruity all last season, we didn't really talk about him all that much. We talked about Ferrer, we talked about Chaussette. I didn't hear a lot from Fruity.
No, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that Fruity has to be the next man of Reciprocity to really make this a complete roster. Like, Farah had his moments last season. Chaussette obviously had plenty of them, but I agree with you, Gibbs. A little too reliant on Chaussette popping off. And Singularity, you have that, there's no expectations on you. From the pros, from the fans, just go and play your game. Like, having no pressure coming into the RLCS, I mean, you'll have those first series jitters, but that has to play super well into Though, Godsmill and company. I mean, these guys, I'm excited to see them against Reciprocity, because like you said, Flight yesterday, I don't think any of us really gave them a shot at 5 games, and then they almost swept the Pittsburgh Knights. They got reverse swept at the end, but I'm excited.
You think there's any situation here where the European region has just figured out Reciprocity? They haven't made a roster change in a while, and we've seen the same sort of thing happening with Cloud9 on the other side, choosing to stick together, and week 1 did not go their way.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case, because, according to Scrims, they're the number 1 team in Europe right now. So obviously something is going right for Reciprocity. But I need to see more than just Chaussette, because I love Chaussette. I think he is one of the best players in the world. Didn't show it at the World Championship as much, but I want to see Fruity. I need to see Farah more, and then they will be that number 1 team with a bullet.
Yeah, no, I mean, we saw Farah 2 seasons ago having fantastic accuracy, and that made all the difference for Reciprocity.
Yeah, and it's possible that Reciprocity are just 2 different beasts online and then LAN.
I don't agree with. How can you say that? Because we saw Chaussette play at DreamHack, and he was lights out. And honestly, I'm sitting here listening to what you're saying. I'm fine with building a team around a player. I think the way that Reciprocity plays is good. It got them number 1 in league play last season. These guys know how to play the game. They put in the hard work. And if your game centers around Chaussette playing well, that's fine. Do it. Because if they are on, if they are playing to their potential, they can win it all. They proved it at DreamHack.
But the last 2 World Championships would say otherwise. They completely disappointed at the last 2 World Championships that they placed in. And they could win a DreamHack all you want. But what matters is how you play in the RLCS. The fact is, Reciprocity haven't.
We'll see how they do, folks. It's going to be a crazy day. Get up and get loud. It is game day here in Europe. Get online. Tell us how you're feeling. Use the hashtag RLCS9 on Twitter and on all other social medias to give us your opinions and just your thoughts and your energy. Send the energy this way. The 9th season of the Rocket League Championship Series starts now for Europe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first series of the European RLCS. Corelli and Turtle here to bring you all the action for Singularity and Reciprocity. And James said it during the pre-show, Turtle. Lay it on me, man. What do you like about the Singularity team?
When James was talking, I could see the flames in his eyes. And he was talking. He called me out and he said that I'm a fan of Team Singularity, and that is 100% factuals, because literally I love this team. I've seen them since the Rival Series just birth this incredible playstyle where they have everybody getting involved. Though, like James Bond said, is such a clutch playmaker in literally the final moments where he's maybe been silent the whole series. Though will just pop off with the most insane clutch goals out of nowhere. 30 seconds left. He is the clutch player. Then you got Noli doing all these incredible 1v1 plays, and Godsmilla being that 3rd man back. I think that they're really going to bring it to Reciprocity today.
Yeah, I remember watching Nolan when he was on Xenomoon in the Rival Series. He was a really fun player to watch, and now on the Singularity team as well. On the other side of things, we have Reciprocity, who didn't have a very good Worlds appearance last season. However, obviously, in scrims and whatnot, pros are rated them very, very highly for this team. Look, I don't think that this team is going to come out very poorly this season. I think they're still a very high-quality team. You have Chaussette on your team as well. You can't go wrong there, but it's about getting this team going, getting all 3 players in rhythm, and start the fluid gameplay that we saw from Reciprocity last season that got them to a World Championship.
Reciprocity to me just has always seemed as an unshakable team. I feel like as long as you have Farah leading the charge and being that captain, he is the communication that he offers to the team and the leadership role that he has is literally priceless. And he's just gonna keep them calm, collected, and even whenever they're facing a reverse sweep, they can do it.
It's Singularity's first time here in the RLCS, and they get to be on stream first here as Noli already takes a shot on target, turned away by Farah, so we'll see how Singularity can get into it. We saw yesterday from North America some slow starts, even from some big names. See if Europe can get a hold of themselves earlier, as though that one coming off the crossbar, and Fruity just watches it come down, though. Quick pass across. Godsmilla was there, but couldn't put it on target.
And already early in this game, you can see the passing coming out of Singularity and how fast these guys are. Their mechanics are on point. Team Singularity, I really think they're the underdogs to look out for this season.
And like Gibbs said, they were rated at number 10 by the pros coming in to week 1. Seeming to come off a bit faster so far against Reciprocity. Two demos come out though, and this one comes through for Fruity, and Chaussette to pick it up and off the ceiling. Noli tried to play that one towards the midfield, and Farah take a piece of it. Noli again. Now it's just Chaussette off his own back wall. Godsmilla waiting and lets it go. Noli to come through, and a lot of Singularity players throwing themselves at the ball right now, keeping that pressure on Reciprocity.
They're getting in front of a lot of these clears. Even there, you see Tho first to the ball in front of Farah. Even though he doesn't keep possession, he just distorts any form of a clear. And just like that, Chaussette, what is that, 50?
And it's going to go in for Chaussette, the first goal for Reciprocity. And Chaussette just takes a first touch off the wall, and the challenge goes off the ceiling and in for Chaussette.
It was almost like a dunk straight to the ceiling, and then just the perfect bounce right into the net. He's feeling happy about that one.
And now for Singularity, you kind of left scratching your head going, we're playing a lot quicker than these guys. We're all over them, and yet that one's going to go in for them? Well,
all it takes is just one poor challenge.
Let's see if Singularity can take it down here, as though Noli with no boost, he can't get over that one. 2 minutes into game 1. Here's Farah, taking it slow. Though with the fake challenge, it goes back. Now Chaussette looking for that back wall. Tough play there for Though, as he was backwards. Godsmilla there to bail him out, and Noli gonna pop it up. Dangerous situation there for Singularity.
Yeah, I love the awareness though from Noli. He saw his teammates in a rough position and instead just threw himself at the ball, popped it up, and managed to stall just enough time so his teammates could rotate in.
This ball pops up for Farah, met by Though. No boost for Farah. Now Fruity. Taken up by Godsmilla. He's got options to his right. Noli waiting for this pass to come through. Godsmilla looking for the flip reset. Does get it. And Fruity there to make the save. Farah had an open net to shoot on and almost goes in for him as Noli gets bumped out of the way. Chaussette going off the backboard. Tries to drop it down. Godsmilla was beat. Singularity get away. Low boost for Noli. Goes over one. Hit off the backward by Chaussette. Lots of time here for Reciprocity. Farah opts to go for a dribble. And instantly given away. Here's Fruity. Though to Noli. Noli was trying to give it back to Though, but it wasn't hard enough. Great pass towards the midfield. Godsmilla had to stretch out for it, and in the end, Reciprocity do get the clear away. Fruity into the corner. A second touch off the back wall. Chaussette's there. Beautifully done by Reciprocity.
The desk asked for Fruity to get more involved, and look at this pass. A double touch off the corner, sets up Chaussette. He's so fast in the air. Even earlier in the game, we saw him get a chance off the backboard.
way faster than literally anybody on the field. You can't give him that space, and Fruity just opened it up.
Such a strong second touch there from Fruity to play it across as well. Definitely throws off the defense for just that split second and allows Chaussette to take the space.
And that's really the game plan for pretty much all of Reciprocity, is just set up Chaussette to have an open net or some space to shoot.
So now Singularity, after giving up a weak first goal, gives up a strong second one as Chaussette gets the mind game and rolls in for a third goal.
Giving this man opportunities is the last thing you want to do if you're Team Singularity. As long as he has space, he's going to do that to you. The mind game, waiting so long to flip into the challenge and then just slots it in. Chaussette, always so consistent with the dribbles.
And it is tough as that last defender from the angle that they were coming from. It's hard to tell once Chaussette gets behind the ball like that if he's going to let it go or cut back. And for Chaussette, of course, goes for the mind game and gets it. Here's Fruity. Reciprocity on the attack once again. This one off the back wall, and look at the space that Reciprocity is given in front of the box. Everyone from Singularity were back on their own goal line. Chaussette, great touch downfield, Noli backwards. Has to give space. Eventually the ball does come down to him. And so for Singularity, after coming out quick and in your face for Reciprocity, it seems like Reciprocity got a hold of themselves. Farah all the way across the net himself.
Farah staying on the backboard. Look at this dribble, the recovery on the wall, and then he gets around it to finish and have a shot. He doesn't even need his teammate to come through. Farah's just gonna do it himself, and that just secures this win here in game one.
And in the end, a 4-goal lead now for Reciprocity. Farah gets a demo on though, and Singularity again have struggled now halfway through the game. Once Reciprocity started to score, it felt like Singularity just couldn't get anything going.
And I think that Reciprocity, they saw the speed that Singularity was really trying to come out with, and they just said, here, you know what, you want this space, I'll let you have it. We'll play the patient game, wait for you to lose possession, because there's really not that many threats coming towards our own end. And they're just letting Chaussette dribble, and with that, they're going to take the first game.
And I do like the pace that we saw from Singularity. Especially in the first minute and a half, 2 minutes of this game. It felt like Singularity was faster to the ball, made a lot of tough touch, or forced Reciprocity into a lot of tough touches on the defensive side. You saw a lot of lateral clears coming out from Reciprocity just to relieve pressure, the immediate pressure that they were feeling from Singularity. But once that first goal dropped, it felt like Singularity just lost all momentum, and a couple great individual plays. You saw the one from Farah right there. You saw the dribble from Chaussette. Great plays from Fruity, the pass across, and Reciprocity looked real clean here.
And the way that Farah had that first few touches to keep possession to himself in that corner was so hard. It's so difficult to keep the ball not only controlled anywhere on the field, but in the corner especially, where you have to deal with going up the wall and the weird terrain in the corner. That is really just incredible dribbling from Farah. And then Chaussette earlier, like you said, the solo plays, you just couldn't stop him. But I do think that Singularity really had the foundation for, you know, getting a solid win, or at least bringing it to Reciprocity. It just came down to that final rotation. I felt like they were getting a lot of passes in, but whenever it came down to the third man coming in and swooping in to have a shot, there was nobody there, and Reciprocity just got possession.
And so what do you say as Team Singularity? The first goal was a little bit rough to give up, but in the end, it does feel like Reciprocity outplayed them the next 3 goals. Again, from the individual plays, but just as team plays as well, Reciprocity really got a hold of that midfield. We saw a lot of space between the defense of Singularity and the offense of Reciprocity. The ball constantly in Reciprocity's possession.
So hard to shake Chaussette, Farah, and Fruity. I mean, these guys, they've been together so long as a team. If you want to tilt them, you really just have to stop everything, all the momentum, and that is so difficult when you've got a player like Chaussette. And then Farah doing solo plays, that is not a good sign if you're on Team Singularity.
Singularity get their first game out of the way here in RLCS. See if they can make some adjustments here in game 2. Go plays this one out to Noli. Great pass, but Fruity read it all the way. He was coming right even before Noli got a hold of it. Here's Farah trying to get a second touch and does so past Godsmilla. Farah still going, just blocking the clears of Singularity. You can tell Reciprocity owning a lot of that midfield space again. Here's Noli. Try to get the swim pass. He does get it by Fruity. Godsmilla keeping it on here though. Tried to pop it up and set himself off the back wall. This one's going to pinch downfield. It almost went in again for Reciprocity. Now Chassette off the back wall, cleared away. Farah to respond. Back and forth game here.
Yeah.
Both these teams happy to find the ball out of their own end and chase after it at the moment. And this one comes across off the post from Fruity. Unexpected shot. Now Chassette had a flip there.
And I'm worried right now about Singularity's third man. It seems like they're leaving the net open really all the time right now. That third man just rotating too slow, leaving a lot of space open for Reciprocity to shoot at.
Chassette tried to follow that one up. Here's Chassette again. Into the midfield, cut down by Noli. Singularity are doing a better job of making it at least a little bit more difficult for Reciprocity to break out.
Yeah.
Here's Fruity, has options in the mid. Chassette was waiting, but the pass never came. Here's Godsmill, Singularity looking to put something together. Taken down by Fruity. Farah back to Chassette. Chassette looking for that back wall. Fruity's there, a free shot into the top right corner, and Fruity scores the first goal for Reciprocity.
Again, too much space given to Reciprocity. Noli, you gotta have a better clear than that. Then Godsmilla, he's just left confused, expecting a better clear. Could have maybe gotten up if he had some kind of anticipation, but just too slow. And Fruity, he has all that space, all that time in the world. He's gonna nail it into the corner, and he does.
And a good look there from Fruity as well. Uncontested shot and great placement.
Yeah. Tough
to save for Singularity on the reaction. So Reciprocity score their first goal. In this game for Reciprocity looking very reminiscent of G2's game yesterday. A lot of control throughout the game. Singularity just trying to play their own style, and Reciprocity doing a great job of shutting it down. Another one comes out to Farah, turned away. Or excuse me, Singularity feeling a lot of pressure right now. Here's though. Some time and some space, but tried to get under it again, couldn't do so.
Yeah, and even whenever they do have a lot of space, Singularity, I feel like the dribbles aren't really coming through too much. It just seems like they're not taking a patient approach, kind of forcing it out, a little bit panicky here and there. They might be fast with the ball, but their quality of opportunities really just isn't strong, and they're just kind of forced to go for 50s like that. Just seems like they can't find footing, but Noli, he's gonna shut me up and follow up after a solid 50 there in the backfield.
Yeah, he just gets it to go downfield, and Chassette doesn't read it right. A big miss off the back wall. Noli lands on it, puts it away. So with 1 minute and 19 seconds left, Singularity get their first goal of RLCS, and it comes in game 2. Now Noli again tries to go past Fruity. Singularity maybe finding some more confidence now.
Yeah.
All they needed was one. It does feel like Singularity only knows one speed right now, as they are going quick through the ball. They don't really seem to slow down the game much. Here's Godsmilla. Cleared away by Chassette, though, there to pick it up and give it over to Noli. Noli tried to bring it down there, but Farah instantly hops all over it. Coming up on 30 seconds left. Singularity on the offensive third. Trying to lock in Reciprocity. That one's going to get by Noli. It does come back out to though.
Final 30.
Maybe an opportunity formulating here for Singularity. And another touch goes backwards for them, so that's going to slow down the attack. Time ticking down. Singularity are keeping the ball. Here's Noli. He just plays it back towards the side wall.
Good touch.
No, to push it on. Singularity.
Noli.
One last push. As Godsmill to come through. Reciprocity a little tangled up on their own line.
Double commit.
Double commit comes through, though. The shot's high and turned away by Chassette. Maybe one more try here. Godsmilla, he's up. Can't drop it down, and still Singularity keeping this ball up. Cleared away by Farah. And now Farah might try and catch up to this one. It's overtime in game 2.
And you can see how clutch some of these players are on Singularity. Such a threatening final few seconds. Now we've got overtime. One mistake, that's all it takes. And you do not want to be facing a reverse sweep against Reciprocity.
Reciprocity on the attack first. Here's Farah off the back wall. Shot set's there. Shot on target is turned away by Gosmilla. This one dangerously floating across. Farah recognizing it and at least getting a touch on it. Fruity looking for one more. Shot set's there. Turned away by No. Farah on the follow-up. Noli got a piece of it.
Oh, that's risky.
Shot set. He's able to at least keep it on for Reciprocity. The shot was wide. Fruity on the follow-up. Farah was there to come through. Now Noli tried to play it past Shot-Set, couldn't do so, and Shot-Set to keep this one going for Reciprocity. Singularity caught on the back foot here at the start of overtime, and so far it's been all Reciprocity.
Oh,
now
no.
It's gonna be open for Shot-Set. Nobody back for Singularity.
Another open net mistake. Shot-Set, he's just got everything to shoot at here. And again, that third man from Singularity just caught in no man's land looking for boost. They were starved that whole time. We could see the pressure from Reciprocity. And that's the type of patience that comes with being a veteran in RLCS. You don't need to force any opportunities. Just keep the possession, keep forcing any form of starvation, take their boost, and eventually the goals will come. And that's exactly what happened for Reciprocity.
And for Singularity, they were so close there, especially in 0-second time. They kept that ball up 2, 3, 4 times and had at least a couple chances on target. The most notable, I think, was Godsmilla, who put it over the net.
So close.
So for Singularity, it's that close here to take down Reciprocity in a single game. And like you said, Turtle, now they're facing a reverse sweep over Reciprocity, who a lot of pros are rating as possibly the best team here in Europe so far. That was a close game for Singularity. I think there's not too much shame in this game here. It was a good game from Singularity. They played at the pace of Reciprocity. They gave him a run for the money, and they got a goal at least here. So for Singularity, things are looking up. It's definitely an improvement from game 1.
For sure. Oh, definitely. I think you said it best, though, Corley, whenever you mentioned the pace of Singularity. I feel like they really were just kind of going at the same speed the entire game. They weren't trying to slow it down. There was a lot of space, a lot of panicked play I thought I saw from Noli. It seems like on defense, he was really just opting for the instant clear rather than taking it slow, forcing a 50, and letting your teammates get boost. Because if you just instantly clear it, you're literally forcing starvation on yourself because your teammates have to get right back in a perfect position. They have to find the net because if you've got somebody like Reciprocity coming in at all angles, putting so many shots on target.
Well, and the instant clears give up possession as well. Something that Singularity so desperately needed a few times. So Noli tried to go up and tear an air dribble there, and Farah comes through. Shot-Set, the shot's on the right side, but saved away by Godsmilla. So sparks fly here in the first 15 seconds. Reciprocity on the attack once again. I do think a big key for Singularity is just bringing this ball down a couple more times. It's okay to play fast, but there's a time and place to bring the ball down and
Shot-Set's up.
Force a defender to come to you, and here's a defensive block by Godsmilla. Reciprocity keeping this ball and throwing it downfield. Though, tried to put that one on target, met by a Reciprocity defender. Here's Noli. And Fruity to push it downfield, though. Lots of boost to work with, but instantly stopped by Shot-Set. Godsmilla trying to stay with a scrappy play, ends up in the hands of Reciprocity. Here's though on the air dribble, couldn't pick it up. And the ball given away, but instantly given back as Godsmilla puts one on target, cleared away by Fruity. Shot-Set, pass one. Shot-Set's been so dangerous. When he gets on the dribble with no boost there, we'll slow him down.
And we've seen it so many times, Shot-Set. He'll take the ball from the back end of the goal and dribble the whole team. It's so frustrating. When you challenge him, you have to make sure you have somebody shadowing that challenge so you can have a good challenge right after to follow up. You can't give him any space. And look at this, though. I love the patience. This is so much better than the first game that we saw. I really do feel like they're slowing down the pace a little bit, taking a slower approach, and not forcing every opportunity they need.
Yeah, judging his options there, but it took a little bit too long. And Reciprocity, give credit, their speed has slowed down Singularity quite a bit throughout this series.
Yeah.
Here's Though, now bringing it
Nolan.
down. He's got Farah, he's got Fruity, and he puts it over both, and a 1-0 lead for Singularity.
Though, this is exactly what I was talking about, slowing the ball down. Noli's also going for demos in the back. You can see him hunting down anybody from Reciprocity, and Though, a monster of a flick right into the corner, using that space that Reciprocity's just given up.
I think that's exactly what we've been talking about, Turtle. Bringing that ball down when you have the chance to, and forcing the defenders to think.
And it also gives time for somebody like Noli to go for those demos. Give time for your teammates to go for that extra play. Try and help you out in any way possible.
Here's Though, 23 boost to follow up. Can't get there as Farah. And now Fruity. He doesn't get the touch, so Chassette just to clear it downfield, and Though gets back, picks it up. Now onto the dribble. He's got Farah in his sights, going to an air dribble. Can't get by Farah. Strong touch from Noli from the midfield to put it back on the Reciprocity side. Singularity trying to clamp down. A shot set, so quick to get it away. Here's Fruity. A demo comes out. It's just one in net. The Though does great to stand strong, and a big clear going off the back wall now. And Farah can't get it. It does come down onto Fruity. Nobody from Singularity was able to get down the field that fast. Though fighting in the corner on the Reciprocity side, still staying with this ball, just making it tough for this orange team to break out.
Singularity, they're really owning this game right now. You don't see any connection of passes at all from Reciprocity. Forcing 50s like that from Though, really just keeping possession and keeping this pressure on.
And Singularity are getting the better of the midfield at the moment. You can see what it does. Big miss there as this shot just goes wide of the corner from Though, and a clear comes out. Dangerous position now as Godsmilla's got to slow this one down. A bump onto Fruity, but Fruity still gets the touch now. Though onto the dribble. He's got Chassette and Farah to beat, and he throws it into the corner. Singularity's attack slowed down. Time is becoming a factor for Reciprocity if they want to close out this series. 45 seconds left.
Oh, I love the dribbling from Noli again. Using that space and being patient in the midfield.
And then going up and making a great play off the back wall as well. That was a dangerous ball that came across the Reciprocity side. Just no one there from Singularity, and a big challenge from Farah. A shot comes through from Chassette. Here's Noli off the ceiling, has a flip, has boost to work with, but couldn't get around to the ball. Chassette weighing his options. He's got Farah to his left. I don't think that was the touch that he wanted exactly. 10 seconds left. Can Singularity hold on here? A pass out to Farah. Godsmilla gets in the way of that one. This ball looking to touch the ground. It does get a bounce. It goes off of Godsmilla. And Team Singularity get their first win here over Reciprocity on the long road back here in this series.
They are not going down without a fight. Singularity, a complete turnaround right now in play style. Not forcing that speed, and really it just felt like they, the entire time, had possession, were really the calmed and collected team, and Reciprocity instead was forced to try and make an opportunity and create something out of thin air.
I think for Singularity, they learned a lot here in this game. You see Though bring this ball down.
That flick, every time I see it, it is really, really incredible. The way he rotated his car to find that back of the net.
It was a great flick from him, and Noli just making Farah kind of think about his presence a little bit, slowed him down just enough for Though to buy enough time for Though to put it on target. So for Singularity, again, I think another improvement. Obviously coming away with the win is an improvement, but I think just overall their play much better here in Game 3. And like I said, I think now it's the long road back. Now, how do you string a couple wins together over Reciprocity?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be definitely difficult because Reciprocity, I think back to the PSG days when they were getting reverse swept all the time. They'd really struggle to close out series, but they're really a much more different team. The dynamic has changed. Farah, he's guaranteed in the communications right now, adapting to whatever, you know, Singularity's doing right now, and I really think Reciprocity are going to fight back, maybe change their playstyle up. Throughout the whole series, they're always going to change what they're doing, and I think every single game so far is going to be a fight. There's going to be no momentum really gathered for Singularity, but somehow they can keep controlling the ball. They might have a chance.
I think for Reciprocity, it's no time to panic.
Yeah.
It's a close game in Game 3. It was also a close game in Game 2. A couple opportunities did slip away. Here's Noli. And he's been a joy to watch here in the couple seasons of Rival Series and now onto RLCS. His individual plays that he can pull off have been strong. Here's Chassette. Speaking of individual plays, drops it down. A big save comes through from Noli. And now Godsmilla with no boost. A strong first touch just to the left side there to slow things down. Godsmilla is still in the play here on rotation. Big bump from Farah.
Oh, it's a hard read.
And Godsmilla can't get it off the back wall. Here's Farah, the shot. It's weak and cleared away by Godsmilla.
And something that we haven't really noticed too much has been Farah. I feel like he's adapted that huge aggressive play style last season of being the guy who gets so many demos, is aggressive in the backfield of the opponent's net, trying to bump everybody on site. We've even seen him get 3 demos in a row, I believe. That man is crazy, but not too much aggression so far, it feels like, this series.
Farah has always been strong. Here's Fruity slowing things down. Singularity keeping that pace. Reciprocity have been able to hold strong. Shot set into the challenge in midfield. Great read there from Roa. It's a tough one coming off the edge. Shot set, boost to work with. Trying to look for that flip reset, but then the just
bump
carries it. Follow through from Fruity, knocks it to the left side. Farah can't go. It was just too close. Now Fruity, full boost, pops this one up. Shot options off the post, goes off the other side. Follow up from Farah's there, and Reciprocity on the board first.
Shot after shot. Finally, Fruity manages to do something with that space. Just hits it off the post. Farah's got an easy cleanup, and they were just hammering the net of Singularity, waiting for an opportunity. The rotation's perfect every time. Reciprocity, so critical from them. We see it every single time.
Here's Fruity again. Down to Farah and turned away by Noli, but still scary here for Singularity. Chassette, lots of boost, goes off the ceiling, plays it down to Farah. What a pass from Chassette and Farah to put it away.
Chassette, the space and the poise to just hit that off the top of the ceiling directly on top of Farah's car. And like I said earlier, they're going to adapt. Reciprocity, they're going to change it up as soon as they get that one-game loss. They're not going to be the same. They're not going to let anybody steamroll. And they're just like that, back in the lead and taking charge in the series.
So 2 quick goals here for Reciprocity in a span of 16 seconds. And Singularity now trying to answer back, but Reciprocity on the attack once more. Here's Fruity to pop this one, though, on the clear. And for Reciprocity
good
now,
bounce.
They have opportunity to just hang on and close out the series.
Oh, what a demo.
The demo comes through, it's off the back wall. Godsmilla to tap it in for Singularity, and they come back in this series.
This demo was insane from Godsmilla, just taking out any defender in his path, and then he gets the shot as well. Communication was there and the awareness. I'm glad Godsmilla didn't just run away from the ball. He just stayed up there knowing the opportunity would come. And that's what I'm talking about, change of the play style. Now we're seeing more adaptation from Singularity. And now, I mean, it's so hard to tell really who's gonna run away with the series. Back and forth here in Game 4.
2 minutes remain in Game 4. Weak shot from Farah, turned away by Godsmilla, and Singularity coming off their first goal of the game. Godsmilla, the long clear down to the Reciprocity corner, answered by Chassette. Noli finds Though back to Noli. And then unable to connect. Godsmilla lets that one get too far out in front of him, and Though has to make the save. Singularity once again feeling the pressure of Reciprocity. A weak shot comes down from Though. Reciprocity not too worried about that as Fruity. A clear downfield. Noli Trying to get a hold of this one. The demo comes out. Pass to Tho. Tho pops this one off the back
Oh,
wall. Tho
got
gonna
it.
do it himself. Drops down in front of Fruity, and he makes the save. And Reciprocity take the ball away.
And I was waiting for the follow-up from Godsmilla, the third man, to come in. Though he got the shot on target. And then there was also space for Godsmilla to rotate in, but instead he went for the demo there. Oh, but now Noli, please. Oh my goodness, so close for hitting the corner.
And what a shot from
What?
Noli. He had the power, but just off on the placement. 2 big chances there for Singularity. And unable to convert, and a shot clinically placed by Farah, and a 3-1 lead now for Reciprocity.
This wall of defense, you can't stop them from Reciprocity. They were holding on for so long and then just bounce back with the pressure. They're not even disorganized at all. The boost is there, the management, everything under control, and Reciprocity extend their lead.
It's a tough ball to
Wow.
save. Coming from left to right, and a strong shot to the left. That back defender on the back line there, just thrown off by the power that Farah gets. And now 3 goals for Farah, a hat trick here in game 4, and it's looking to give Reciprocity the win. Noli, one last ditch effort, and another one goes off the crossbar for Singularity. You see, though, kind of pause there for a second, like, oh man.
You can literally see the frustration.
It is that close for Singularity, and in the end, they cannot convert to make the comeback over Reciprocity, and Team Reciprocity get their first win here in Europe.
And what a showing that you just can't crack the defense of Reciprocity. Singularity, they came so close, had all those shots on target, the pressure, everything was there. It just came down to the final finish and getting it past that goalkeeper. They could not do it. Reciprocity, all that experience, that veteran play really comes in handy here against Singularity, a team that everybody seems to be doubting. I mean, they had a solid showing. Definitely something to be proud of, but Reciprocity, it's so hard to stop them.
Yeah, I think Reciprocity looked really good here in their first game. Very controlled gameplay. You saw Chaussette getting involved, a hat trick.
Definitely.
For Farah. Fruity had a couple great defensive saves and also getting involved in the offense. So I felt like everyone contributed from Reciprocity, which is what you want from this team.
And they talked about on the desk, actually, to not just force everything to Chaussette.
Right.
You can't just give him all the opportunities and just hope he's going to, put the team on his back. Everybody, like you said, getting involved, all the opportunities were there, and the passing. You just cannot stop Reciprocity.
Well, that series is over. We got a lot more coming up here in the European RLCS. It's Endpoint and Vitality coming up after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right back again. You gotta help me out, riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Reciprocity bounces back from a lackluster performance at the World Championships with a win here in week number 1 over the newcomers here on the block. A 4-game streak there for them. They dropped game 3, but were able to close it out in game 4. How do you guys feel about Reciprocity now?
That game 1 is exactly what I wanted to see. We saw highlight plays from Farah, highlight plays from Fruity. That's what I want to see going forward, see all 3 involved. Farah had a wonderful series. Patrick in game 3. But Chaussette is doing wonderful things anyway. He's always that third man back. He doesn't touch the ball that often, but when he does, he makes magic happen.
Yeah, Farah has definitely improved after taking Rocket League full time. Chaussette had a great series, the hat trick in game 1, and a lot of good things going for Reciprocity here. But at the same time, it's not to completely discredit Singularity. I was watching game 1, and in that first minute or so, I'm like, man, Singularity's got the real offensive firepower, but you saw the problems continue throughout the series. Obviously this is why Farah has shown why he's good.
Fun.
Yeah. The good stuff from Reciprocity and the falling short points for Singularity was the shooting accuracy. It felt like I was watching Space Station from 2 seasons ago, and I was like, man, you guys would be so good if the balls just went in the net instead of off the post.
And then on the defensive side, I felt like those back wall clears, we see one here, very poor at times for Singularity, but Reciprocity, a lot of times on zero boost, we saw Fruity right there, zero boost, they were waiting for the bad clears to make these plays. And I did feel like game 2 especially, both teams very low boost most of the time, because for the entirety of that game, it was just like, let's pin Singularity in, and Reciprocity didn't care about having boost. They just waited for the mistake, the bad clear right off the backboard, and that was 2 goals there for game 2 to take that one. But Singularity, they did fight back. They did get some offense going where they actually hit the back of the net, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, game 3, it was a good show for Singularity, and they got the offense rolling a little bit later, but they generated a lot of great chances, and I like to see that. And it shows that there's definitely still room to progress if you are on Team Singularity, because it's like, okay, there's some problems here. Maybe the defense not quite as up to snuff as it needs to be, but the offense is working. It has all the working components to be successful. So there's good pieces.
Yeah, you and I were talking yesterday about what are the building blocks to being a good Rocket League team, and the final block is shooting at the net. So if they're already on that block, they're doing pretty well. Let's talk about the next match we've got coming up here. The runners-up at the World Championships, Vitality. They make a roster move to pick up Alpha, and now they're taking on some newcomers. This is some fresh blood. Endpoint, they just came out of their rookie season in the Rival Series. It was their first time playing in the Rival Series, and now they are in their rookie season in the RLCS. These guys, I think I was looking at their profiles. I think the latest that one of them started, one of the earliest one of them started was like January of 2018. Was like the first time he was on a team. These guys are very new to the game, and they're making waves.
So that, with their rookie season for the Rival Series to make it to RLCS, that's the first time ever that all 3 members have had zero experience from the Rival Series and make it all the way through to the RLCS. And plus, they did it with style. The #1 offense by a mile for the Rival Series. And it fell apart a little bit in playoffs where they lost to Monaco because of that great defense, but they look good all season long.
But that's the thing. I mean, Endpoint, formerly Discombobulators, Virtuoso, I think he's a phenomenal player, but I'm not sure the defense really has what it takes to stand up, especially versus a team like Vitality today. They are going to get worked.
And then on the other side, too, with K-Dop, it's another roster move. He makes the grand finals and loses every time. He makes a roster move, he wins the World Championship the next season. Now it's a whole French roster. They do this for the Intel World Open later throughout this year, but they also do it because Alpha, he is a wonderful player.
Yes.
And now he's surrounded by talent. For the last 2 teams, he wasn't surrounded by K-Dop and Fairy Peak.
Yeah.
So Alpha could easily be the best player in the world after the season.
It's gotta feel good to be Alpha and know you're gonna play in the grand finals this season. So we'll see. We'll see how they start their season off here against Endpoint. Get online, use that hashtag RLCS9 to let us know how you feel. Without further ado, let's get into game 2 here, match 2 of RLCS Europe.
And like Chief said, he thinks the Endpoint are going to get worked. Do you agree with that, Turtle?
Oh, that's a bold statement, but I do not really think I disagree too much. I'm excited, to say the least, to see Vitality with Alpha. I think these guys are going to be just too much to handle right now for Endpoint. I mean, not only are they rookies of RLCS, like they said, they just came through the Rival Series, their first time experience. They don't have that much experience together, and now they're going up against pretty much some of the best players in the world.
Some of the best players in the world. A 3-person collection of the best players in the world here with Vitality. And I think you just go down the line of their roster, especially now with Alpha. Not that it wasn't this way with Scrub, but with Alpha and what we saw from him on his team last season, and now coming on to a team that we know have always been world champion contenders. This is a very strong roster, and I don't care who you are when you're going up against Vitality. You have to look out. The question for me is, how well does Alpha work into this roster? Because regardless of how good he is different than Scrub.
Oh, yeah.
Scrub with Vitality with Scrub did get to a grand final last season, so it was a strong roster in the end. And for me, my only question is, how well does Alpha work with this team?
Yeah, and I think that personally, this is probably a great matchup for Endpoint. I mean, they have everything to gain and nothing to lose. You're going up against Vitality. This is kind of a similar situation to yesterday when we saw Sonics versus NRG. It's a really good mentality game because, you know, you're not too worried if you lose this game against Vitality. You're not going to really be down in the dumps. So Endpoint, they just got to show up, you know, at least get some respect from all of us, which I definitely think they have, you know, a long way to go. And let's see how they play against Vitality with Alpha.
As we get things kicked off here, the desk was talking about Endpoint some more in the pre-show, talking about how everyone gets involved on the offense. It's a very good sign for any team coming into the RLCS, and especially a team their first time full of rookies here.
Yeah.
But it's a very tall order to ask going up against Vitality. And so for Endpoint, especially being the second game of the day in the first week of RLCS, see if they can get any nervousness out early.
And right away, I mean, we do see demos, the physical play from Endpoint, which is something that, you know, we had noticed as a trend in the rival series with discombobulators. But right away, okay, Fairy Peak, there's some space on the backboard. He's going to follow it up with a double touch.
Yeah, hello, it's Fairy Peak, and Vitality are here to play in the first 30 seconds. A beautiful double tap from Fairy Peak, and Vitality on the board first.
You just can't give up any space like that to anybody on Vitality. They all have the mechanics to really just shine and have all the spotlight on them.
See if Endpoint can answer back. It's only one goal and plenty of time left here in this game. But you definitely don't want Vitality to get comfortable. Here's a great second touch here. Now Virtuoso trying to push things on. He in a relating wave, waiting for things to come through, and a big demo comes out on Alpha. And that's one way to take care of very strong players, especially very strong individual players, is demoing them and just taking them out of the way, disrupting the rotation, and putting shots on target. Endpoint tie it up.
And Nachito, a flawless shot into the back of the net. And this is something that we've seen, like I said, all throughout Rival Series from previously known Endpoint as discombobulators. They demoed all the time. That was their strategy. And we just saw demo after demo throwing off the defense of Vitality, and then you set up a shot. That is their game plan and their play style right now for Endpoint. And so far, they've got themselves back into this game.
And they have been putting on pressure on the Vitality side. Fairy Peak takes that one across. Now Alpha was looking to go for a second touch off the back wall, cleared away by Relating Wave, but K-Dop's there, shot, tried to sneak in that bottom right corner. Nachito tried to get a piece of that one, bailed out by his team, but that pressure from Vitality is mounting, and Relating Wave forced to just clear it, give it away. It comes back to Virtuoso with no boost, can't follow. Nachito there in pursuit. Here's Virtuoso again, read it nicely, but again with no boost. Can't do much after the play. Now K-Dop, a free ball thrown downfield. K-Dop again, keeping things on for Vitality. Here's Fairy Peak into the corner. No touch there from Nachito, so a little hesitant from Endpoint here. K-Dop gets the flip to the left side. That one's gonna go just wide, but still dangerous for Vitality. K-Dop, a weak shot turned away by Nachito, but Endpoint feeling a lot more pressure now, more shots coming their way, and just spending more time in their defensive third.
You really see Vitality controlling that midfield, keeping the ball constantly in their half. And it's really going to take more demos again to just kind of disrupt any of that organization that Vitality tends to build as the game progresses.
2 demos for Nachito, 2 demos for Virtuoso, a total of 4 so far. And add another one for Nachito. It might open up the net, and it does for the Relating Wave.
Another demo play, throwing off all of the defense. Nachito, he saw the pass coming out in the middle, so he decided to just take out the third man who would have received it, and that leaves an open net to shoot at. Endpoint, they're making a statement here in game 1.
So Endpoint take the lead, and the demolitions coming through and opening up a lot of space here. Vitality have to adapt. Alpha and K-Dop have been on the receiving end of most of the demos, 2 apiece. They have to look out, because clearly it's been disrupting the rhythm of Vitality. Here's Fairy Peak. This ball bouncing, so he'll just take it. Nachito gives this ball up to Alpha. Virtuoso was there. Fairy Peak trying to make a play. K-Dop comes through, and nobody touches the ball. Means a free shot for K-Dop.
A big miss on the backboard. Relating wave, he drove up the wall, but it just hit the post a little bit. His speed was knocked off K-Dop. He saw the mistake, saw the opening, and followed through.
So a tie game with 1 minute and 17 seconds left. Alpha plays this one out to K-Dop. Vitality looking to get another one and take back the lead. It's Fairy Peak on a wide open net. Endpoint can't get back in time off the kickoff, and Vitality take the lead.
Virtuoso, a huge stuff from K-Dop. Tried to get it clear out there. K-Dop read everything he had to offer, and Fairy Peak's left with a wide open net. They don't even need demos, Vitality. They're just completely winning the challenge game so far against Endpoint.
Here's Relating Wave trying to answer back, going off the ceiling, couldn't catch up to it. And Endpoint, it was a little shaky in the beginning, but they've really gotten into the flow of things here, and they are toe-in-toe with Vitality. Here's Alpha. He's got K-Dop in the box. Alpha might just do it himself. Turned away by Nachito. Fairy Peak on the dribble. This ball rolling away.
So much space.
To the Endpoint corner. Alpha there to slow down Virtuoso. Nachito to respond. Now Fairy Peak looking for another one, and a clear over to K-Dop. He knew exactly where Endpoint were going to go with that one, and he's immediately there. Nachito trying to get a big clear, but with no boost and no follow-up, right back into the hands of Vitality. 10 seconds left. Does Endpoint have anything left? Here comes Nachito. It's up to him to make the play. Tries to go past Fairy Peak. No follow-up there. Virtuoso's late and kicked away by Fairy Peak. Vitality take a very close game one.
The defense barely holding on there. The last second Vitality, like you said, just snuck away with the win. Endpoint, a solid showing. And if the defense was just a little bit stronger, maybe they would have had a chance. I think back to the Relating Wave post, wall disrupt, where he just couldn't find any positioning on the backboard, missed the clear, and it's those simple mistakes that you can't make against the veterans of Vitality.
And this is the goal that just gave Vitality the lead. It was very quick. 9 seconds after they scored their previous equalizer, and you can see, look at what Fairy Peak is looking at. There is no blue player in front of him. It is wide open for him to come through and put that one away. And in the end, Vitality do take it. But give credit to Endpoint. This was a very strong game one for them, I think, in my opinion.
And like I said, if they could just fix up those small little mistakes on defense, I mean, they're still trying to get experience right now, and you're going up against Vitality. It's a tough match, but right now they're proving that they have what it takes to stay in competition right now with Vitality. The demos come up, just, rotate a little bit smoother, try and, stop double committing as much. I thought they were kind of all over the place with each other. The communication might have been a little bit off, but as long as you can just keep up with those demos, force them to be uncomfortable, force Vitality to be uncomfortable, especially with this new roster, now is the perfect time to get ahead and maybe sneak away with a win here.
The one thing I saw from Endpoint that was reminiscent of Singularity a little bit was a lot of clears coming out where there was just no follow-up, whether the initial touch had no boost to chase after it, or there was just no teammate to play the next ball, and it felt like Vitality had a lot of free balls given to them. But for Endpoint, a very solid game one, as they're introduced into the RLCS here by Vitality. And they're on the attack first. It's a weak shot given away, no boost there. Here's Alpha. Now Nachito on the dribble, stopped up by Fairy Peak. Big clear comes out. And now Virtuoso, K-Dop and Alpha waiting to see what he does with it. He still had a flip there. Here's K-Dop. Endpoint. Trying to stay with this play as Vitality slowly mounts their attack. Nachito off his own back wall. Everyone from Vitality is looking at it. Turned away by Relating Wave. Lots of space for Vitality to work with right now, and another long clear given away up to Vitality.
You can see the defensive positioning from Endpoint seems a little bit bunched up. Maybe spread the field a bit more, like you said. Go for those more purposeful and meaningful clears where you're finding a teammate, finding somebody to continue to play forward, rather than just playing kickball with Vitality.
Here's Virtuoso on the air dribble, gets the bump, tries to play it down across to his team. Relating waves there, but couldn't get over it. And it was a good look there for Endpoint. Just couldn't convert. And credit to Vitality's defense there to stay with it. 2 go here from Endpoint. They do get the clear. Maybe an attack now as Virtuoso stopped up by Alpha. Here's Kadop. He's already up. Can he get the touch? He does, but it's easily saved away by Nachito.
Kadop might have been going for a flip reset there. He kind of feathered his boost and took the lower approach. Fortunately for him, the ball did not land directly on top of his car. Couldn't get any reset, but so far you can see the threatening plays from Vitality. Now with Alpha, any one of these players with just one clear can make such a dent in the defense of Endpoint.
Still a tie game regardless. Another demo comes out and Alpha takes revenge on Virtuoso. Demos left and right for both sides. A very bloody game here as Relating Wave. And Endpoint still feeling a lot of pressure. That's a big missed touch there. Kadop tries to pop that one up. 2 go here. It's a 1v1 here for Virtuoso. Gets it up and over Fairy Peak. Virtuoso does it himself and gives his team a lead.
I thought maybe he didn't have the advantage going up against Fairy Peak, notably one of the best 1v1 players, but Virtuoso, the 1v1 play comes out of him. He gets the flick over Fairy Peak, and he takes the lead for Endpoint.
Exactly what Endpoint wanted. Demos opening up space, getting yourself into 1v1, and while it is against Fairy Peak, Virtuoso proves he can take him down.
Yeah.
Virtuoso tried to get it by Alpha, lands on it, and actually beat the defense of Endpoint, but couldn't get a hold of it. Virtuoso over to Nachito, but a couple north and south touches here. Doesn't really gain any ground for Endpoint. Alpha, strong clear to the Endpoint side. Vitality not getting the better of the midfield here in this game, and another demo. And such interesting play. We see this more and more now with players when they pop that ball up, instead of trying to chase back after it, they just go for the player that popped it so that they can't follow it up. Air dribbles and flip resets so dangerous now that eliminating that option makes it so much easier for your defense. And Relating Wave shows us why there. Vitality still playing with this ball on the Endpoint side, waiting for the opportunity to come. Here's Alpha. He's dangerous in this position. We saw him last season, but he couldn't get a hold of it here.
And so far, I mean, the defense from Endpoint, a lot more solid. These 50s, so much more controlled. I mean, we saw last game, Kadop just stuffing almost every single player on Endpoint with challenges and approaching the ball. But now Endpoint, it seems like they've readjusted their angle and they're winning a lot more of these midfield challenges, like Virtuoso right there. You saw him beat out the defender, and now they can continue to add pressure on Vitality.
30, coming up on 30 seconds left here for Vitality, where they haven't really generated a lot of offense. They've kept a lot of possession.
Yeah.
And here comes
another demo.
A demo comes through. The bump from Nachito removed 2 players, but Kadop still makes the save and the stop. Fairy Peak and Vitality. Do they have one more shot here? It's up to Kadop, looking for that back wall. Nachito's there. Vitality staying back, waiting for the clear to come.
5 seconds.
Alpha plays it across the Kadop. Fairy Peak's there. This shot's got to be on target. To the left side. Nachito still makes the save. Alpha trying to keep this one up, but it's knocked down. And Endpoint take game 2.
A strong showing on defense. We saw it there right at the end. Endpoint, they were getting tested. I almost thought that maybe a demo or bump would have come through. I don't know who it was in net trying to disrupt anybody. Kadop maybe, it seemed, landed in the net, tried to get a demo, force any mistake out of Endpoint, and still they held on strong here. We can take another look at this 1v1 play, just Virtuoso flicking it right over Fairy Peak, showing him how it's done. And a double commit right there in the quarter from Kadop and Alpha is really what caused all that space.
And a great play there for Virtuoso to give the team the only goal and the win here. But I think looking at the scoreboard, the endgame scoreboard here, very clear, something that sticks out to me is the 12 saves on the Endpoint side. 6 in Nachito, and give him credit. He made 2 or 3 in a row that were huge saves, but they are feeling a lot of shots from Vitality. And while I think a lot of them were weak here in game 2, I feel like for Vitality, they really got to ramp up better shots here because obviously they were shut out.
Yeah.
12 saves is something, but for Vitality, you have 13 shots in the last game. You couldn't put away a single one.
Yeah. Definitely a turnaround for Endpoint. I thought the defense I was really shaky on. Even in game 1, I felt like some of the shots from Vitality weren't too incredible. It was just these basic challenges.
Yeah.
And then now they come out in game 2. Everything is so much different. Endpoint taking their time, not really panicking. And maybe it was just the game 1 nerves because it seems right now that they have all the momentum against Vitality.
Absolutely. And so Endpoint trying to keep things going here in game 3. A tie series, 1 apiece.
Yeah. And like I said before, everything to gain for Endpoint and everything to lose for Vitality. We all expect this Vitality roster to come out blazing right out of the gates. And yet they're faced with the challenge of demos and just a sturdy defense that is Endpoint.
Already, demos coming out, and I think Endpoint really embracing this demo meta. And you're seeing Vitality start to respond with demos of their own here. Here's Alpha. Boost to work with, goes into the corner, tried to get past one. It was Nachito on the clear. Here's K-Dop into the air dribble. Gets Virtuoso to go up and over him, down in front of the box. Fairy Peak still pressing on for Vitality. No follow-up there as K-Dop. Maybe a second touch. K-Dop with the double touch puts it away for Vitality.
K-Dop has been so strong in these corners, flying directly off the right wall, setting himself up perfectly. K-Dop, the captain of this team, really showing up and putting Vitality back on track.
So a good start for Vitality as they couldn't score any of their shots last game.
Yeah.
Great pass from the relating wave, but Virtuoso just couldn't get over it. Here's Alpha. Beat by Nachito. Follow up there for Virtuoso. Nachito lands on it. In a scary situation, Vitality gets a hold of it. A big touch there from Alpha gives the ball away. And a great clear here from K-Dop to put Vitality back on the offensive third. Endpoint are figuring out Vitality. They're not falling into the trap of just being stuck on their own end.
Yeah.
It's the stronger clears and it's the two-touch clear. It's finding an initial teammate to then push it downfield and not just booming it just because you can.
And the boost management as well. Seems like Endpoint really finding those back corners. Virtuoso, we see him there taking one in the corner. Not as starved as game 1. Vitality might have pushed back a little bit, giving up a little bit more space. Fairy Peak going for a redirect right there. Nachito too strong in the goal.
Here's Alpha, past one. Virtuoso there to clear it away. Fairy Peak pops this one up for K-Dop. He's coming in hot and couldn't get the touch as Nachito just disrupts the Vitality offense. Miss there, it's just K-Dop. Nachito with no boost, forced to just push it downfield. Follow up from Virtuoso's wide. Now Alpha on the dribble, he's got 2 to beat. Looking for this pinch back across. It does come to Fairy Peak. Great placement from Fairy Peak, and it goes in from him. What a play.
This pass out from Alpha, I thought he was going to try and pinch it across the net, but he managed to bounce it out into the midfield for Fairy Peak. That pass was phenomenal. I'm still amazed he managed to get it to bounce out. I thought, like I said, he was going for a pinch, try and squeeze it across the net, but instead he forced it into the middle. Alpha, a great pass from him out to Fairy Peak.
So a 2-goal lead opens up for Vitality now. And Alpha could have had a third there if he got over it just a bit better. Pinch comes through for Virtuoso, and the attack commences for Endpoint, but immediately given up. Here's Alpha. Can't get that second touch, but wanted it.
Oh, a good touch there from Nachito. A hard read off the backboard, denying Fairy Peak. Could have been a third one, but now Virtuoso, a solid flick out. And the shot comes through relating wave. They got tumbled together, but still they found the net. And Virtuoso, he just landed right under the ball.
And I don't even know what to say here. Virtuoso pops it up, and I think relating wave came off of Virtuoso, or
something weird.
Something happened here that lets relating wave come through, and I think even the last defender was a little thrown off.
You feel for Fairy Peak. He was forced to try and analyze what was going to happen there.
And in the end, it is a goal for Endpoint, and a much needed one with 1:45 seconds left. And now another opportunity, but again, I'm seeing a lot of the first man with just no boost for Endpoint. A lot more could have been made there with just any boost. Here's Virtuoso. Now relating wave. Looking for the back wall, it's K-Dop to meet him there. Virtuoso gonna try and do it himself. K-Dop casually goes up and clears it away. Nachito, not a lot of boost. Does get there on the flip, but not the touch. And Alpha gonna read this one nicely. Used all of his boost for this one. He's gonna take away the corner as well. Fairy Peak gets taken out of the play. Alpha still going, coming from the ceiling, and it might pay off. A shot comes out from K-Dop. Virtuoso trying to beat Fairy Peak, and in the end, Nachito says, hey, I'll just remove him for you. Time ticking down here for Endpoint. Fairy Peak bringing this ball down. Didn't get the cut he wanted. A lateral clear to the other side, and Vitality all over it. Alpha staying with it. Comes out to Fairy Peak. Vitality doing a great job of keeping possession. The ball beautifully laid out for K-Dop, who comes through and puts it away.
Everybody involved here on the field. The demo came out. Fairy Peak just caught it off the backboard, slid it out right to K-Dop. You're just going to have an easy slot. And Vitality, I mean, I was getting a little bit scared for them. I thought the pressure from Endpoint seemed a little bit more threatening, but just like that, they flipped the switch, and now they've got a security of 2 goals.
And a great play there from Vitality. Everyone getting involved, whether it was the demo, the pass out, or just the shot being in the right spot from K-Dop. Great play from Vitality, and that's the type of play that we expect from this team. And with a 3-1 scoreline here in Game 3, it will be Vitality taking it and putting Endpoint on match point.
Right. Who, you know, granted, Endpoint thought they had a strong showing still. It's just their goals, you know, that one goal that they did have was just kind of confusing a little bit, to say the least. Not the strongest goal, but yet a goal nonetheless. Still, it felt like the opportunities that were coming their way, they couldn't find. And it seemed like Vitality just holding on strong.
Well, the one thing about this game for Endpoint, too, is first of all, they didn't have 12 saves in this game. They had only 4. They actually forced a lot of saves coming out from Vitality. There's the third goal from Vitality. You can see it all get put together there as Fairy Peak does a great job of popping it over one and then just rolling it out to his teammate.
It's almost like a fake. Whenever he went under the ball off the backboard, it seemed like maybe he was going to try and force it across like he did before. Like we saw Alpha, again, that pass earlier was incredible from Alpha, where he didn't pinch it across. It's just faking what you're really intending to do. Vitality so good at making a quick decision, even mid-air, to change what they're going to do, just to throw the defense off. And Endpoint, they just could not handle it.
I think for Vitality, this is the type of game that they want to play. It was controlled. It was in their favor. They had possession for most of the game, and it felt like for Vitality, this is where they succeed, is when they have possession, controlling that midfield, and just not letting Endpoint, not giving them any good looks, I think is really key for them. And I think Vitality played to their game plan here in Game 3, and they're going to have to do it one more time to take down Endpoint. But so far, I think we have been singing praises of some of these losing teams that are coming in from the rival series. They're still playing quite well. I mean, Endpoint's not getting blown out.
Definitely. You cannot underestimate any new teams coming in whatsoever. Endpoint right now doing a fantastic job. Even Singularity before, I thought they played strong. Definitely saw the promise in a lot of their play styles and their shooting. And now Endpoint trying to do the same thing.
And K-Dop already off the rip here, getting his first goal.
Fairy Peak, the vision on the field to see K-Dop to the right side. K-Dop hadn't even rotated in completely. It was the communication, knowing that K-Dop's going to turn, find an angle, and Fairy Peak just hits it perfectly.
So the first goal in favor of Vitality in the first 15 seconds. Endpoint looking to respond quickly. And that's a free ball off the corner, and in it goes for a relating wave.
A tough read in the corner. But Alpha, either way, you got to make it. It might have been easier if he did drive up the wall. Instead, he was forced to use all his boost to try and find an instant touch. Alpha, that's a painful one to give up.
Here's Virtuoso. So Endpoint able to respond and Demos coming out, 2 demos coming out, so it's just Alpha on the clear. He does make it. And Alpha gets the dunk. K-Dop just slowing down the attack from Endpoint. Nachito to try and keep it on. But he didn't really have any options. Pass down to Relating Wave. Relating Wave rips it on target. Turned away by Fairy Peak. Big clear comes out from K-Dop, forces Nachito up to the ceiling. K-Dop gets a demo as well on Relating Wave. So space opens up. That ball gets through. Fairy Peak might have the angle. It's saved on the goal line by Relating Wave off the spawn. This play breaking down. You can see players running into each other now. Virtuoso tries to sneak it by as Vitality hobble back to their side. Here's Alpha, gonna land on top of this one. Open space for K-Dop. He's got to beat Nachito, and he does to the right side.
And you gotta hand it to Alpha. He really started this play. Look at the follow-up and that challenge in midfield. Not only did he get the clear, but he managed to follow up, stuff the defender in the midfield, and K-Dop, if you leave him in a 1v1 scenario, almost half the time he's gonna score. Gets an early flick out. I actually thought he might have dribbled it, but instead he just, right off the bat, just ripped it in the net.
So Nachito plays this one off the corner once again. Endpoint wanting to answer quickly. Do not want to give Vitality a lead for too long, and you certainly don't want them to build on it.
Yeah.
Nachito. Past Alpha, and a pass across to Virtuoso is shut down. Nachito still staying with it as he's the closest member and fighting through, making it tough for Vitality. Asking, when is this guy going to rotate back? And he stays with it. K-Dop trying to get the block. He does. Nicely read, especially since he couldn't follow up after his initial touch.
Endpoint, it seems like they're a little bit too direct. Got some tunnel vision, just trying to find the backboard pass. Instead, maybe go for a direct clear across the field. Instead, they're just really forcing on the backboard, which makes it easier for a defender like Alpha. Even there in that situation, all he has to do is just wait for the bounce off the backboard. Maybe try and force it out into the midfield instead of using everything in the backfield.
Yeah, maybe some creativity lacking, but we have seen some good passing plays coming through from Endpoint.
Yeah.
A couple of great shots. K-Dop tried to pick this one up. Fairy Peak off the back wall. Virtuoso plays this one across. He knew Alpha could be coming. And a great challenge by Virtuoso into the Vitality corner. Here's Relating Wave. Pass across. Nachito's there. Turned away by Fairy Peaks. Endpoint trying to find something. With the Vitality defense still hanging on. K-Dop burst through on that one, and it comes out to the midfield for Virtuoso. Nachito's there. And no boost for Virtuoso, leaves way for Relating Wave. He's got no boost to follow up. Endpoint, again, just can't convert.
Yeah.
Here's Alpha into the flip reset. My goodness, Alpha carrying this one across.
We've seen him do that so much, just being stuck on the enemy's half. He could stall, make so much time and space for his teammates to get back, get boost. All he has to do is just pretty much chase, and he'll find a solid challenge or even a flip reset like that.
Nachito picks this one up. Endpoint looking for a shot on target. The Vitality have done a great job of getting out of their end quickly. It hasn't seemed like Endpoint has locked in Vitality at any point here in this game. This ball thrown to the back wall, picked up by Fairy Peak, and Vitality will very patiently wait for their opportunity to take this ball out. It's Alpha, K-Dop, getting in the way of Nachito. Virtuoso breaks out but gets bumped away. It's just Alpha in the back, stopped
dunk
by Relating Wave, but K-Dop's there to slow things down.
Thought maybe somebody would have been able to follow up there from Endpoint, but still, they're trailing just 1 goal, final 20 seconds left.
A big miss there for Virtuoso. Relating Wave there to pick things up. 12 seconds left. Can Endpoint, do they have anything left? This ball coming down to Alpha. Vitality doing a great job of wasting a lot of time here. Big clear comes out for Endpoint, but can anyone follow up? Fairy Peak looking to knock this one down. It's Relating Wave. It's coming across and knocked down in the end. Vitality take Endpoint down in 4 games.
And they do it by just 1 goal here to finish out the series. A close matchup. Endpoint, a
3-1
solid,
games.
definitely a solid showing from Endpoint. But then again, Vitality, they had a lot of possession, a lot of pressure, and even the quality of goals at times did feel a little bit better. You know, finding their teammates, finding these passes. And I really thought that Alpha, we talked about it earlier, the way he was able to stall on the ball, be aggressive, take all the boosts. He had pretty much the most stolen boost pads for all of Vitality. Being aggressive, always in the face. It seemed like every time there was a clear, he was in the other half trying to disrupt.
So we talked a lot about Endpoint. I think that the general consensus here is that they played pretty well against Vitality. I want to get your thoughts before we go to break about Alpha and his addition to Vitality. How do you think he played here in this series?
Man, I think that he had a really solid showing so far. It was a little bit rough at times whenever the demos would come through, but that's something that we've seen from Vitality. You know, whenever something, you know, aggressive is forced, their communication can kind of slight and fall a little bit, but it didn't seem like they kind of fell down that hole. Once they lost that first game, or that second game, they didn't really stumble. It felt like they got back on their feet, had a solid showing, and the passing kept showing up. They didn't try and just go for 1v1 plays. They continued to pass to each other, continued to have vision on the field, and I think that's what helped them get the win here.
And I think for Vitality, first of all, I want to give credit to Endpoint. I think that there was a lot of demolitions that just slowed up the rhythm of a player like Alpha who wants to go up the wall and have the ceiling shot into the flip reset, into the double tap off the back wall. You know, he's that type of player, and I think these bumps and demos are what really slow down those types of players. So credit to Endpoint. If that's the type of game that they want to play, they will slow down big-name teams like Vitality. But in the end, I feel like Alpha did play pretty well, at least slot in pretty nicely here for Vitality. I don't think I saw as much as I would want to see coming out from Alpha here.
A little bit shakier on the defensive side for sure, and it's just the aggression. You know, if you're taking all the boost, how do you have time to rotate in? But still, you got to have some kind of chance to find some touch.
Yeah, and in the end, I'm not saying he didn't play well at all. He played great.
Definitely.
And I think for Vitality, a very controlled game. I think they would have liked to not have had so many close games here. 3 1-goal games here. The only game they won by 2 was game 3. So for Vitality, it was a strong series. I think Endpoint gained some respect here against some big-name teams. And I think, just gauging off of what you see from Endpoint here against Vitality, how do you think their season's going to look?
I really like them. I thought that they were confident. It was one of those things that I was actually really shocked with, was how they were battling these 1v1 challenges. I thought that they weren't really respecting Vitality too much, and that's exactly what I wanted to see from these newcomers in RLCS. You know, don't back off to a challenge because you think that the other team, you know, with all that experience and these big names like Alpha, Fairy P, K-Dop, they're not, you know, backing down to the challenges. They're actually excited to challenge, go forward, and even keep the aggression up. They're bringing it to the faces of these teams, and I think that's what really makes them a scary underdog pick, in my opinion.
Well, Endpoint here, not intimidated by Vitality, but in the end, it is a 4-game series in favor of Vitality. They take them down. We've got more European RLCS action coming up. It's Veloce and Barca coming up.
Your future's just begun, and all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are. Though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are.
runner-up at the World Championships here for Europe, doing well in their first game of the season, taking out Endpoint in 4 games. And Endpoint definitely had life, though. We heard James earlier saying that this is a team to watch out for, and they looked pretty strong.
Yeah.
Turtle, you joined us here on the desk. You casted that match. How did you feel?
It was crazy because at first I was like, oh no, this is not going to look good for Endpoint. And then I saw them get those demos in, and they started being aggressive and take it on the 1v1s, on the challenge game. I felt like as the series progressed, their confidence just completely boosted out of the ceiling.
So I think one thing that we forgot to talk about with Vitality is everyone's talking about Alpha. I think we forget that the best duo in the history of Rocket League is K-Dop and Fairy Peak. And they delivered throughout the series. Those two on the offensive side were connected on everything.
It felt like if they weren't calm and collected as they were, K-Dop getting those great challenges, Fairy Peak being a little bit more defensive, I really feel like they would have struggled a lot more, but because they were kind of calm, passes like this came out to K-Dop perfectly in the middle, an open net to shoot out. It was just a great performance from them, and they didn't, sweat at all, it felt like, during the series.
Yeah. And the one thing that I love about Vitality is last season was a really weird year for them where their shots against was worse than the entire league. So they were playing a lot of up and down Rocket League. Well, this time, for Endpoint, the #1 offense from the rival series, they did hold that midfield really well. Only, I believe, around 8 shots per game against, which is pretty good compared to last season when they were near 10. So Vitality did a much better job controlling that midfield. And we see it here with only 29 shots from Endpoint, and shooting only 17%. Vitality did a lot better job there.
Man, but we were talking about Endpoint's offense. They're 23 saves. 12 of those came in game 2. The one game they won, they scored 1 goal and then to stave off 13 shots from Vitality. That was pretty impressive stuff. Nachto got 6 of them.
So one thing that I want to point out is from Alpha. I think a big question mark was, will we see TSM Alpha or a brand new Alpha? Where TSM Alpha is, he's going for these solo plays all the time. Well, there was one big play in game 3 where he went for the play for the pass to Fairy Peak. And we'll see it here from his perspective, where he takes control of the ball, and then he's going to go to the other corner. And so TSM Alpha, he probably picks up that boost instead and goes for the aerial play. But instead, he goes for the play, he goes for the pass to Fairy Peak. But again, say he's on TSM, or Barca. He's going for that boost. He's going for that ceiling shot. But now he knows that his teammates will be there.
Yeah, he definitely would have cut in more. And that pass in itself was probably one of my favorite plays out of the whole series because it's so much easier to pinch that across the net. But instead, he just gets one touch on the ball and bounces it directly out. That was insane.
And that's what we want to see from Alpha. He didn't score any goals, but he had 3 assists. And he just needs to feed his teammates now. He knows that they are quality players. That's all he has to do on the stage.
When you were playing with the best duo in Rocket League, just let them do their thing. So we'll take a look at our Player of the Day standings right now. Who's made it onto the board so far? Gibbs, you get to help decide these things. And it looks like Fairy Peak's going to be one of those players. Also, Farah at the top. Farah shooting pretty well.
Yeah, we could have probably coin flipped Fairy Peak or K-Dop. Both played really well. But Farah, he had a hat trick to win the series. And he was even making some cool plays out of there where he was very mechanical. And that's what we want to see from Farah. It's what we want to see from Fruity. But Farah played exceptionally well throughout that series.
And then Fairy Pig as well, like we said, the great duo. I thought that he was probably the most collected, very calm, and he wasn't forcing himself up all the time. He saw that Alpha. I feel like every time they got a clear out, Alpha was in the other end trying to get a demo, taking the most boost. And Farah was fine with that. He was just like, okay, you do your thing. I'm going to stay calm. I'm be on defense, hit some great passes to K-Dop, and overall, the duo just worked out perfectly.
Now, the most deadly I feel like we've ever seen in Reciprocity is when Farah has his accuracy on point, when he's shooting well. And the teams are all saying Reciprocity is the best in scrims. Maybe Farah shooting is the key here. Maybe that's the difference.
It's possible. That's what it was 2 seasons ago. Last season, it was more demo plays from Farah, but we didn't see that this time. But we'll see. It's only week 1. We got a long season ahead of us, so it's going to be fun to watch how these teams kind of adapt throughout.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen 2 of our rival series teams so far, and it's been a pretty strong showing from them. But I believe we are ready to get into our match of the day, the match of the week here for Europe. Barcelona taking on Veloce. No promoted teams here. These are both teams that have been playing in RLCS for a while. And Turtle, on the desk we all predicted Veloce except for Jorby. He's a big Barca fan. Where are you falling on this one?
This is. Every time I get Veloce, I am so confused, man. I'm honest here. I don't know how to put them places because I see them win, and it's like I'm never convinced. I don't know if I'm like super like dumb or something because I just feel like I can't see the star potential because whenever they get plays going, it's like I don't really know what happened. They just kind of fed the ball back and forth, and I'm not convinced.
So the best part about Veloce is their season on day 2 of the World Championship was encapsulated by one series where they played Renegades, and it was like, this series is not very good. This overtime's not very good.
That's what I'm talking about.
They waited for a mistake. They waited for the own goal to make them go to day 3. That's what they do. They wait for mistakes. And this Barca squad, we just don't know what's going to happen with Flakes.
Yeah.
We expect them to make more mistakes than last season because I think Barca was incredibly solid until Game 5s, until we saw Ronicky have a lot of big mistakes in Game 5. So they got to fix that. But I think there's a lot of question marks to get rid of the MVP from last season.
Well, we got to get into game here quickly, but for Flakes, this is going to be his first game on this team in RLCS. Keys to victory, things he needs to not do, things he needs to do. What's the key for Flakes?
He needs to get everyone involved. So he needs to control the play, but then turn that into a pass for his teammates. He can't do everything.
Okay, cool. Well, let's get into the match of the day, folks. I want to know your opinions. Barcelona or Veloce? Get on Twitter. Use the hashtag RLCS9 to let us know who you think's going to win. Let's get into the match of the day.
Why don't we get into it, Wave Punk? Veloce and Barca about to duel here in their first series of the season. Veloce, a lot of people can't get a handle on them, but the reality is they punish on a lot of mistakes, which Europe has a ton of. So, you know, they're going up against Barca.
You'll see mistakes at any level, any region.
Yeah.
But for me, the Veloce plays is the passing plays in the middle. Flame and Casio both are experts at passing that ball into the middle. Freaky will be waiting for it. He'll be ready. And he will hit the shots. So I think this Veloce team proved last season these guys have a high-powered offense. They know how to score. They know how to make the plays. But the question is, will Barcelona clean up their act because they had some major mistakes last season, especially from Ronicky. You remember that very controversial kickoff play where he wasn't able to go for it. He said it was a controller disconnection problem, and they ended up losing that right on the kickoff. And so you have to wonder, will the same type of thing happen, or will Barcelona clean up their act? Because other than that, other than those mistakes, Ronicky was an amazing player. He was up there and scoring.
He was contending for Golden Striker last season. So, and I'm totally in agreement. I think, for me, the question isn't Ronicky. To me, the question's deep.
I believe he did get Golden Striker, didn't he?
Did he
I believe so. I think it was 0.86 goals per game.
Yeah,
and
he scored a lot.
Yeah, him and Bluey were up there in scoring. And he can continue to play at that level. Flakes is another scorer coming in. Devo has that in him. Former world champion. This Barcelona team, these guys know how to get the wins. They know how to play. This is going to be a battle.
Absolutely. And again, my question's for Devo on Barcelona, because I felt that in some of their games last season that they ended up dropping. Devo wasn't making the smartest challenges. It was missed touches on his own back wall that cost Barcelona maybe some chances down the field, or really just cost them on defense a couple of times. And all right, Flakes is in the gizmo.
I saw that Gizmo and Roach Topper trying to make a point.
Well, we get underway in game number 1. Flakes loves to get people riled up. We'll say that.
And if you don't remember, there was some drama last season where he decided to play with a Merc in the promotion tournament with Complexity and was responding to tweets mid-series. And there was a lot of people who weren't happy about that, questioning if he's in the right mindset. And now he's rocking the Gizmo with a Roach Topper. I think he's trying to make a point, Jorby.
And we'll see if his point hits home for Veloce, but, you know, Flame's going to pop that in off of a poor touch. And it's Veloce with the first lead.
And you saw Freaky actually got a little bit of a bump on Flakes. You wonder if that threw him off as he tried to, it looks like he was still trying to go for a pass to the middle for his teammates to clear, but it just didn't happen. And an easy goal there for Flame, who was waiting for that mistake. And like Gibbs said, Veloce is a team that sits there and waits for you to mess up. But again, credit Freaky to get on getting physical there. And again, Freaky going for a demo. So we're seeing Freaky play a bit of a bruiser role early.
And Veloce also securing boosts in the attacking corners, grabbing one, and then midfield. Flakes has a little bit of space. Only Flame to beat. Devo ends up cutting in front. It was an interesting sequence there. from Barca, but Ronicky pitched to nobody. Barcelona, they get on offense, but it just looks haphazard right now. Devo gets a flick here.
And it's interesting, too, that he's going with that card choice.
It's still just throwing me off. I'm with you. I'm with you. But I mean, I think Flakes' whole thing is that, you know, he doesn't think the car matters. And so when everyone got mad at him for using a Merc, I think his gizmo statement is it doesn't matter. But, you know,
that's the Scarab.
We'll see. Or Scarab, excuse me.
The Scarab, and the Scarab, you know, I think hitbox does matter. If you watch there's a Rocket Science video about hitboxes. The hitbox on that Scarab is shifted very far forward. So it's not, the model that you see and what your actual hitbox is very different. So the car selection does matter. It's not irrelevant. You have to play with the car that you've got all the hours in, because at this level, that can make a difference.
Now that one across to Flame, to back over to Casio. Veloce currently have control of midfield. Just trying to move their way towards the box, but they'll have to retreat again here on the bounce. Devo was first to it, but it's a good challenge from Casio. Shot wide of the net from Flakes. Ronicky across, but nothing. Freaky's right on top of it. Veloce's defense really solid on the rotation, but a good win off the pass to Ronicky. Barca, excuse me, on the board.
Barca getting into the play. Devo, that little delayed touch out to Ronicky, just enough to get it around the defender, and Ronicky, the golden striker from last season, picking up where he left off. And we're all tied up.
Flakes on point with the ball here. Pass over to Ronicky, and it's good. A great dump over to Ronicky in midfield. 2-goal lead for Barca.
And you can see Flakes even wave dashing, getting some speed, going around the ball, gets that pass right to Ronicky, who's again in position for the dish. Gets the pass and puts a laser in net. So Barcelona coming out strong.
And that's what you want to see from Flakes. You want to talk about it on the desk. Control the ball and look to pass. It's kind of the same story with Alpha on Vitality. You want to see him going for those passing plays, getting everybody involved on the pitch. Flakes did this time. We'll see if it continues for Barca. Flakes on the point again, one to beat. Couldn't force the challenge out. Now in a dangerous situation, Ronicky back for the save. Flakes gonna have to play again from his own corner, but now Veloce on the press. Ronicky, solid enough touch. Midfield's gonna be difficult. Ronicky wins the next challenge. Casio trying to play to the corner. Good possession. Ronicky stole the boost. Flakes has the ball.
Even on that possession that we saw before, Flakes went for that demo play, and when he failed to get that flick, he put his team in a tough spot defensively. Now Devo also jumping for that ball.
And now some time for Flame carrying it down the field. Casio far behind him. He'll be slow to come to this touch. Actually able to find a challenge against Flakes. Freaky was waiting for that next touch from Flame. It never came. Veloce forced back again. They haven't really been able to stay on offense for too long. Off the back wall, nothing. Almost finding some headway was Ronicky, but Flame clears this away. Chance maybe for Veloce with Casio off the back wall. The miss will keep Veloce in possession. Flame off the ceiling, shot right into the car of Ronicky.
Ronicky in position for that one. But now the attack's still on.
Oh, Flame had the space for it. Shot just too high. He had to find that corner. That's where he was looking. Flame in front again. Veloce. Low time. But Devo stays right behind this ball. Flame keeps it up, but both commit, and Barca will take the first game of the set.
Well done by Barcelona. Mainly Ronicky in the middle of the field looking for those passes. Devo had a beautiful pass to him. Flakes also a beautiful pass. The only goal that we saw this game from Veloce was the play where Flakes had gotten bumped a little bit from Freaky and tried to hit the ball downfield or potentially center it to a teammate, ended up centering it right to Flame, who put that in.
And there's the pass from Flakes over to Ronicky, who just needed a good side flip over, didn't need a ton of speed on the ball. Ronicky closes the gap perfectly, and he did it earlier as well. I mean, that's exactly what you want with Barca. You're talking about the guy who led your team in goals scored. That's who you want to be feeding the ball if you're Barca. So far, it's worked. And Veloce, they didn't get a lot of mistakes out of Barca in that first game.
They really didn't. The one mistake that we do remember, though, they did capitalize on that. And even at the end of the game, there was some quality chances for Veloce. But for the most part, this Barca team, they're showing us how they like to play. And it's what you would expect. It's get that ball over to Ronicky. Now, I think Flakes, he wasn't as impactful of a player in this game, and he's really the player you're looking at and you're watching because they replaced the EU MVP with Flakes, so you're expecting Flakes to come in and make big plays. He did get that one pass over to Ronicky, so it's a good start, but Flakes, he's known for his ability to dribble. We didn't really see much dribbling.
Yeah, he tried to carry, but Veloce are really good at shutting
turned it around.
Down. Yeah. So they have to find a way to adjust against that if they continue to run into a wall against Veloce, because you still only scored 2, and really you had to force those chances. If we know anything about Veloce, you know better than to count them out at any point. Good touch from Devo on the challenge. Casio attempted clear, but Veloce are going to be a little starved now after losing their corner and mid boost. Bump in net, opening things up for Flakes, but he couldn't get back around the ball. But it's still, there's time for Devo to get back to this touch. This time, Freaky knocks the ball away before the shot can come.
Good challenge.
And that is off the outside of the post. Still on the far side, off the corner, another shot, too light. Devo has that first touch. Flakes to follow, but Flame beats him to it. Now it's shot for Freaky, and Veloce on the board first.
Ever since that double commit happened, you could see Barca was on low boost. Ronicky in net, he only had 10 boost there to make that play. Devo was out after making that previous save or the backboard deny. Barcelona struggling in that moment. Veloce, like a vice grip, just kept squeezing and squeezing, and finally got that defense to pop.
And Flame as well, making the play on the back wall high up to deny the attempted clear from Devo. Very well done by Veloce. Right now, Barca having trouble finding passing lanes in the offensive half of the field. Even right there, Flame cuts off Flakes on the return. Casio tried to dump the Flame again, but Barca have the clear. Ronicky playing it off the side wall and ends up giving to Freaky. So Barca still trying to march down to Veloce's half, and that shot is blocked, but it's a double commit up high. Ronicky, he has it. No, it's off wide.
And all of that opportunity is owed to the pass from Flakes. Setting up that chance, almost sneaking one by the Veloce defense.
Oh, and it almost came right back to Flakes on the rebound. Veloce are a little panicky here on defense. That's 3 double commits in the last about 30 seconds from them on defense. They have to be careful. Barca will punish them eventually for it. That's not the best bounce for Flame. He tries to stay in front, and Flakes dunks it right on top of him. Barca tie the game.
And Devo was streaking across the middle here, keeping Freaky from jumping. You see him denying that top route to the ball. And then the rebound comes out. Devo, an intelligent play there. That generated an opportunity for Flakes to come in and get his first goal of the season.
So Flakes picking this up, this time off that pass from Devo, and it's been more than a couple of times now. Flakes has been looking to pass the ball. He's definitely feeling, it feels like he is in a more comfortable spot with Barcelona as far as about 7.5 minutes of Rocket League are played so far in this season for them. Flakes on the pass, high off the backboard. Already up was Casio, a great touch.
And even a shooting opportunity. And if you're watching at home, you are expecting Flakes to maybe take those shots. He was a player who was so much of the complexity offense, and he had a shooting lane there. You want to see him put those on target because you know he has that ability.
He is on point here again. Ooh, fakes out one. He's got another to beat. He's got it right on top, but can't flip it over Freaky. Like the slowdown idea. Flakes taking away all the boost from midfield and the attacking corners. Now around, Ronicky. Pass over to Flakes, and Flakes has a shot. It's good. Flakes wins up in the air, and it's a lead for Barca.
And that's his second goal. He's having a statement game. Ronicky feeding him out this time, and it's just, I'm not used to seeing the Scarab.
It looks goofy.
In play. It looks like he just double slapped that ball with his wheels.
It was so goofy, I thought it was a gizmo. Oh, man. It's fun. I think it's fun.
Well, you are a Flakes fan.
You know, I think Flakes getting on a new team, it's good for him. It's a chance for him to prove that he's not a specific type of player. And I think right now in this series, you know, he has shown that, sans the card choice, he has been looking for passes, and he's still really good at controlling the ball. Even if his dribbles haven't been the best, he's winning challenges like that. And the boost game it hasn't been terrible for Veloce. That is off the post and in for Flame.
And this was a horrible touch by Flakes in the corner. You see him actually centers that out for Flame. That is not the touch you're looking for. So despite those 2 goals, Flakes making that defensive mistake, allowing Veloce to get back into it.
It is part of what killed Barcelona last season, were these missed touches and, you know, not handling things well on defense. It happened with Bluey on the team. Veloce are going to score on missed touches. Oh, the backflip. Not sure he would have got to that pass from
Double demo.
Turning right back in is Ronicky. He's got Flakes on the far side, but his shot right into Flame. Devo's up, but he is beat by a mile.
The pressure handled well. Flame getting that big save in a big moment. Both of his teammates were taken out of the play, had to respawn. And now double demo again.
Oh, but
Ricky bailing him out this time.
Yeah. These double demos, they're not finding that. The last man is able to rotate in, just get one touch by Veloce. Time, and he gets up in time. Ronicky jumped from about midfield for it. Devo control.
Barca surging.
Nothing there, taken away. Flakes in midfield, pops it up, but Ronicky's too far back. He's gonna kill the ball. That's actually a pass to Flame, who keeps the ball up, and it's off the ramp again. And I don't think they'll catch that. We'll go to OT.
Barca, in the tail end of regulation, they had all the pressure. They had those demos. And now the shot! Far pulls from Ronicky off the pass from Devo.
Perfect kickoff from Devo. And he gets that follow-up touch right by him. You beat 2 defenders. Your third man's not ready on the kickoff because he went off to go get boost.
Cassio was
touch in the corner.
Yeah, he was expecting a challenge to come out. He was expecting a challenge to come out from his teammate. He was sneaking upfield to try to take advantage of if that 50-50, if it bounced out to the middle of the field or back downfield. But what happened was just a clear challenge win and a perfect bounce over for Barca. And Ronicky blasting that one home, a key goal in that game to get the overtime winner. Flakes, 2 goals from him. He did have the defensive mistake. Barca, however, now sitting up 2-0 in prime position to get the win over Veloce.
Yeah, and Devo as well, picking up the 2 assists. He had the 2 passes to Flakes that he scored on. So, you know, that's what you like to see, and that's part of why I love the, you know, if you lost Bluey, Flakes is a great stand-in because, you know, Bluey is a goal scorer. So is Flakes. Give him the ball, he will give your team a chance at it, and you have Ronicky doing that, and Devo looks good. So right now, Barca, I like what I'm seeing. It's just these little mistouches that are keeping Veloce in this series, so I definitely don't want to count Veloce out. They are playing well, and especially in high-pressure situations, several double demos that they survived.
It was holding up in those moments where they were getting double demoed, but Barca has been in the driver's seat. They really have, especially in those final moments. They were pressing on the Veloce defense. They were getting more opportunities, and now getting that overtime winner, sitting up 2-0 in the series. They're coasting right now. Barcelona, if they can clean up some of those defensive plays, they'll be able to close out this series with a nice 3-0 sweep to start their season.
Now, I know it's going to be a little early to say this, but I really want to know how many Scarab victories the RLCS has seen.
I think 2.
two Scarab victories?
This has to be the first ones. I don't ever recall seeing... Okay. I'm talking games.
I mean, games, it's definitely 2. Flick from Ronicky, it's almost in the net. Everyone from Veloce trying to find the ball.
Ronicky's such an offensive threat. in the first game, getting those goals.
Space.
Overtime winner, and now there, the challenging shot. Flame was able to make that save, but Ronicky continues to put immense pressure on, and that shot narrowly missing.
Devo's lucky that shot didn't go in. He was coming back trying to find the demo on Freaky and ended up sticking with it a little too long, and was the whole reason that ball had stayed back in their corner. Now Veloce pick up a demo. Oh, it's not the best touch, and Ronicky somehow, no, Devo gets credit for the save, but it looked like Ronicky got a piece of something on it. Either way, there's no goal for Veloce yet. Cassio on the catch, bump, and off the corner, it's out! Somehow comes out of the net. Veloce, attempted pass from Flame, but his teammate's gone. Still midfield, Freaky just, the touch is out to Flakes. Barca have control.
Using the post to get some assistance, getting that ball off the goal line. There was a bump that set up the play. That ball was sitting right there, but the hustle from Barca, an unlikely save, but a save nonetheless.
They're still on offense. Cassio pitches this high. Barca are feeling the pressure. Flames shot almost in, but just high. And now Barca finally get a clear. Back to Veloce's half. Flake stops the play for a little bit, but now Veloce thinking about how to approach. They're just going to kick this away with the space that they had, try to collect some boosts, and wait for this Flakes touch. Flame coming in, but Flakes wins the challenge. It's going to bounce off the post, and Freaky will be ready for it.
That one almost on target. And another pass into the middle. Ronicky is going to have to do some magic here. Can't perform the trick. And a cleanup goal. You could tell it was an awkward situation for Ronicky.
Yeah, as soon as that first touch and the ball killed it, it killed the ball's momentum. Good luck trying to get turned around and finding the touch out to the corner. He needed that first touch to be more powerful out to his left corner, which is where I think he was trying to initially put it.
The idea was there. On the early part of that play, Devo had passed that out to the center. Normally Ronicky was there, but he wasn't in position, so they gave up control, and then Ronicky was last back on the counterattack. And that's not a place you want to be on defense. Going back, you know, the direction towards your own net, ball chasing towards you. A lot of times that will happen, where you just get a weak hit and the other team cleans up for a goal.
And it just keeps Veloce, you know, within striking distance of taking a game. Freaky's shot is blocked this time by Devo. He had some options, and Devo will clear. The pass over to Freaky. There's nothing there, but Veloce content as Barca are kind of pitching the ball just right back into midfield. But Veloce are forcing these powerful touches through the threat of the challenge. On offense, Cassio, a good carry. Back over to his teammate from Freaky. They'll have to play back in midfield again, but here we go again. Flakes off his own back wall, just tries to flip it towards midfield, and you hope you get a challenge like that from Devo, but they haven't been getting those. This time they're finally back on offense, but where are they going? It's just lateral right now, and Veloce catching the ball. Beautifully done by Cassio. Flakes will pop this one up again. But I still think, you know, that was a needless challenge situation with how much space that they had, and they had the boost as well.
Veloce has been doing a great job of recouping, getting their own boost, and gearing up for those counterattacks. Barcelona not nearly as threatening as they were in the first two games. That time, the center...
Oh, he bumped Devo into the save! That would have been the goal for Barca. But Devo got bumped up behind the ball, and Veloce somehow retained the lead.
Barcelona, they're trying to close this series out. They want to avoid what happened to them in week one in the last season. The pitch going right to Flame, extending their lead to 2.
And Flakes on the attempted catch, he just gets absolutely destroyed. And there's too much trust in Barca on this catch from Flakes. Everybody is on the midfield line. Nobody is ready for anything. If Flakes just loses the challenge, no one on Barca's ready for it, let alone the pinch right over to Flame.
And if you were watching Barca last season, their first 2 series of Season 8, they were reverse swept. So you think of the old school PSG and the reverse sweep storyline. Well, Barca trying to avoid having that same story play out for them.
Now they got burned in Game 3. Veloce prevent the sweep and start a journey of their own in this series, finally getting a game win.
Veloce needed that one. Barca on the attack both games. Their infield passing looked to be too much to handle. In this game, we even saw a few infield passing opportunities, like the one play where Devo got bumped into making that save. It was very close to being equalized, and then that pinch just sent the ball right down to Flame for him to steal that goal, honestly, as that was going right in.
Yeah, I mean, he was just ready for that. It was a great challenge in midfield.
And a great challenge in the air as well. Flakes, you could see him trying to bring that ball up the wall, but immediately shut down.
And the Scarab isn't going to afford you any sort of challenge potential. I don't think any car will give you.
Well, I mean, we've seen that same mistake a couple times from Flakes, where he tries to slow the play down, tries to possess the ball, go for a dribble, and then he just gets challenged, and the ball kicks back out into a dangerous spot. Previously, they didn't get scored on, but this time they did get scored on in a one-goal game. You know, and in the final minute, that's pretty much putting it out of reach. It makes it very difficult for you, as opposed to just the one-goal games where you can score at that 0-second buzzer beater mark and get right back into it in overtime.
And it felt like Veloce were perfectly matching the flow of the game. Like, there were times where Flakes was trying to carry the ball too much, or really the whole team was trying to carry it out, and then Veloce would be on top of you. And then all of a sudden now Barca are kicking the ball down the field, and Veloce are, we're ready for it. It's like they're perfectly matching the pace of Barca, and I feel like that's part of what makes Veloce good, is because they're so good at matching.
They're ready to counterattack. They're ready to counterattack at the drop of a dime. However, they are weak to those infield passing plays that we saw Barcelona utilizing earlier.
Well, the key is Barca getting in the situations for passing plays. And they weren't able to get anything going on the offensive half of the field because everything was challenged. It was good positioning on defense by Veloce. So if Barca, maybe you go back to those demos. Maybe that's the only way you can break through the defensive rotation of Veloce in this series, and that ball bounces straight up. We've had a couple of...
Casio has to hit those. You just, in a situation like that, you play the miss. You've got to go for the ball, because Devo ended up not making that read, but Casio also failed to make contact with the ball. That could have easily been 1-0 in favor of Veloce.
Oh, and if Casio had gotten that second touch, it would have been a Veloce goal. Flame pass. Hard pass over Freaky's head, but it's Casio's ball. Devo gets bumped. Ronicky comes off the wall and barely makes the save and gets the rebound off the side wall. Still, Flame is there to make it difficult. Flakes is open. Does he have it? Yes, he doesn't need to touch it. Ronicky will pick the goal up.
Veloce went a little bit all in on that play, and then Flame did not get a good clear. He popped it weakly, and Ronicky was in position on the wall, ready and waiting, and sent that right back to sender.
Barcelona, they already had a scary moment earlier. Feeling good about a one-goal lead with still series advantage in hand. Ronicky, good cutoff in midfield. Now having to react to this touch is Devo. Flakes immediately up, bouncer shot, and it's in! A good shot from Flakes, and now insurance for Barca.
Barca coming out strong. You could even sense it last game. What a center from Devo, and Flakes getting power into the far post. A wonderfully placed shot, and Barca quickly shaking off that last loss. An early two-goal lead. That puts them in position to close this out.
And it did start with Ronicky making that cutoff in midfield, because you had Veloce pushing forward. And you had two members commit on Veloce past the midfield line, which puts you in a precarious position on defense as soon as Ronicky cuts in. But he's getting a bump, and it's a goal for Casio. Veloce will not go quietly. They pull within one.
You called it, that bump. Flame lands in net, comes out and bumps Flakes out of the play. And that shot wasn't too hard from Casio. Had Flakes not been bumped, he would have been able to get the deflection out and allowed his team to get back into the play, but that bump was crucial.
There's been physicality in key moments for Veloce. It hasn't been a consistent part of their repertoire in this series, but it feels like every time they go to it, it has paid them dividends within a goal or just continued offensive pressure. This one popped up high for Flame. Casio was looking for the bump in net.
And he did make the player in net, I believe it was Ronicky, he did make him jump and made him slow to the ball. So like you said, key moments where Veloce's trying to get aggressive, get physical. Will it result in another goal?
Ronicky with no boost, gonna have to give way for Cassio. Devo straight on. Wanted that challenge to the far side, but Freaky killed the ball back down to the corner.
Double commit.
And it's gonna be a ball for Flakes. Made it difficult for Flame, who ended up giving it right back to Barca, but hopping right on top of it was Freaky. Still Barca managing well on defense. Continuing touch from Ronicky, but not much past the corner yet for Barca. They are testing this corner high every time. This time against the backboard. Flame's there. Flame has played really well on defense. He's been a nuisance on the backboard and the back wall for Barca to try to crack through. Speaking of the backboard, Devo picks up that save.
There was a few times in those double demo situations where it was Flame last back, and he stood tall. Now Cassio getting a demo on Ronicky.
Good carry from Devo past midfield. Flame tried to take the ball away, but Devo still had initiative on the play.
Huge clear from Flame on low boost. Now he's empty. Devo had stolen the corner, so that clear was so critical to allow Veloce to get some pressure on this Barca half.
It was good from Ronicky as well, and the challenge from the shot on Cassio. Barca trying to find a clear. It's not the best touch from Flame, but he makes up for it with a better touch. Still flakes his ball. Freaky on the challenge, caught right into Cassio. It is just back
They'll have boost now. Counterattack chance if Flame was able to get that crossfield to Freaky, but still they've got something to work with.
Freaky over one in the corner. Another clear from Ronicky. It's going to be off the post. Veloce do have it, but gave it right back over to Devo. Flame always ready for it. And a huge clear off the backboard, and it's saved by Ronicky.
A huge backboard read from Ronicky, having to come from the side. That is a difficult read to make. And there was a Veloce attacker ready to smash that in off the backboard from the easier angle.
Double
demo, yeah, from Cassio.
And now a shot, but blocked by Ronicky, who had to wait for that shot to come. Now he's on point. Time running out for Veloce. Barca killing all the time off the clock. Veloce down the pitch. It could be Cassio's ball, and it's knocked out to the side.
Bounce.
Shot, and it's good! With 3 seconds remaining, Veloce stay alive.
This is a nightmare for Barca. They're having flashbacks. Ronicky cheated up too far into the corner, and the ball bounced perfectly out to Flame, who was on low boost still. Blasts that shot far post, and we are all tied up.
There's no shortage of magic in the Veloce team. They seem to just pull it out when they need to.
These guys have
every
9
time.
lives. You can't get rid of them. No matter how many times you call the exterminator, they always come back.
Yeah, they're like a Hydra. You take them out with double demos, and then they just save it and score on
There's still the third head.
There's still the third
and
head.
then the other 2 grow back. And now a goal from Flame. And we're going to game 5.
Oh my goodness. Freaky. Touch high. And who was never going to get there? Ronicky. It was perfectly touched by Freaky back over to Flame. Top of the net. What more can you ask for Veloce? All it takes is 10-15 seconds to score 2 goals to win.
An overtime goal from Flame, and also the equalizing goal from Flame. A huge game from him. 100% goal participation. Flame making plays on defense as well in this series. Veloce, what is up with this team?
You can't get rid of him, man. It doesn't matter. I knew I was going to say it. It's like, I brought up the Scarab thing. I was like, I wonder if they'll win the series. And then Veloce's like, dude, we're still here. The game's not over.
The game is, and that's the beautiful thing about Rocket League, is the game is never over until the ball touches the ground at 0 seconds. It's one of the great things about Rocket League. It makes it so fun to watch. And Veloce, that last second shot, just 3 seconds left on the clock, I believe. And then shortly after getting that overtime winner, now they have all the momentum, all the pressure. And like I said, Jorby, Barca started out last season getting reverse swept 2 times in a row. The mentality right now has to be very difficult for Barca, as now They're looking to possibly start Season 9 the same way they started Season 8 with a reverse sweep.
It might happen with that momentum swing at the end. Flame popping off, but also Freaky and Cassio during that whole game. Just so many crucial challenges, crucial.
They're clutch. They are a clutch team.
Man,
they are a clutch team. And now the deciding Game 5 here on Champions Field, where the newly added NRG banner hangs.
Veloce.
Oh, Devo.
Cassio actually got into Freaky. Wasn't sure if Devo was going to beat him to that ball. But Freaky takes the ball away. Still down, and it's Veloce's ball still. Cassio, far side. Flake's trying to carry it out. He does get by Flame. He's got Devo on the wing, but
gave up possession.
Freaky's on top of it. No boost, but he makes the challenge. Cassio in front. Flame got whopped. He still makes the touch it straight down. No one from Veloce immediately ready, but it's not the best touch from Devo. Ronicky clears it away for Barca.
Play here for Freaky. He's got to make the stop, and he does make it on Ronicky. Ronicky going for the shot. Now the counterattack's on.
Oh, and he just misses pixels away from the ball. Flame in front again on midfield. Just a little too early on the timing of the flip, but it's okay because Freaky and Flame got you covered.
Another defensive stop there from Freaky. He has been cool, calm, and collected on the back line at the start of this final game of the series.
And that's what he was last season. Freaky scored a lot of goals for Veloce, but he also was a monster on defense last season. That's a potential shot, but it was blocked anyway. Ronicky trying to clear this out downfield. Actually possession, but saved by Flame. Flakes pass to Ronicky, blocked again. Straight off the ceiling. Flakes the shot. It's off the post, and Cassio takes it out to the corner. Still, Barca possession. Devo bumped out of the way. Makes it difficult. Cassio right behind to try to clear this out. So many bumps off the crossbar. Goodness. Nothing. Ronicky off the back wall. Barca are retreating. Flame makes the challenge in midfield. Veloce have a little bit of breathing room, but here comes Devo marching back down the field. Freaky the catch again off the backboard. Veloce.
You got three goaltenders. You got the post, the crossbar, and Freaky, and Barcelona can't get it by any of them.
All Ronicky, oh my gosh, everyone just bumping into each other. It's pinball session in front of the box. But off the corner, it's no sweat here for Devo. Although, might be sweating on that touch. It's good for now though. They just can't get back to that next challenge. They can't win any 50s against Veloce right now. This one, around the corner for Cassio. And a long clear. Flakes will try to control.
And it's hard to believe we're already past the halfway point of this game. Barca has had multiple quality opportunities that have been shut down, and if Veloce gets that first goal after Barca has all that pressure, you can tell they will just be deflated. This is a crucial, defining moment in the season for Barca and Veloce as well.
We're just not seeing the passes from Barca. That one off the crossbar, and Ronicky takes it himself with 1:44 remaining. Barca have the lead.
And this was a mistake from Flame. Cassio couldn't get there in time. You see the backflip from Flame. He probably meant to jump into that, try to get the backboard read or the crossbar read, but he might have been expecting Cassio to get a better challenge there. Regardless, right off that crossbar bounce, Barca finally strike.
But Veloce on the kickoff, rebound. Flame, it's good! Just like that, Veloce strike back.
And Flame getting right back into the mix off this rebound. Freaky with such big speed, and Devo and Ronicky double commit for that. The communication needed to be there, but it was in such a split second decision.
Yeah.
They had no time, so Ronicky hits that. Devo flies by, or I think it was Devo that hit it, and Ronicky flew by. Regardless, both defenders out of the play, and an easy rebound goal there for Flame.
Oh, good punch from Devo. He's got a man downfield, pass towards the middle, pops straight up, Flakes up for this. Flame looking to meet him, he does. Devo pops it up off the ceiling. Flakes trying to follow it closely. Barca just trying to prevent the long clear from Veloce. He picks it back up, here's Flakes. Pass, nothing. Ronicky bit too early. If Flakes let it go, you might be talking about a goal.
Casio drove over that corner boost right as it spawned. So now, counterattack chance.
Another high ball. Flakes has to handle this. He's been able to. He wins that wins the challenge, but can't win the 50. Freaky in front, wide of the net. But that's exactly what he wanted. That boost steal. And now Barca, they're starting to feel that. Veloce can start to press. Flakes, he's got some in the tank. Looking for a challenge against Casio. Still tied up. High ball towards the backboard. Comes off the rebound and Flakes is gonna score. No one from Veloce could get there, and not a lot of time left for Veloce in the series.
A massive goal. You saw Freaky actually drove over the post, the lip right there. It messed him up and prevented him from being able to go for the challenge, and Flakes punishes them. So a rare defensive mistake from Freaky at a huge moment in the series. That might cost Veloce.
Did you pick up the demo? Casio couldn't win the challenge in midfield though. Ronicky over one. Ronicky looking for another touch. And Veloce move down the pitch one more time. Devo tries to kill the attack, and he gets back to the ball before Casio can. And he's by midfield. The net's open, the ball touches the ground, and Barca prevents a repeat of last season. They do not get reverse swept. They take their first series of the season, but boy, were they sweating at the end.
Disaster averted. Flakes, I love players who make who just have big personalities. You can't deny that Flakes has that big personality.
Not at all.
To come out here in a scarab with a roach topper, to play in an RLCS match, and to score the series-winning goal. That's something else.
That is something else. I just want to know how many series the Scarab has won in the RLCS.
It's got to be one.
It's a world first.
It has to be one.
Congratulations.
But that series, you have to wonder about Barca because they gave up those lead. They gave up that last-second goal. Veloce, they fought tooth and nail all the way to the end. But the thing that you take, if you're Barcelona, is that you manage to close it out. You avert that reverse sweep. You're starting to write a different story than last season. Last season was a frustrating one for Barca. This season, they're getting started off on the right foot.
Well, we got 2 more matches left today in Europe for week 1 of the RLCS. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, at CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする。ここまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out.
Barca managed to dodge the Game 5 curse, finally get a win here on Champions Field over the pre-show favorites, Veloce. Congratulations, Gibbs. You don't have to predict Veloce anymore.
I don't. That's true. I guess that's a good thing. My streak ends at 1. Thanks, Veloce. I was hoping, but it didn't happen. Incredibly close series, and we've talked about a lot that like teams have had bad first series. This is the perfect series for Barcelona, where you go up 2-0. Then there's some turmoil. It goes to Game 5. They were 0-4 on Champions Field last season, but they get the job done. I think that's a great confidence boost for them going for the rest of the season.
Also, they had a scarab.
That's true. It is an octane, though, at the end of the day. So.
Yes, thank you, Wave. Great analysis. They did have
had a scarab.
I think in the end, out of all the players to pick another car, Flakes will do just fine. I'm not really concerned with the scarab pick, in my opinion. I think Barcelona, they start off pretty well here in this series. I think as the series went on, Veloce started to get into that scrappy type series that they do well in, and that's why they were able to start to make a comeback here. But I think in the end, this was a pretty good showing from Barca, in my opinion.
Yeah, and one thing I loved, boost management. Flakes, #1 for average boost for all the players on the field. #2 was Ronicky in every game. So they always had a lot of boost to be able to make plays. Now, it didn't happen, obviously, in games 3 and 4 as much, but again, Game 5, I was really worried about Ronicky. I was like, don't make another mistake like last season. It didn't happen. Barca gets the win, but Veloce put up a fight, and I think they'll still be around for the rest of the season, trying to be incredibly competitive.
I think what we'll see, it'll be pretty similar, I think, from Veloce that we saw last season into this season. Like I said, scrappy games, close games. Veloce really don't create a lot of their own chances. A lot of times it's just them coming off of poor clears or poor choices by the other team, and they're able to capitalize. That's really where Veloce shine.
And we see here 35 shots to 37, but the one outlier, Devo, 3 shots in the entire series. He did get 5 assists, but it was Ronicky and Flakes doing all of the shooting for their team.
Well, you got to have someone on the back line there. Devo could be that person right now, but I do like that Veloce was able to really create their own opportunities there in Game 4. That is definitely something they could possibly build a season on here. But yeah, that 3-second goal into the overtime, they showed some life, but Barca shut them down in Game 5.
It was a very close series. The pros actually picked Veloce as well, ranked them higher than Barca, but Barca was one of the most inconsistent picks when the pros ranked them. They were as high as 4, but as low as last.
Man.
So we have to see them week in and week out. Will they be consistent or not?
Well, one of the people I would like to talk to is Ronicky, a member of Barcelona there. Ronicky, how you doing?
Hello, Wavepunk. I'm doing good, man. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's good to see you again. I just got to ask, what's it like playing with a scarab on the field? Is that distracting?
No, I mean, Flakes is Flakes, you know. He plays every car in the game, but the cockroach is like kind of a new pick, so, but it worked out.
I have to admit, the cockroach is the only thing I don't keep in my Rocket League inventory. I get rid of it every time I possibly can. So talk to me about Flakes, because this is one of the most controversial roster moves of the season. You change out Blue for Flakes. Why?
Well, last season was obviously quite shaky from us. We could have been probably the best team in Europe. We ended 6th place, which we were not obviously happy about. So we thought that the mentality in the team was not as we wanted it to be. So we found a player that we felt like we would be happy to play with, that would be good mentality, positivity in the team, and we got Flakes for that.
Well, I feel like having a jokester who's willing to play any car and put a cockroach on the top of it will probably help with that. So that's super cool. Talk to me about this series we just had against Veloce, a team that's been undervalued a lot, but clearly has shown themselves off. Game 4, they scored that 3-second goal, then the overtime. Like, what was the 60 seconds in between Games 4 and Games 5 like for you guys?
Well, it was quiet. We were like, oh no, the curse can't keep continuing for us because we're not good in Game 5s. It's just like our curse. we just said, all right, guys, just keep up the mentality, keep up the pressure, and we got it.
You certainly did. Shake off that curse there in Game 5. Congratulations there. Looking forward to next week. You're playing against Endpoint. They looked okay against Vitality earlier. Thoughts about Endpoint? Looking forward to that match?
Endpoint is an interesting team. I mean, they're very underrated right now, but I think they'll do very good for their first season.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Awesome. That is Ronicky there from Barca. Coming off of that win, did not make the mistake in Game 5, and they shake the curse.
Yes, and that was a coin flip series. Everyone was kind of picking like half and half for Barca versus Veloce. So that's a big win here because now next week they play Endpoint. That's a win they probably will want to take, and it gets easier after that. They play another rival series team. So a good opening for Barca here, but for Veloce, they need to bounce back next week.
Okay, well, that one's done. Next match on the day, TSM versus Dignitas. Our match of the day was Barca versus Veloce. This one for me is kind of the match I'm actually most excited about because we have Dignitas coming off of a crazy run at Worlds, and we have TSM with so much story that could possibly be really bad. So I want to know, is this the right roster move? Are Metza and Magnus being back together good? Gibbs, I know you don't agree so, but like, is Remco the glue to this team? What's the hope for TSM?
You know, Corelli, go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it, Corelli. Well, yeah, go ahead.
About TSM.
What do you think about
please.
TSM?
Talk about I don't want to talk about TSM.
He doesn't want
go
to
ahead.
talk
Go
about
ahead.
them, apparently.
I obviously, I don't know how to feel about Gibbs here. Obviously, I think that for TSM, they had a pretty bad season last go around. So I think that there's a lot of confusion as to, okay, now that you lose Alpha, who can you replace? Because Alpha was really the one that was looking like he was doing the most for this team. How do you bring on someone that can have the same type of impact? Yeah. I think that what they're trying to play off of here is Magnus and Metzenaris and the former teammates and all of that here. I'm not sure if it's going to work. They're going to have to prove it. It sounds like that they've been doing pretty well in scrims and they have gained some respect with the new roster. I'm excited to see TSM. I don't want them to fail. I like this team, but it just, for me, the roster move doesn't look as strong as, you know, having someone like Alpha on the team.
It's so hard to be like, all right, we lose Alpha. Who do we get to replace that? There's not many picks.
Who scores on this team?
That is my question. I don't know who scores on this team for TSM because you take the two players that let Alpha do everything and score most of the goals, and you had Magnus, who was on the worst offensive team in European history, and Flakes did all the scoring over there. So I got some numbers to look at here where we have the TSM average for Season 9 versus Alpha's average from Season 8. Both of the stats from Season 8, but now you added Magnus to TSM, and it doesn't look pretty. Like Alpha, he will double up on goals, he has more assists, he has more saves, he has more shots, he has a higher shooting percentage. That's a lot to lose. And you bring in Magnus and everyone's going to be like, oh, this is great. Magnus and Metzenaris back together. When they were together, they played defense and a lot did all the scoring. And Remco, I'm sorry, he's not a shooter. He is not the player that you want on the offensive side normally. But the pros did rank them as a playoff team, so someone is finding a way to score on this
we
team.
just saw Barcelona make a roster change that maybe some people would consider controversial, and we just heard it from the horse's mouth that this was like an emotional change. We need mojo. We need the team to feel good.
But they
kicked Magnus and Metzenaris back together.
Yeah, but they kicked that player. They lost Alpha. They lost their best player.
He's the stats player. Now we got the team, the friends back together. I think it can happen. You guys, if you agree with me, let me know on Twitter. Use the hashtag RLCS9 to let us know how you feel on any social media platform. Let's get into the match I'm most excited about, TSM versus Dignitas. Over to the Skybox.
How do you feel? There's a lot of opinions about TSM and whether or not Magnus can really be the thing that puts TSM back in playoff territory. But you're going up against this monster in Dignitas. Capped off their world championship run with one of the best series we've ever seen in Rocket League. And personally, for me, Achieves, I don't think that's going to stop.
I think you're absolutely right. I am still on the Dignitas train. After all the things we saw at LAN, it was quite a run to go on from the playoffs to that point. And then they sold me. Because before then, I was just like, nah, man, Dignitas is not it. So I am all aboard the Dignitas train. I'm not sold about the Magnus move. To be fair, I can understand why you'd make it, if you lose a player like Alpha. You do have comfortability, you've got all the method history behind Magnus and Mets teaming back up for that. So, I I think they made a great point on the desk. Remco is not the guy you want shooting the ball, and I think that they've lost a huge aspect of the offense.
Yeah.
So maybe during the offseason, they've totally revamped it, and it's a completely new approach, and someone else will be in charge of that. But you have to see it work before you can bet on it, especially considering how poor last season was.
I think we're definitely going to get a good litmus test here against Dignitas for all the reasons that we mentioned. I mean, Yukio in particular, who had scored a total of 8 goals in league play, total.
Until.
Until it was like week 4 and 5 is when he actually started to work out the shooting issues.
Yeah.
His accuracy got a lot better. Astral was just a monster all season. And these guys, they're both young guys, still sort of new to the RLCS. Yukio not so much anymore. But Violent Panda really is the glue that puts them all together.
Yeah.
He's the conductor on the pitch. He is, to me, Violent Panda is the best passer in Rocket League.
The mastermind.
The mastermind.
He is the pharaoh.
I would say the maestro, but he's not in the RLCS. No, I would say Violent Panda is the maestro, but that name is taken. Anyways, we're going to get game 1 underway. And for me, for TSM, it's, they get caught on defense, on extended stays on defense so much for so long. And so, can you get some offensive pressure at all here? Metzonaris coming in front, but, I mean, that was kind of awkward. It looked like Magnus wanted to try to move forward for Mets getting the bump.
And I think you bring up an interesting point, is does TSM have the mechanical ability in any of their players to really be that takeover, command the game force that you need in a lot of teams these days? Pretty much everyone has a playmaker that can beat multiple people and get the ball going the other way.
And Metzonaris has been that player for teams. Just a good pass from VP to Astral. And Dignitas will kick things off with a goal.
He started off with some pretty passing. Astral, that's a great skim to the right, back the other way to beat the last guy. It was a risky challenge to go for on TSM's side, but if you steal that ball away, you've got an easy 2-on-1 back the other way. There is a real risk-reward aspect to going for that challenge, and unfortunately, the spacing was just off.
And to me, I like TSM taking those risks because it feels like in previous seasons, they weren't willing to take any risks, and that's what killed them. Astral almost puts the ball in himself. Obviously, risk management is a big portion of how you approach an offensive attack and when and how you challenge the ball. This was almost in, but Astral picks up another save. Remco pass midfield to Magnus, and he can't find the corner. It's way wide, and Dignitas would take the lead.
I am liking TSM. They're not really getting stuck in their own half. It is definitely a neutral battleground in the middle, and that helped with a miss from Violent Panda. Might be just what they needed. Actually make it 2 from Yukio, and Astral really needs to make sure that his team has time to get set back here.
Yeah, it's been awkward a couple of times for Dignitas on the backboard. Metzonaris makes a good touch, but won't be able to get back to that one. Yukio, nothing for him either. It's TSM having to play some defense. Dignitas running around collecting the boosts. Well, Remco gets bumped by Metzonaris. It actually took him off the challenge. Luckily, Magnus is there to kill it back to midfield. But still, TSM are struggling to win battles in midfield right now, and that almost dunked into the net. Still Dignitas' ball, but Remco will pick it up.
Lovely approach from Violent Panda, but well defended from Remco on the backboard. There was a lot of opportunity to just muscle that one home. And Dignitas definitely doing their best to keep up all that great passing that they were able to demonstrate. Stretch from Remco and can't reach it.
Yeah, just a little high. Maybe it was expecting Yukio to get the ball, but Yukio ran out of boost. Still, though, managed pretty well by TSM so far. They've been kind of punting the ball against the backboard a couple of times, but Dignitas has been giving them reason to. And that shot is blocked by Magnus. Still looking to get out. Pass over to Remco. Remco had the space for it. He did find the shot, but right into 2 Dignitas cars.
Nice.
Magnus wins the first touch. Metzonaris back over to Magnus maybe, but he's got no boost. Remco covering the angle and closing it down. TSM not able to find the net, not really able to find a good shot. And here comes Dignitas. Violent Panda pop up high from Astral. Yukio's there, but nothing here for Dig just yet.
Remco missing that boost on his own corner. Let Yukio steal that one away, and not sure how much real bite this push is going to have from TSM. Remco still able to go for it, but way under it. Nice dribble off the wall from Astral there to get that one through the midfield line, but still, you know, we're sitting here talking about how tough it is for TSM to get the ball going offensively, and a push from Astral, follow through from Violent Panda, but to be fair, Dignitas, they might have just got a couple of chances right there, but it's not like they've been, you know, lighting up the quality scoring opportunities either.
Not at all. I mean, TSM were good on defense for a while. The problem is they could never break out. They were always on defense. And then that just led to panic. Eventually you run out of boosts and you get scored on. We saw that time and again last season with TSM. But this time, Dignitas have not been able to find consistent pressure on defense. It's really been back and forth.
That's these long booming clears. Yeah. Dignitas throwing consistently down the other end, trying to chase it all the way down. And to TSM's credit, they've done a nice job being ready to receive a lot of those.
Another shot blocked, this time by Yukio. Violent Panda got chipped out of the way. Metzonaris has Remco on the wing, but just could not find anything. And it'll be Dignitas' ball with 20 seconds remaining, despite not being able to put a ton of pressure on TSM. They have done well enough. Here's Remco, wants one more chance for TSM. Far side, Metzonaris, who ends up getting a little too many touches on the ball. Demo on the dig, back to Magnus, looking for Remco, cut off, and Metzonaris has to turn his car around for one more go. Right in his face are Dignitas. Remco, one more pass over to Magnus. He's got Metzonaris, and right there in midair is Violent Panda. Still a touch up high, denied again by Astral. Metzonaris couldn't find the ball, and Dignitas will take game one.
I think this is one of the rare instances where you're going to see the post-game stats come up, and it's going to tell you exactly what happened in this game. I mean, yeah, Dignitas didn't light up the shots on target exactly. You know, they got 7, but there was a fair amount of defense from TSM. The shooting accuracy wasn't always there from Dignitas, and overall, the general level of pressure favors Dignitas, and it took one great passing play at the start of the game to get him onto the board. But other than that, I mean, TSM held their own pretty well.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and I love the passing. Even if it was kind of deeper out, Dignitas were giving you the looks that forced you to move far and long. Those booming clears were just boomers in response for TSM, but even when they got towards midfield, they were looking for each other in space.
And you can see why. I mean, TSM controls a bit more of that pressure. They tended to win a lot of those far corner boosts and the midfield boosts, so it just leads to more general pressure across when you are able to sustain a higher level of boost in your opposition.
So for TSM, I mean, what is the move here? Even though they were able to possess a couple of times, they still only generated 3 shots on net, so they still can't find quality opportunities consistently.
And that goes back to what we were talking about right at the start of the game. You know, do they have that one player that if they get the ball, like you give the ball to Chaussette on Reciprocity, right? He's going to make someone miss in the midfield and get it going the other way. You get the ball to Scrub Killer on Mouse Sports. Something is going to happen that is going to get that ball through somebody. They have one player who can always be relied upon to make a big play and get the offense a jump start.
Remco gets a look at this after that bump from Magnus on the kickoff. Magnus gets another touch. Metzonaris had the net and he beams it.
To be fair, I don't think he was actually expecting Magnus to win that ball, and it came as just as much of a shock to him as it did to us.
Well, that one was sailing towards the net, but now Violent Panda dribble, tried to play it low, got the demo, popped up. It's going to be Astral. Astral to Yukio, finding the pass off the backboard. He couldn't find the touch, and Violent Panda will punish. Dignitas have the lead.
They had a chance to clear the ball here for TSM. That's a great idea from Astral to pass down to Yukio, but it's that shot. I really think Yukio needed to be the one to take that shot, because I think that really did throw TSM off their rhythm, but throwing it back up on the wall gave Remco a chance at it, and unfortunately he didn't come away with it.
That's just what Dignitas love to do, right? They're so good at passing the ball, especially on offense. Like Astral, that was so covered. Like I did not think he was getting that touch to Yukio when he went up for it. But the guy continues to impress every time he's on the pitch.
The vision, which is a sign of real player development when you think about it. Because, you know, you think, and also I think, you know, Astral's the type of guy that goes for the double tap. Slap it off the wall and go and punch that in yourself. But to lay it down for a teammate like that is just, you know, the continuation of his progression as a player. You know, the vision increases, your options become more varied, and you become a more dangerous asset to your team.
TSM win a couple of touches. Remco's up for this shot, but ends up hitting it on his undercarriage, and it pops off the backboard. Astral, pops it straight down. And it's even just the small feints from Astral that also just make you hesitate for even a quarter of a second, and it's always the difference. But they do get the ball back, but this has pretty much been the progression for TSM. Metsunaris pops it over, and it's taken away by Violent Panda. Astral, a great catch, has the flip reset, immediately tried to flip into it. Not enough power.
Oh, nice. Great little feint by Remco there to let that one keep rolling, but the TSM hang on to it. Out into the corner, well defended by Astral. And again, Dignitas continuing that long, clear strategy. Punch it up the field, chase it down, and see what happens. It especially helps when Mesa doesn't make the touch, and now they get to sit here on the offensive third.
This one up high again, Violent Panda. Nothing there for Dig, but they're just controlling. Look, he's on the far side. That's a good shot off the crossbar and in on the pass from Yukio. Dignitas feeling it.
For the second time today, Violent Panda in this game catches a pass from Yukio and a beautiful cross across the middle and an excellent shot to the opposite post. I mean, that's just, if you think about what that looks like to defense, it's just the zigzag of the camera movement is going to make that play tough to follow in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dig, ever since that first passing play, it's like, all right, we're just going to pass all over the place here on offense. And TSM, I feel like they are feeling that swingy cam, if you will, with just being stuck on their own back wall. Metsunaris, his failed launch on the previous possession that eventually led to a goal. And TSM getting situations like this where it's like, okay, Remco picks up the goal for TSM, and they score. This time they actually do capitalize.
Great bit of push here. Magnus able to beat out one. Back into the middle. It's a real stretch for Yukio, but he doesn't make a good read on the ball. And that could be just because he didn't have a lot of boost to go with, and he just tried to get up and chase it down as quick as possible. But I think a lack of boost there means Yukio just didn't get the optimal launch, and the follow-through from Remco came through.
So TSM do pull within one in game two. But the opportunities have been few and far between. You think back to the earlier attempted shot from Metsunaris at the start of game two that he ended up missing. Metsunaris picks this up off the side wall. Great challenge from Yukio and a wonderful approach.
Those are the tough defensive stands that are invaluable to a team. Strong touches over your shoulder, up above the goal line are so dangerous. Magnus with a great catch and a nice reaction from Violent Panda. And now TSM starting to get things moving. A nice little bit of touch and go, but unfortunately the boost doesn't favor them. And they get one extra pass in there that ends up giving away possession.
Magnus does pick this up. Looking for Remco downfield. He has the shot. Remco
Bang.
scores twice. Trying to prove Gibbs wrong. It's a tie game.
He's proven me wrong. You know, I'm not sure if I wanted Remco to be the guy, you know, taking these shots on net, but when it's delivered in such a beautiful way, I mean, that's on the nose, on the run, and boy, did he smash that.
And that's a couple passes for Magnus now. He's really finding his teammates in space. He's playing it away from the opposition. Like, I like what I'm seeing from Magnus in this series so far. Can it continue? Oh, to commit for TSM. Now playing on his own back wall, Remco. Going to be cut off by Yukio here. The boost situation for Yukio. Going to have to wait here in midfield, try to manage. They do have to fall back here. Astral, not the best touch. Almost punished, but Yukio there for the save. Violent Panda up quickly. Back to Astral in midfield. Dignitas. Nothing just yet here against TSM. Time ticking away in regulation. What looked like Dignitas' game, it actually might be TSM, but Magnus couldn't get a powerful enough shot. Another one blocked by Yukio. Metsunaris wants to cut this out. Gets another touch. He had Magnus available. I'm not sure Violent Panda was going to get to that ball, and he gets up for the touch out, giving TSM another shot. No. Killed by Astral. And off the crossbar. Metsunaris has the save. We got OT.
It's a tight one. Both teams have a couple of nice looks at the net there at the end of regulation. A nice job from Violent Panda pushing Magnus off that ball. If Magnus went for it off the kickoff, he was going to get bumped out of the way, and that means Dignitas gets the first opportunity here. but unfortunately can't get the job done to start it off.
Oh, here's Remco. He beat Violent Panda. Astral pops this up, but it's still TSM ball. Metzonaris high off on the rebound, and he can't save it, so Metzonaris picks up the win for TSM.
Nice bit of shooting here. Remco actually pulled out 2 defenders, and Metza went off the ceiling, and just Violent Panda couldn't get the bounce right. And it just went right under him and into the net, and you think, I mean, what are you going to do about that if you're Dignitas? I mean, the shot from Remco was good enough to beat 2 defenders, and the next one comes at you from up in the ceiling. I mean, you're really hoping Violent Panda just makes the perfect read, but nice follow-up from Metza to secure game 2.
Absolutely, and to me, it was Magnus. Magnus getting the 2 assists on Remco's goals, and both of those plays, that last pass to Remco that he had that was right on his nose, Remco had a perfect shot on it as well. So we want to know how Magnus was going to fit into this TSM roster. Game 1 was definitely shaky, but there was stuff to build on there. You liked what you saw out of TSM.
7 shots.
Yeah, and
Remco.
Now they tie the series up.
So I mean,
I like it.
I have to be, completely honest. I do think I have to eat my words a little bit here. I was not particularly confident.
I gave them an F. Gibbs gave them an L.
I was not particularly confident in having Remco to be the guy to shoot the ball.
Yes.
Because that goes all the way back to when they had iIgnite. That was iIgnite was the guy in charge. You wanted him to shoot the ball, and if he wasn't shooting well, then Remco needed to be the guy to pick up the slack. And a lot of times that never came through. And so from that point on, it's always been like, I'm not sure if Remco's the put-away guy for this team. And thankfully they picked up Alpha, and he became that guy. So then you get 3 players, Metza and Magnus, and I'm still just sitting here thinking, man, none of these guys are put-away guys. And the fact they're giving Remco 7 shots and turns 2 of them in,
maybe the key,
he's doing good.
Maybe the key is that you don't pick up a flashy player who you try to feed the ball for TSM. Because as you've just astutely put, Achieves, iIgnite and Alpha 54 haven't worked out.
I mean, Alpha worked out, but
Alpha did not. I would say Alpha did not work.
He went other places.
He went other places, but TSM still finished bottom half of the league.
One man does not a team make,
but he does make 33% of it. I know. I did the math. Either way, Dignitas trying to find their first goal in Game 3. And Astral tried to punch that across, but they're going to have to play from their own end again.
Poor bit of passing from Violent Panda to break out of their own half. Good takeaway from Magnus in the midfield, but that's a nice laydown. Violent Panda with a chance.
Oh, and the rebound picked up by Magnus. Well done again. It does drop down, but Metz is there. Oh, Metz couldn't find a touch off that hit from Violent Panda. Double commit by TSM on the back wall. Violent Panda's shot is off the crossbar, but Remco picks it up on the rebound. And he kills the momentum Yukio would have going around the corner. Now here's Metzonaris. Taken away for now by Astral, but here's Magnus. Quick wave dash to get back up to the ball. Remco has a look at it now. He wins this touch. A little bit of boost, but he's getting chipped on his way out. TSM a little bit of space and starting to control the pitch.
Yeah, TSM really having to work on the ball control here. They've spent a lot of time at low boost, and it just means they're really trying to take care of these touches to make sure that if they end up giving away possession, that they have the time to recover, because this might be the first time that they've really had the ability to get themselves ready, take away the boost on the opposite side there, with Magnus stealing that away, and I feel like they got a pretty good line set up here.
Cut off by Remco for now. Violent Panda. Oh, it's been really good stops on defense from TSM. Astral to the far corner, but nothing here for Dignitas. They are not finding those passing lanes they were having success with earlier in the series in the first half of Game 3.
Here's the opportunity to get it going.
A 1-2-3, but blocked by Metzonaris. Still, Astral passed to Violent Panda, but again had to fight off the defender. Ended up pitching it wide. Another attempted pass, but it's not even going to be close. Quick transition. Magnus maybe wanting Metz to keep going with him there. TSM off the start from their own back wall. Again, Dignitas really trying to just carry for as long as possible, and then, pass out to mid. Not the best for TSM there. They have a little bit of space. That's going to be Dignitas' ball with Astral.
Oh, what a beautiful pass.
And Violent Panda tried to catch it. It popped up a little too far forward with no boosts. Ooh. He wanted that quick, powerful touch. Yukio trying to dance around him. Astral, nothing.
Did you see how fast Astral went for that ball?
He's a speedy boy. He's going to take this one from his own corner. Close to him. He'll have Mets beat. He's still carrying the ball, but Remco on the launch. Back over to Metsanoris. You like what you see on defense from TSM? There's been some threats from Dignitas, but the rotations have been solid, and they've won the 50s. I think that's the big thing for TSM. Game 1, they weren't winning anything in midfield against Dignitas. Another save, but some of these shots are starting to come in. So still not out of the woods, obviously.
Dignitas trying to do a better job of making sure some of those long clears end up in their teammates' hands instead of in space. Yukio's got to track this one down, but way over his head.
The light touch, Metsanaris losing the 50 against Astral.
He let that one go on purpose so he could go take away that midfield boost. And a nice cutoff from Magnus.
Oh, and Astral getting dunked by Magnus. Nothing from Magnus there, but Metsanaris right on top of it. The rotation on offense, not too aggressive from TSM, really trying to cover as many options as possible, not trying to force an issue where you don't need to keep that ball secured in front. They've done so far. They haven't been able to score just yet. They've got to be careful on this transition against Dignitas. Violent Panda back to Yukio. The shot will be blocked by Remco. Remco moving forward. Ready for that next touch. Out to the opposite side of the pitch. Remco's really done a good job keeping in front of a lot of these challenges and stopping the ball, but Dignitas, Yukio tried to use that extra jump for speed on the shot. He couldn't find it. Remco pops this up. Metsanoris is there. It's blocked by Astral.
Man, definitely get your heart stopped if you're a Dignitas fan, and you got to give TSM credit. I came in here thinking, you're going to see that Season 8 World Finals Dignitas come out here and punch them right in the mouth.
But I think you're seeing what the pros are seeing. We saw the pro power rankings that had TSM as a playoff team. And after last season, you were really doubting that. But I think you're starting to see that here against Dignitas.
Resilience, no doubt, against a lot of great passing from Dignitas. And some sturdy defensive stance.
Magnus pops it up. Remco's on the far side. Shot is good, and TSM take a 2-game lead in the series.
Great play here. Violent Panda collects the boost, but is a little too slow to go up to it. Yukio doesn't know that there's someone lurking, but knows the shot's coming. And Remco turns another one in. And a big one, as TSM will now have a 2-1 lead.
3 goals for Remco in this series. And like you said, Achieves, he is apparently the front man right now.
I gotta eat my words. He's getting it done on both sides of the ball.
But you know who assisted him on that shot?
Is it Magnus again?
Magnus again. 3 assists in this series for him.
Okay.
It's working, man.
Ball's in your court, Dignitas. The passing's not working. TSM's able to sniff them out.
They feel more comfortable. Like, that's the thing watching TSM last season, is they looked so uncomfortable on the pitch. The communication, it was obvious they weren't talking. They were double committing all over the place. They're mechanically, they were awful. It was the worst mechanically I think I've ever seen Metsanoris and Remco. And I just, to me, it just came from a lack of faith in each other on the pitch. And it feels like that's gone. Now, that is gone so far in this series.
What do you feel like that goes back to the previous, time spent as a team that Metza and Magnus have had, and they've had to just be like, okay, here's how we need to do this because here's what gave us success.
I mean, that absolutely plays into it. It's absolutely in part to that, I think.
The curious thing I want to know is, did Magnus and Metza be like, all right, Remco, here's how we're doing things? or was it Remco and Metza like, this is how it works around here now? That's what I'm curious about.
Maybe they came together, had a wonderful kumbaya, and, fused their brains together in a Zen session, and they were like, we are one unit now.
They do it good.
We are together, we are TSM.
Now, to be fair, you would like to see TSM sniff out a few more of the dangerous passing opportunities, because Dignitas, if they keep getting those chances, they will find their way into the back of the net eventually. Yep. But, if the shooting isn't perfect for Dignitas, they haven't scored many goals. They've put in, 3 total now?
Yeah.
Across 3 games, and I kind of expected this to be a team that, with relative ease, could put up almost without a doubt 2 goals per game on average at the end of the season.
I mean,
I'm expecting Dignitas to, by season's end, be in the top, percentile of offensive production.
Yeah.
And to have them be shut down so effectively by a new team just surprises me.
And it's like game 2, at the end of game 2, you had said, a product of just having higher boost totals over the course of the game for Dignitas, or for TSM, excuse me, was really a factor in them just being able to control past midfield. And I think that was the same story here. I mean, they were doing a good job controlling the corners, forcing Dignitas to always have to rotate the whole way back.
Yeah.
Midfield boosts were never available for Dignitas in the second half of that game when TSM were really starting to beat them to the ball. And like, if you're at home watching, like, watch midfield and see who's grabbing those boosts, and that will probably determine who wins game 4 here.
It is true, because boost control is always, the first step in controlling the pitch. If you are holding on to all of the boost, or at least a majority of it, you will undoubtedly have more options, because the beautiful thing about Rocket League, it's not like traditional soccer. You are not locked into just one plane of movement. You have a vertical element.
You can fly.
And if you can fly further and higher and more easily than your opposition, you're gonna win the game. It's how it works.
Pretty simple.
It's very simple. That's the amazing part about Rocket League. It is so simple. Do you have more of X than the other team? You win.
Does TSM have more than Dignitas, period, in game 4?
Oh, what a shot.
When blocked by Metanoris, barely another shot, and it's not saved. Astral will punch it in, and Dignitas take the lead.
Nice touch. Violent Panda getting in Meta's face, and Astral, that is an angle and a half, and I think that caught a lot of TSM off guard. Remco, I don't know. I can understand the panic trying to dive back there and shut down that angle, but I think he ended up taking it away, or at least a better opportunity for his teammate on the goal line.
Tough position for TSM, too, right off the kickoff, feeling that kind of shot.
Yeah.
Whip reset for Astral. Turned into a potential pass, but it was taken away by Remco. Violent Panda just trying to stop.
Oh, the demo in the net.
Well, Magnus couldn't keep that touch going. Metanoris following closely. Buy some time for TSM to get set.
And Metso was really thinking about going for that. And the only reason he didn't commit for that ball across the front is because he wasn't sure if Magnus was actually going to get that ball out cleanly. And he needs to be willing to wait just a little bit longer in that midfield, because he knows Remco went for the demo. And regardless of whether Remco gets it or not, you can't take that risk in case the pass doesn't come out clean.
Love that patience from Magnus on the play. VP had him beat, his car was turned, ended up putting himself in the best position to try to make a save on that play. Here's Metanoris shooting it right into Dignitas' net. We got a tie game.
Yeah, Sam get it right back. There's the demo in the corner, gives him a free look at the touch off the ceiling, make it a double tap off the back wall as well, and boy, did he just put on a clinic.
The old combo. Double touch off the ceiling.
Double touch off the wall.
Tie game.
He made it look easy. That's not a shot I would expect Metsanor to be the type of player to pull that off on the rig.
I just think about that one goal he had last season with the read off the ceiling that turned into a goal for him. But that was pretty much the only time he had put in a shot like that last season. He gets one in his first series of RLCS, Season 9. Metanoris, another shot. Remco picked up a demo on the back end and a bump as well.
Yeah.
In front, Metanoris. It's taken away by Astral and Yukio. It's 2-on-1. Remco will buy time. However little it may be, he actually wins the challenge. Metanoris picks up the demo as well. Love the sequence from TSM right now.
A lot of stolen boost. I mean, they've got at least 10 in this game. They've just owned that Dignitas corner.
Magnus gets another one too. But up high was Yukio off the ceiling. Magnus will take this one slow. And he will win that challenge against Astral. Very smartly played by Magnus again. I really think that Magnus has just been this rock for TSM in terms of passing the ball, winning 50s in midfield. I really think he's the great enabler, Achieves. And that shot is
Beautiful.
good for Yukio. Off the pass from Astral, Dignitas with the lead.
And that's Astral. That first touch was a little bit behind his teammates, but he goes and steals the corner boost, knows he has the opportunity to go out and give it a second try, and this time he puts it out in front for Yukio, and Yukio nails it.
All it takes is one pass for Dignitas, and they will always be looking for each other. As good as TSM have been playing, this is how much of a threat this team is, but that shot just not enough gumption. Astral catches this for Yukio.
Astral got bumped. It's got no boost as well.
Yeah, it's Magnus's ball off the ceiling. Forces the challenge. Metanoris has a shot, and it's blocked by Astral, keeping Dignitas' lead.
Great bit of placement from Metanoris. That's the right place in the net to shoot the ball, but wonderful recognition from Astral. Just dive across, get all the way there. That's a beautiful setup.
Metanoris keeps it close, but off the ceiling, he couldn't find another touch. Remco close behind, off the corner. Magnus is there. Magnus' shot is blocked by Violent Panda. Remco tries to cut in front. He's not there. Next up is Metanoris, and cleared away for Dignitas. No TSM. Grab the ball right back into the corner. Remco, nothing for him, but close behind was Magnus. Rotation for Metanoris to commit for TSM. Now Remco playing this closely. Astral flips it up high. He's got no more boost to chase, and it will be saved by Remco. So far, Dignitas have had to throw away a lot of TSM opportunities on their own end, and then they get onto the offensive half of the field. They get one pass out, and if they don't cause TSM to panic, it's headed the other way. Oh, Violent Panda wins the touch. Maybe a shot, but Yukio will play it close.
Yeah, that's a great steal from Violent Panda to try and keep the offense going, but that follow-up touch kind of just put a wrench in this push, and they actually all rotate back on the same side, and Yukio now just has to buy time. It's just a waste of boost.
Will be out for Violent Panda, but he's low on boost as well. Magnus pops this up, gonna make it uncomfortable for Astral. He'll lose that challenge. Astral secures his own boost, and Yukio will be on the point with about half in the tank, flipping over one. Class 2, Violent Panda right there, but he had to jump up for it quickly because Remco is on top of it. Pass to Magnus from Metz. It's just not on target and turned away.
Quick transition for TSM, wonderful counterattack, but you got to pull out the same thing with 15 seconds. Time ticks. Do you have it in you?
Astral carries this. Back in front of the box. Magnus wants to carry Metz. Pass over to Remco, cut off by Violent Panda. Now Magnus from his own corner.
Oh, Astral gave it up. Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, my goodness.
He scores with 0 seconds remaining off that touch. Astral.
Boy, did I get baited. He just went up the field, and then I saw him turn out, and I was like, oh, he's going to give him the ball with the last moments, and he turned right back around, came off the ceiling, and just punched that into the goal. So fair play to you, Astral.
Fair play indeed. And Dignitas, a couple of opportunities. I mean, they got 9 shots by the end, but a lot of those started to come near the end when Dignitas finding those clears, those passes in front of the net, really the last minute or so of the game.
For Dignitas?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because early on it felt a bit of great pressure from TSM.
Yeah.
A lot of control on the opposite end with the boost steals, and there's that great takeaway from Astral on the side wall. I realize now he's going back to grab that midfield boost and then turn around and challenge. Initially, it looked like he was just going to run away and give TSM a shot at it.
It was a fun one.
But that's a great turnaround, and that's a real punch in the mouth. And we're going to game 5 with that.
Violent Panda was also a nuisance in this game in particular. He had a lot of crucial steals in situations that would have been a potential 3-on-1 for TSM headed the other way. But him coming back on the rotation and just finding that touch, it was like watching Atomic yesterday on Ghost, where his team's rotating back and he's able to cut in front, give his team a chance to approach the ball before they have to defend something crazy off the back wall.
And it's how do you approach that midfield defense? You know, there's two schools of thought on it. It's you get real aggressive, you take the risky challenges, or you back off and you give up space because you would feel more comfortable allowing your team to get further back before you attempt to keep the offense going. And every team has their own approach to it. Neither one of them is correct. It's just there is a certain level of risk involved with either option. Some players are more aggressive, others allow the space for the other team to gain possession and will take their chances on defense. Violent Panda, he took the aggressive options there in the midfield and stopped a lot of dangerous counterattacks.
For the second series in a row, we're back on Champions Field and back to Violent Panda scoring goals.
It's a great start. Astral again, the ball control in the corner, a beautiful bit of control to keep that high and get it around the defender that was right in his face. And Violent Panda excellent understanding to realize that ball was about to punch out right in front of him.
TSM having to pretty much fight with a handicap here early. Giving up that goal, but Remco almost makes it happen. Metzenaris cut it a little too far. Did not expect that challenge to go that way.
He was so close to being in the right spot. You can't blame him for being out of position or anything. I mean, TSM knew they had a shot at the net. It was just the challenge went just wrong enough, and they can't equalize.
Violent Panda ready for that touch. And Dignitas, really, I don't feel like it's an effect of on that pass taken away again. I mean, they're able to play their game for the most part. They do well on defense against TSM. A lot of opportunities for TSM have been, half chances, if you will. Them having to force things. Or Remco on that earlier shot about 30 seconds ago where he had to find the top of the net and ended up hitting the crossbar. TSM are playing a really solid game to match Dignitas' own. I don't think either team is playing poorly right now.
Pleasantly surprised,
Very, very.
Because, again, I think a lot of people coming in here expecting Dignitas to just tear TSM apart.
I expected it.
And that has absolutely not been the case.
And I do go back, I look at Magnus. You come and you add this guy after you lose Alpha, one of the most prolific offensive players in the RLCS, and no one's going to give you a chance there. And Magnus comes in, and he's throwing passes out left and right. And Remco has stepped up in such a big way today.
Got 0 shots last game, though. Remco didn't have a shot on target towards the net in the previous game.
That just goes to show the back and forth in this series. I mean, Dignitas right now have control and still looking for each other in space, but Remco will grab that.
Oh, Violent Panda, that was aggressive.
Oh, Remco, the pass, he wanted it to Metz. He won't find it. If Remco had hit that pass, it almost assuredly would have been a goal. Quick to Violent Panda, catch, and dribble into the net, slips under the defender. Dignitas pick up insurance.
Dignitas got out of a jam. Violent Panda double committed in the midfield, and then thankfully TSM wasn't able to convert the 2-on-1 chance in front of the goal because Metza just couldn't get a touch on the ball. Then Violent Panda picks it up in the midfield and wins the 1v1 back the other way. Dignitas was in a lot more trouble than it seemed there, and they turned it into a second goal.
There's the demo. Remco, and it's in. Magnus also being a nuisance in the net, and TSM come right back.
That aggression continuing as well for TSM. They got very physical in the previous match as well. Constantly trying to go for the demos. And this time it results in them cutting the lead in half, so they got half a game to tie it up. And honestly, I would not be surprised to see another overtime.
On the kickoff, it looked like Violent Panda might have had a look. Astral does, and it's taken away by Remco. Violent Panda will secure the boost. That'll make this a little awkward for Magnus, but he does clear it out. Ooh, midfield. Violent Panda gets that first touch, looking for a shot. It's not there. Nothing for TSM just yet here in midfield.
Great bit of challenging there from Astral, forcing TSM off the ball. And
another challenge. Oh, good save from Remco on the backboard. Got it out to the corner. But Astral picks up the ball and tried to find any sort of way past TSM.
A couple of big stops there from TSM, but now again it's Astral, especially in this game, who's done a fantastic job beating TSM off the walls, getting the ball into the middle.
Astral has it again, this time low boost situation. Wanted to give his teammate a chance at the ball. Yukio does make a challenge, but it's Remco on point, taken away by Astral.
Interference.
So much of it on both sides.
He's ball chasing so hard. He really is. Astral is rotating back into the midfield, and if he can stop and cut rotation and get in someone's face, he's doing it.
And it's kept Dignitas out, but can they keep it going? They still have this 1-goal lead. Violent Panda back over to Yukio. Metz is there, keeping it close. Another clear for TSM, and then it's just this wonky challenge out to the corner. Magnus, that would just be a dump. He couldn't find the touch again. Beautiful. Violent Panda back to Astral. Cut off by Metzenaris for now, but it's in front of the box, and that'll be a tough touch for Violent Panda to challenge, and Remco will take it away.
Nice read from Remco as well, and Violent Panda was able to get his hands on that
That was going right out into the middle. Here's another passing chance for Dignitas across the field. Violent Panda will turn it in again, and a 2-goal lead with 30 seconds might spell disaster.
This is exactly where Dignitas are so dangerous. Astral, he pops his car up so it hits off of his wheels, his undercarriage, so the touch is light enough to get it to Yukio and not overstretch it. Then Yukio puts it perfectly in front of Violent Panda, who secures another goal for Dignitas. This is part of what makes Dignitas so scary at the World Championship. Their ability to pass the ball, and it always starts with Astral, especially in this series.
It is being compounded by the fact that TSM constantly having to give away space in the midfield, because it's been an even go of things in terms of controlling those midfield boosts. And they finally, if it's not up, have to go all the way back, and it leaves the open space, and Astral will miss a chance to pad the stats.
Yeah, it's okay. You got it. But TSM,
oh, we got it!
We'll pick it up, Magnus. That was a good read. You know, you won't win the series, but that's a nice send-off for the start of your season. Good pass, and then just...
Way to stay with that one.
Perfect.
Oh, mama. That's a goal and a half. Still wouldn't be enough to win, but it was good.
It's like, why couldn't we get more of those earlier?
Well, that's the first time TSM has had really an uncontested push up the midfield. Like that's basically the same thing that you just saw Violent Panda turn in. Is the 1-2-3 passing play up the pitch with nobody challenging until the shot comes through, and both teams able to turn it in. And I am very curious to see what TSM turns out to be the rest of the season.
I know. I like them. I like how they look.
Understand why some of the pros put them at the top. I can also understand why some of the pros put them at the bottom. It's are you on or not? Because the offense clicks or the offense dies out. But the fact that you made Dignitas work for your meal, is a great opening for week one. They would have loved to come away with a win, obviously. But I really thought TSM was going to come out here and kind of get bodied.
To me, to a lot of people, they outperformed expectations.
Yeah.
And they were very close to winning this series. So
dangerously so.
I really, and you know how Europe is, man. It's all over the place. Everyone beats everybody in this region. So this just makes me more excited to see TSM. It's like I can't wait. I think Magnus has been a really, really good addition through one series. That's my
looks good.
That's my overreaction. Throw your overreactions on Twitter or wherever. It doesn't matter. We got one more series left for the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Therapy when my feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. LRG do what they could not do before. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the desert night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the desert night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now.
Dignitas survived the upset in a 5-game thriller there. Violent Panda doing most of the scoring in that final game. I'm your host, Wavepunk. We've got a Cheeves and Gibbs here. And you're not a Cheeves, you're Crowley. I already called Turtle.
You're just calling everyone
earlier.
a Cheeves.
Well, he called me Leaf, so you know we'll go back and forth there. Did TSM make it to Game 5 change your mind at all, Gibbs?
Not yet, because like at the end of the day, a lot of low-scoring games, and that's what we expect from TSM. Their defense will hold up, but at the end of the day, they put in 1.4 goals on 5.4 shooting per game. That's not going to cut it, and I think Dignitas was maybe, like, it took a little while for them to warm up. It seemed like the passing plays weren't there like the World Championship. We started to see it a little more in like Game 5. I thought Violent Panda's Game 5, he had 2 fakes on 2 different defenders to score 2 of those goals. That's the reason why they won this series.
Yeah, I think for Dignitas, about game 3 or 4, things started to heat up. We started to see what we expected out of Dignitas. I think that this wasn't the best series from them. And for TSM, Gibbs, you're talking about their scoring, but they were able to put up some shots here. They were able to put away some goals and some pretty fantastic goals as well. You think back to Metzenares. So TSM, they are putting away some shots in the end here, not enough against Dignitas.
Yeah, Magnus, his passing game was on point. I think it was game 3, he got bailed out by Metzenares where he missed a very easy shot, but Metzenares won it for him anyway. But at the end of the day, Dignitas, they survive, and that's all that matters. And in Europe, every series will be a battle, and we saw it here.
Yeah, it's always about how you play on the days when you're struggling a little bit. So TSM here, I think maybe performing better than we expected them. I thought Magnus fit in well. I think he wasn't the problem on this team.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad showing from TSM. Honestly, I don't think there's anything to go. Oh no, I'm worried about TSM again. I think they looked fine here against Dignitas.
And then talking about Remco, like he's not a scorer. Well, he scored a lot of goals that series. He scored 4 goals out of 5 games, so that's not bad.
I was going to ask you, so can we upgrade the roster move from an L? But they did technically lose.
They still lost, so I'm going to hold that L. I'm going to hold that L.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on, folks, to our player of the day. Give you guys an update on where that one's at. We got 4 players up on the board now. We talked about Farah earlier in Fairy Peak, and we're going to keep the F trend going down to Flakes, and then we're going to change it completely with Violent Panda. Violent Panda had a great series.
Yeah, that game 5 was huge, and those are the big time moments that you expect out of Violent Panda, where they won by 2 goals because of those 2 great plays from him. But Flakes, great boost control throughout the series. Rocking a Scarab, it's his first win in the RLCS because last season they went 0-7, so congrats to him.
Yeah, I think well-deserved here for Violent Panda to be on the board at least with 5 of their goals here in this series. I thought he looked pretty good, especially since I don't think they're playing all the way up to their potential here today. So for Violent Panda to really step up and play well and put away shots is really important.
I feel like Flakes winning his first match on a Scarab with a cockroach on top. I don't know if you guys noticed, the car was entirely themed after a cockroach. Like it was like,
hey man.
And also the Scarab has like flaps on the back like cockroach wings. Like the whole thing was very well crafted, and I hated it so much.
Exactly. Fashion doesn't have to look good. It just has to match. It
just has to work.
And well done, Flakes.
All right. Well, he got that one there. All right, cool. So we have one more match here to go today, one final game, and we got one more rival series team to welcome into the RLCS. That is AS Monaco, and they'll be taking on Mouse. Now, Crowley, Monaco, new here. Any thoughts about this red roster?
I mean, I'm always a little biased to the rival series team
Yeah.
because I love seeing them come up, and after a few seasons of being on the rival series, I love it when teams get to come in and play against big-time matches like against Mouse here for AS Monaco. And, for a couple of these guys with Tigray and Ignite, this isn't, anything new to them. And for Ignite, especially playing on the world stage many seasons ago, I think that he's coming in pretty confident. A guy that I really like to look after is Extra because of Extra and Ridgewell when they were playing together, Baguette Squad and Rival Series. They looked really good, and I've always been a big fan of him coming in. The one thing about this team that I'm a little scared about is 20% shooting in the rival series. It's tough to bring into the RLCS when you're shooting like that.
But their defense held up, number 1 throughout the rival series. And Ignite, when he got dropped from TSM, he didn't get like a single tryout from any team in the RLCS.
Wow.
He was thinking about retiring, then finally Tigray talked to him, and now he's back. So he wants to win versus everyone, not only his old teammates.
Chip on his shoulder against the whole region here, but they're going up against the greatest free agent of all time. Scrubkill is on the other side.
So Scrubkill, to me, is like the Garrett G from North America. He can play every single role. So it's not about Scrubkill. We know he'll perform. It's about how much better do his teammates become because now they're teaming with Scrubkiller. So I expect a huge season from Speed especially.
It should definitely free up both Speed and Cookster to feel as comfortable as they want doing whatever they want on the field. Folks, we want to know your opinions as well. Get online, use the hashtag RLCS9 to tell us all your thoughts on Twitter and on Instagram and all those wonderful places. Let's get into the final match of the day. TSM, no, they just played. Monaco versus Mouse. See you there.
You got it right that second time, Wave Punk. Monaco versus Mouse coming up. This is the last match of the day. One of the biggest roster moves that we've seen in a while. We're going to get our first glimpse. Scrubkilla coming over to Mouse. Can he help them get to the World Championship where they failed last season? They got so close.
Yeah.
But came up short.
No, I think Gibbs absolutely nailed it. I expect a big season from Speed in particular because what you've really gained in Scrubkilla is twofold. One, Along with Cooks here, you have an incredibly strong back line, but more importantly, you have perhaps one of the best opportunity creators in Scrub Killer. He can do anything and get the ball into places. And if there's one thing Speed is really good at, it's putting the ball away when he gets a shot.
His shooting, you even watched some of the goals he got last season. He hit some bangers. He hit some very impressive shots. And you're right, Scrub Killer, especially on the wall and the ceiling, he will generate those chances through the mid. And also his dribbling, his challenges. He is the complete package, like Gibbs said. And Cookser, he's also no stranger to shooting. We haven't seen as much from him in these recent seasons, but we know that he has that inside him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he won't do it in the same way as Scrub Killer, but you can always trust Cooks to make a quality touch on the ball and put it into great places for either Speeder or Scrub to make something happen. So I feel like this team has got a big boost in the offensive potential. I was really mad at them last season, and I feel like Scrub Killer is going to turn this offense into a completely different beast. But AS Monaco, I've got big hopes. I think Tigre and iIgnite is a wonderful combination in terms of what they can do, but Corelli makes a good point. You got to put the ball on target.
Tigre almost getting the first goal. And Tigre, a former Mouse member himself, got relegated and now had to battle his way back into the RLCS. Both Tigre and iIgnite, it was a tough journey for them to get back here.
Yeah. But it's a real shot for both of them to reaffirm that, you know, we belong up here.
Now long shot, easily handled by Speed, and he'll take this up the wall, looking for a teammate perhaps. No, he'll just take it himself, low on boost, just going for a challenge. Scrub aiming for the back wall. Extra will be first to it, and ball back to Mouse. Center ball, Speed up in the air. It's going to be off the corner into the middle. iIgnite went for it. Cookser just bails, and now Monaco with the chance on offense. Ball out to the middle. Extra couldn't power it through, and you see Speed taking control of the ball. Mouse forced to play defense as Monaco is gearing up for a continued assault.
Oh, great little bump there from Speed, but overall, the pressure from Monaco out of the midfield has been very difficult for Mouse to break through, and Scrub, he's the one guy. I talked about it even in the last game. He mentioned his name. That's the dude who, if there's anybody on this pitch that can break past multiple people, it will be Scrub Killer. But so far, Monaco have kind of kept Mouse Sports under lock and key. They spent most of this game on the defensive half.
Mouse playing out of their own half. No team really challenged too much. We did see a couple good opportunities for Monaco. Nothing really yet for Mouse. Extra will go for a long clear downfield to Speed. Speed, not the greatest touch. He gives up possession now in the Mouse corner. iIgnite, backward pass. Scrub will read it to Cookser. Cookser upfield to Speed, but it's too far away, and Tigre will shut it down at the midfield. Center to Extra. Cookser shuts that down.
And Tigre made a real smart choice, because he could have went for that pass from iIgnite. iIgnite to Extra, back post, and too slow. Scrub Killer will close the gap and punch that out into the corner, but some good decision-making being made from Monaco here to keep Mouse Sports locked in.
Cookser tried to connect with Scrub Killer, but the ball just missed him. Scrub driving out of reach. Extra sending the ball back into the corner. Now backward pass Chance. It kicks off a pinch. Now Speed with the miss. iIgnite.
Double commit.
Going for the backboard pass, but that's denied by Scrub. Now Tigre back off the backboard. Misread from Speed. And Extra will tuck that one in. Mouse relent to the pressure.
And Tigre happens to be in literally the best possible place he could be. He was there because he jumped at that ball along with iIgnite at the midfield, and he landed on the wall. And Scrub Killer cleared it right back into his nose, and he just popped it into the middle. Speed couldn't handle the bounce, and Extra turned it in. Turn of fortune for Monaco.
Monaco has been in the driver's seat pretty much since kickoff.
Yeah.
Extra will clear, and they have been attacking this back left corner quite a bit. iIgnite, aiming for the backboard, will take a second effort. Speed, trying to keep the ball close. He missed that hit. Extra We'll leave it for Tigray. Tigray with the 50. It kicks back out to Ignite. Ignite's shot turned aside by Scrub. Ooh. Self-pass from Extra, who does get a piece of the ball, now going up the side. Stole the boost at half. Ignite also picking up full boost in the corner. Tigray will stay with it.
There you go.
Cookser quality challenge will keep this in the Monaco corner. 0 boost for Ignite.
Speed and Scrub Killer, I think, had a bit of a hiccup there about who was going to go for that ball, and thankfully they get possession back, but kind of miscommunicating in the midfield slows down the ability to try and put Monaco on defense for a bit. And maybe, do they even have a shot on goal yet? No. Mousesports, who I'm just sitting here thinking has got this massive upgrade in offensive output potential, has 0 shots on goal through 4.5 minutes of play.
It has been a relatively slower paced game from what we were used to seeing. Ignite in position to block that one. Now Ignite leading the attack, going for the demo play. You saw him trying to take down Speed, the composure from Speed, and now the counter attack. Cookser tying it up for Mouse after that wonderful defensive play, then the outlet pass from Scrub.
Yeah, that's a great bit of teamwork from all the players on Mousesports. Speed, like you said, very well composed in the one-on-one on Ignite. Handled the timing of the challenge very well. Got it out to a good position. Scrub, the perfect lead pass to Cooks here and executing the one-on-one.
You hate being in those situations as a defender, or you've got somebody coming in, especially that play where you have the player who's attacking just try to float the ball and go for the demo. Somewhat similar to the Justin play we saw at the World Championship. You take out that defender, let the ball just roll in, but Speed saw it coming. Ignite. Got it around Speed. Cookser wins that challenge in the corner. Now Tigray up. Ignite leaves it. He'll opt to take a different angle at the ball, clears it to the other corner. But Monaco still stuck in their own half. Cookser, a quality challenge at the midfield. Now nice. Scrub, this is bouncing up to Ignite. Ignite towards net, off the crossbar, down. A floater, Cookser pushes this over to the corner.
Speed got a little over-aggressive there. He saw that challenge from Scrub Killer and thought he could stick with it. Extra with a shot right down the middle, and Scrub actually can't get it out. Bounces off his car and into the top left. I thought this one was coming out for sure.
And did he get bumped by Cookser? It looks like he might have gotten bumped pull shot into that. And getting a little bit of extra power, perhaps.
Tough stuff for Mousesports. That was, talk about complete subversion of expectation. I thought there was going to be no doubt Mousesports comes out swinging, and it was the exact opposite.
You think, when you're looking at this team on paper, you think that Scrub Kill is going to be working with Speed up on the offense, and they're going to be getting a lot of the pressure on, shots on, rebound opportunities, but Speed didn't even register a single shot. Mouse, 2 shots as a team, as opposed to the 11 for Monaco. Mouse, they struggled in that game to really get anything going, and they would have lost had they not had that wonderful defensive play from Speed, the outlet pass from Scrub over to Cookser. That was the only thing that really
beautiful
got
counterattack.
Yeah, it was a beautiful counterattack, but nothing really sustained.
Oh, not at all. I mean, you made a great point about how that happened. I mean, Monaco really did just keep attacking that corner of Mousesports, and they really did just kind of get it jammed in there. And the challenge is the ability to make any type of space for Mousesports to have an opportunity to even beat a person. It was all just, do you manage the 50-50s properly and the approaches to the ball? And Monaco had the boost and the timing and the positioning to make all of it happen. And Mousesports just never had any opportunity to get anything started. Monaco took it from the start of the game, and they just never let it go.
They smothered them.
Yeah.
They smothered them. It's like throwing sand on a fire. That Monaco, they were all over Mouse. Game 2. Can Monaco keep this going? The team that promoted through the rival series, taking on a team that was just 1 series away from making the World Championship. Ignite.
Speed, that's a great bump.
Oh, and Ignite going in for this challenge caused chaos in front of net. and the ball just squirms its way through.
Couple of wonderful challenges. Scrub Killer with a little stop and go on the wall to pop it through one defender. Cooksier with the follow-up, steals the boost, makes it an awkward play for people rotating in out of that corner, and to top it all off, gets a bit of a bump on iGnite to let Speed have an opportunity with the ball. Won the challenge in front of the goal, and Mouse Sports started off.
And Extra was in position to get the save from the Speed shot. He was right there. He was ready for it. The shot would have gone straight at him, but iGnite went for that challenge, and the ball just kicks right to the corner. Now on the other end, Extra, the flip reset, and the dunk! Unreal from Extra.
Oh, way to track that one down. Normally, when you take that one out of your half, you get that much power on it. You need a lot of boost to make that happen, and boy, did he hang with that one. It just...
Poor Scrub Killer. He's going to be on that montage reel.
Yeah, that's
a nice name tag to have in your collection of getting a flip reset dunk over.
Duffed Scrub Killer. Check.
Extra, a player that perhaps we don't talk about as much, playing with some veteran RLCS players, iGnite and Tigray, but Extra making a name for himself in the RLCS. iGnite.
Right.
The patience from iGnite as he brings this ball upfield.
He's working on it. He has no boost. He's forced to really take care of those challenges because you can't just ever dump the ball off with a long touch there. And now he's in the goal with low boost, and great touch from Tigray to give some breathing room to Monaco.
Extra doing a good job at midfield to bring the ball down. In the Mouse half, weak pass towards the net. iGnite retreating low on boost. Scrub Killer hits it right past one, dunks it past another. Great mechanical control, doing everything he can on low boost. Speed. Going for that double tap, doesn't hit it, but Cookser's there for the rebound, and Mouse take the lead.
Nice follow-up, Cookser out into the middle. Speed just wins the race, as his name would suggest. And Extra, I don't, if you
Speed almost got in the way too.
Yeah. But if Extra managed to clear that ball, talk about a defensive play of the day. That was a near impossible read. And Cookser just advantage of position. Got it home.
iGnite attempting the clear. Scrub passes over to Speed, perhaps. A little bit of confusion. Cookser had to lay off. Scrub off the ceiling. Tigray looking for his teammate, iGnite. Ball leaks out to Speed, who puts it off the Mouse backboard. Tigray with a clear. iGnite attempting to send it up field, but it's stopped by Scrub. Scrub, the net was vulnerable for a moment, but his shot was wide.
And a much more expected game two here out of Mouse Sports. Now they're the ones really in the driving seat, forcing Monaco to play defense. 4 shots to 2, and a chance here for Extra, back post, and that will tie it up.
Statement game shaping up for Extra.
4 straight.
iGnite, that first touch, keeping possession. The second touch, getting the pass out to Extra, and Extra.
Perfect.
Aiming for that far post, and he hit his mark.
It's perfect shooting. I mean, he saw Speed rotating into goal. That's a classic 1v1 scenario. You shoot from the same side of the defense, go to the far post, it is impossible to catch it.
A lot of times defenders as well, they tend to gravitate a little more back so they can cover more of the net. They cover the near post and the center of the net, but if you go far post like that and you place it so well,
unbeatable.
Unbeatable. We're equalized, less than 2 minutes left to play in game 2. Extra will boom this downfield, got the mid boost. Speed will help out. Shot opportunity for Tigray. That shot was wide, but it's bouncing out to the middle. iGnite, pass over to Tigray. Tigray back to iGnite.
Couple of close chances. They initially had the shot that would have been in because they had the bump on Scrub Killer, so he would have had no chance to try and save it, but that one was wide, and then a misexecuted pass from AS Monaco, and that is the refinement that will come with time.
You saw the intent. They had the right play in mind. Just short on execution. Tigray challenging Cookser. Speed up near the ceiling. Try to pinch that out, but it's blocked by Ignite. Back to the corner of Mouse. Cooks are low on boost. Stopped by Tigray. Tigray up again with a big win over Scrub Killer. Going for another. Does get a piece of the ball. Now Extra will stay with it before Cookser finally clears it downfield.
That's a great clear as well from Speed. There's not a lot of boost here, and they're trying to cover a lot of distance and punched off the bar. Second shot from Speed, also high, and Ignite has a chance to clear it out. Mouse so close to shutting him down here at the end of the game.
Can still hear that crossbar ringing after those shots. Cookser in the corner. Extra gets a demo. Cookser's got some time. 0 boost. Ball out to Speed.
Oh, what a touch.
Center ball.
Scrub did not believe that one bit.
And he's out of boost as well. Just trying to get this ball to touch so they can get into overtime, but Ignite has other ideas. Out into the middle, Tigray will hit it down, and we've got overtime in game 2. Monaco looking to extend their series lead.
Talk about a debut for Extra. All 4 goals in the series, and a nice save to keep overtime going.
And a huge play there, getting the double tap on defense to prevent Mouse, and now ball bouncing out to the middle. Tigray in this back left corner that they've been attacking all series. Ignite will turn, high ball, Speed has to make the read, doesn't make it, but no one was there for Monaco and was able to recover and get that second effort.
Much needed Speed. That's a couple balls above his head on the backboard he hasn't been able to come down with, and you imagine the next time Monaco's not going to believe him.
If Monaco was there, could have put this game away. Mouse looking to find their stride. Monaco has been looking solid.
Ooh, Cooks are giving... Okay, I thought maybe he gave a little too much space, but a nice fake challenge from Ignite. That's Tigray the ball in the corner and covered up by Scrub Killer.
Speed looking for Scrub. Scrub back to the corner. Speed will let it bounce. Ignite with a strong hit. Cookser back to the middle. Tigray was waiting for it. Now Speed. They'll have full boost. Goes for the control. Gets shut down by Tigray. Scrub off the back wall. Will take possession. Challenge by Ignite. Good recovery from Scrub. Backward pass. Cookser, and Cookser will finish off game 2 with a bang.
That's money. Scrub Killer off the wall, and the perfect challenge and the lift, and you can always rely on Cookser to turn that one in. That was a brilliant bit of breakout play from Scrub Killer. Huge couple of challenges and a brilliant shot.
A huge challenge. It looked like Scrub might have even gotten his flip back off of that dunk and wave dash into that ball. It was tough to tell from the one replay, but regardless, Scrub, a massive play there to generate that opportunity.
And that's exactly what you want if you're Mouse Sports. That's why you picked him up. You don't need him to shoot the ball.
He'll do anything. He'll do anything he needs. He'll do anything the team needs. And right there, the team needed an opportunity.
And boy, did he deliver. That was a massive play in overtime and to equalize the series back up. So now, you know, Mouse is re-energized. They said, okay, game 1, definitely just a fluke. We know we didn't do anything. And now they came out here 9 shots to 5. So much more expected from Mouse Sports.
Yeah, this is what we were waiting for, was kind of seeing Scrub Killer and Speed get in the mix. But what's surprising here, we see 2 goals from Cookser. So Cookser starting to get involved, and you called it out before. It was Scrub Killer generating opportunities. Yeah. Exactly what he did to win this game. That challenge was so big. Getting up there, and not only getting that 50-50 win high up in the air, but then immediately recovering and following that up with a pass. That's a very difficult thing to do. Most of the time, people will go up for that challenge, and then they're out of the play.
Yeah,
but Scrub stayed with it.
If there's one thing, you make a great point. You know, he's like, you know, Justin, this guy that can do it all in any situation and will never let a play go because he can always make something happen. And he did so in phenomenal fashion there at the end.
And it's such a frustrating play style to try to defend. When you don't know what this player is, they're capable of almost anything with their mechanical ability. They just sometimes do things you don't expect, stay in the play longer than you think's possible, and make plays happen. But Monaco, they were hanging with Mouse every step of the way.
And actually, they could have won that game. They had a couple of beautiful shot opportunities, but you touched on it. The execution slightly lacking. The shooting accuracy a little off. And it allowed Mouse Sports a chance, and they capitalized.
Extra, however, has made a statement. Ignite also playing very well. So now you look to Tigray perhaps to have a big moment that can help carry them through to another game victory. Tigray, a good chip over the oncoming player. Now a flick to the middle. Leaves it for Ignite. Off the backboard, chance. Oh! And Extra powers it through yet again. So just as I said, we want to see something from Tigray. He starts off this attack.
Yeah, he took his time. He realized he was given a little bit of space there in the midfield, made sure just to get the light flick through one, and it's the misdirection letting Ignite take that one. They slap it off the backboard. And again, that weak backboard defense from Mouse, nobody up there to defend it. It bounces off for free, and it gets punched home.
And yet again, Extra finding that far post. Scrub almost got to that ball as well, but it was just enough from Extra to take him out.
Not much in the tank for AS Monaco right now, and actually it comes back to get him.
You're right, Jeeves. Struggling in the corner. You see Extra jumping early for that ball. He actually got a hit on it. If you see that closely, Extra flipping very early and getting a piece of the ball and sending it in a very dangerous spot.
And Tigray, with no boost on the opposite corner, had full faith in his teammates being able to manage that one and didn't have the time to get back in goal.
Scrub, hard off the sidewall. Cookser will send it over to Scrub. Scrub controlling it. Speed with the backup. Extra. Beat out on the 50-50. Did get the boost from midfield. He'll stay upfield. Now finally rotating back as Ignite tries to make something happen in the aerial game.
I like that touch from Tigray. I know it didn't really seem like it accomplished much. But Tigray having the ability to punch that ball towards a hole on the backboard allowed Monaco to have that chance right across the goal line. And it's good to see a player not try and force something when nothing's there, as that's ping-ponging off the bar. It went in. I thought they were going to get it.
And there's been so many shots that have hit the bar, hit the post, and sat on the goal line for a second, but it keeps bouncing in for Monaco. Ignite, he's been a shooter his entire career, and that shot right there, that tells you why.
That's the first goal that Extra hasn't had a hand in. He scored every single goal up until right then.
Speed. Handled well on the backboard, but is challenged right away. Tigray attempting to bump Cookser. Extra going for the double tap. That was almost the JNAP style shot that we saw get G2 the series win yesterday. The double tap off the elbow, or off the arc rather, of the ceiling. Extra off the ceiling. Tigray was beat by Scrub and now floating above net. Extra and Ignite both going for it. A miss from Ignite, low boost. Ignite gets way, but through the traffic jam, Scrub Killer comes in with a bulldozer and pushes that ball into the net.
The complete collapse. Ignite gets pushed by Cookser. The guy coming off the wall can't do anything. Extra sitting on the backboard like, hang on a minute, why is it just sitting right next to our net going nowhere? Easy goals, like you said.
The tough play from Monaco. Ignite low on boost. Wasn't able to get a touch on it. Leaving that door open. Now we're all tied up. Creeping towards the final minute of game 3, but right now we're poised for overtime unless this scoreline changes. Cookser, floater towards the net. Tigray handles it and gets the follow-up challenge. Speed will go for the 50. Ball back to Monaco, who now clears it out towards half field. Center ball. Speed back to Scrub, but it didn't have enough pace.
Good idea from Speed. We've seen passing on both regions have a lot of success. Scrub trying to work Ignite against that side wall where he's just so dangerous, and Gets a second shot at it here. This time he's past the line, and iIgnite locks him out.
iIgnite continuing on the offensive end. Cookser attempts the clear. Extra. High hit off the ceiling. Speed will have Scrub in the middle. Now in the corner. Speed gets the demo, but he gives up possession. iIgnite with a big flick. And now Speed, another demo on iIgnite. Will that be enough to slow down this attack? Tigray with a bump on Speed. Backboard to iIgnite. Speed couldn't hit it. Extra stealing the corner boost.
A wonderful bit of pressure there from AS Monaco. Had everything. They won the challenge against the corner, went for the interruptions on the goal line. Scrubkiller trying to recreate that here in the final seconds. But it will fall harmlessly to the ground, and another overtime looming.
Scrub showing you all facets of his game, using his demos and bumps. Trying to get a chance. Strong hit off the backboard. Cookser is shut down by iIgnite. And now Tigray misses his flick opportunity, but iIgnite will keep it going. Shot opportunity for Tigray, immediately interrupted by Cookser.
Oh, what a win. Beautiful control from Scrub. Jumping off that post of the net early just to make sure that everything remained calm for Mouse Sports.
Extra. Ceiling play. iIgnite tried to win that challenge. That would have been a big one. Tigray wasn't able to get the corner boost, but it's good as iIgnite's able to take it. Now get into the play. Double commit, however, from Monaco. Speed racing to it, misses the ball out to the middle. Cookser back to Speed. Speed passes to himself, but it looked like someone from Monaco did just touch the ball barely and threw Speed's shot off. iIgnite attempting to center. Speed, another flick. Is it enough? No, Extra. He'll get in the way.
Scrub's just waiting. He's just camping under this ball.
Off to Cookser in the middle. Tigray hits it over to Scrub, who blasts it to the Monaco corner, who sends it right back into the Mouse half. Scrub
dangerous.
Aiming for the backboard. iIgnite, a tough read, and he makes the read and sends it deep.
Is it
downfield. Cookser with the save. Follow-up from Extra, and Cookser back-to-back saves. An unbelievable hit from iIgnite in a difficult backboard read situation. Almost stole that game for Monaco.
For both teams. I mean, iIgnite, that was a tough read to make. And the fact that he put the counterattack on just this rocket of a clear, and that's that A-plus defense you've come to expect from Cooks here, and he makes a big stop and keeps the overtime alive.
Speed to Scrub upfield. Extra on his own back wall, looking to clear it himself. Goes for the air dribble. Cookser challenges him. It's back up in the air, and Extra goes for a flip reset. Buying time for his teammates to get on the attack. iIgnite the dribble, and that one was turned aside by Scrub. Beautiful touch from Extra, going for that drop down pass, but iIgnite and Tigray were very far out of the play.
Speed.
Backboard bounce. iIgnite didn't get the read. Down to Scrub. Scrub denied by Extra.
Great try from Scrubkiller there, trying to see if Extra would bite to go defend the middle of the net or something, and he went to the same side, and the poise from Extra. Nerves of steel.
Defensive stops from both ends in overtime. Keep this game going. iIgnite flip reset. Off the post, Speed to Cookser. Just one defender left, and Tigray is able to get that stop. He's at 0 boost. We'll leave it for our teammate. iIgnite up to Extra. Extra downfield. Scrub put it off to his own corner where Cookser's waiting. And a missed touch. A missed touch is going to cost Monaco the game. Mouse gets the game winner at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Unfortunate from Tigray.
And Tigray knew. He jumped because he was thinking, all right, I can go get that. And it's that moment where as soon as you jump, you realize, no, I don't actually have that. And he probably backflipped and probably said, I don't have that, and was just trying to let it go because his teammate jumped right over his head.
He might have been trying to get out of the way. He might have been trying to get out of the way. It could have been a failed half flip. or just a controller mishap. It happens.
I really don't. I think Tigre definitely knew as soon as he jumped, he wasn't making that because his teammate immediately went over his head to go get it, and it just pinged off his car, and that's just disaster.
You hate to see a game end like that.
It was such a good one, too.
It was a good one. The overtime saves, things going well. You're wondering what kind of shot it's going to be that gets the win, and lo and behold, just a defensive mistouch. That's what cost him.
It happens. That's the unfortunate case of Rocket League. It is a game that it demands perfection, and if it is not performed optimally, you will be punished, and that is exactly what Mouse Sports did.
Unfortunate situation for Monaco. That mistouch from Tigre will cost them. Mouse Sports now ahead in this series, 2-1. It's been a very close series, however.
A lot of shots on goal in that last game for Monaco compared to the inverse of only 5, I believe. I think they put up 9 plus 4 plus 1 is 14. There we go.
Good job.
I got there. So Monaco definitely managing things much better than I thought. Again, I walked in here expecting Cooksier and Scrubkiller to be a wall in the midfield. And Monaco have done an amazing job of consistently getting themselves opportunities on the orange half of the pitch.
Ignite. He's had moments, Extra's had moments, even Tigre's had moments. Unfortunately, the last moment that we saw him have was not a good one. But Extra has been a scoring machine. They'll need it to stay alive in this series. Ignite, 0 boost clear downfield. Cooks will send that back up. Tigre over to the side. Ignite will get the hit. Cookser going for the shot right past Tigre in net. Cooks is a shooter.
Tigre rotating back, has 100 boost here. He can see the shots coming, but he pulls himself off the line. If he rotates back on the goal line, there's no doubt in my mind he saves that. It blows my mind that you cannot expect Cookser to deliver a strike towards the goal there, and he pulled himself off the line and got beat for it.
Cooks doing things himself again. Single-handedly started that counterattack as well. Cookser using that Batmobile. He just has such precision, can strike the ball so effectively. That time it was enough to beat out the Monaco defense. Mouse just have to hold on at this point.
Oh, Speed almost stole that. Would have been a perfect counterattack for Mouse Sports.
Ignite has been low on boost almost every time the cam is switched to him. Ooh. Tigre, weak shot towards net. Extra will hop on it. Cookser up to Speed. Side flip from Speed. He'll have to bail out. Tigre off his own back wall, wins the 50-50, but it bounces up to Speed. Back to the Monaco corner, low boost for Ignite yet again. He's on 0.
I've been watching him the past couple seconds, and it's really because he's done a poor job of pathing over the small pads. He's been in a decent position on the pitch, but his pathing to those positions has missed a lot of the small pads.
And there was a situation earlier where he just needed a little bit more boost to get the goal. Speed has plenty in his tank, and he punches in the second from this team play.
Stretch from Scrubkiller. Extra oh so close, and you can see the guy in goal. He believed Extra. He thought Extra's going to boom this up the pitch, and I'm going to be ready to go track it down. And so that's the right idea if you're Monaco. You need to have faith in the guy making the play so you can start the counterattack, and unfortunately Extra came up short, and they got a goal scored on him.
And the dynamic for Mouse starting to show itself. You got Cooks holding down the back line, Scrub causing chaos in the midfield, winning some important challenges. And Speed now getting involved in the striking on that play. Ignite. Shut down. Ball off the corner. Scrub couldn't get it. Ignite will poke it away from the defense. But Cookser gets the clear deep into the Monaco territory. Scrub on the sidewall. Good first touch control, going for the double tap pass. Extra in an awkward spot, but Ignite comes in to bail out Monaco.
It's a nice job again from Cooksier to manage that play a little more. because he can definitely try and force a shot there, but he knew he was never going to make that angle in time and just tried to buy a few more moments for Mouse Sports to get set on defense.
Defense is all Mouse needs. Under 2 minutes left to go, a 2-goal lead. Monaco struggling to get any offense going. Scrubkilla doing donuts before hitting that ball back. Cooks with the challenge. Extra off his own back wall will send it to the side where Scrub is waiting. Center ball. Tigre switches the field. Speed was there. Speed shot towards net. Extra back to the opposite corner. Monaco can't get it out of their half. Extra off his own corner. Tigre's in net. You got to wonder how much boost he has to help out with this play.
65.
And he hits it up and gets that double tap off the ceiling. But Mouse has just been waiting.
Oh yeah, I mean, they've set the 10 up here in the midfield. Break it down if you can, but right now, it's a brilliant idea for Mouse Sports to try and keep the ball as up in the air as possible, because it makes it so much tougher to have the time to allow the ball to come to you and bring it down and force possession back in your favor, and it results in AS Monaco almost having to punch the ball as hard as they can down the pitch.
And make them use up that boost to get up there high, slow down the pace of the game, try to slow down the attack. It's working out so far, but a chance. Scrubkilla denying the opportunity. And that huge clear as well. Scrubkilla doing so much work and also getting the bump on iIgnite.
And Tigre just trying to hunt down the back line of Mouse Sports to try and open the door, but Speed and Scrubkilla just combining again, just be a great stop force in the midfield. So Mouse Sports took them a slow start, but then after that, it was a pretty tough go for both teams, but in the end, iIgnite locked out in Game 4.
And look at us, we get treated to a little Cooks or Wiggle at the end of that series.
That's
Cooks,
what everybody wants.
And it was a fantastic series from Cooks as well. You don't really see him get involved as much on offense sometimes in some series. This one, fortunately for Mouse, he showed up. A big goal from him, just slamming that ball off the sidewall. Rock solid defense. Scrubkilla was everywhere on the pitch, getting involved. Even though he wasn't racking up all the stats, he was a key figure in making sure that Mouse was generating those opportunities. He was upfield, buying time for Speed and Cooks to get boost and get into position to score some of these goals.
And that's the real value of a player like Cooks here, where it's just, you just have to be the contingency plan. You already know that you have two great pieces of a wonderful puzzle in Scrubkilla and Speed. Let them do their thing. Cooks here, you will be where it is needed. And he is the type of player that is more than happy to do that, and he did a phenomenal job of it.
Well, there you have it. Mouse Sports getting their first win of the season in their debut week. Scrubkilla, it's looking like that move paid off, but to break it all down, we're going to go back to the desk.
Thanks so much, James. Mouse Sports do take their first win here. Monaco, a solid performance from a team that we had questions about here. Extra in particular. Get your extra read all about it punch out of the way.
Please.
We're going to get that done. We're not going to bring it up for the rest of the
please.
season. Okay, cool. Extra, I thought he was great.
He was great, and you said that's the player that you want to look out for, Curly, and he scored, the first 5 goals for his team, and it looked like Monaco might take that series, but Game 2 overtime, me and you were talking, I was like, whoever wins this will probably win this series, and Scrubkilla makes the huge play for Mouse to get them that win. But then my problem was Monaco on the defensive side. Game 3, not only the overtime play where Tigre has that poor touch, but the play to tie the game, I believe it was, where everyone's just driving around the ball and it's a free goal for Mouse. Monaco, they have to play better defense. They played it throughout the rival series, but a lot of mistakes here. Even Game 4 with Tigre, where he just was just going right by the net, just too far forward. It's an easy clear for a goal. You can't have that.
It is one of those things, no matter how much experience you have as a team coming from rival series, you do have to adapt to the RLCS, and there are some gaps that some teams find, and I think that is a gap that I think Monaco will kind of identify and make changes for. I think Extra did amazing. I'm happy that I was validated with my analysis. I think that Monaco has a lot to learn from this series. I think Mouse struggled in the beginning a little bit. Mouse just seemed to be bunched up a lot. I felt like they were next to each other quite a bit. And maybe it's just that feeler phase of the team, especially on big game day, where it's like, okay, this is how we're really going to play. You know, you can scream, you can practice all you want, but on game day, it's a big deal.
And here's the flip reset from Extra. Across the entire field, not only the flip reset, he dunks Scrub as well.
Yeah.
That's a save by Scrub, but Extra follows it up. What a play from him. And throughout the whole series, at least the first 2 games, it started to slow down a little bit towards the end there.
And I'm impressed by him. I think that he's a huge factor.
Oh, here's the play, too, real quick. With the defensive mishap to tie the game for Mouse. That game was not supposed to go to overtime. And then, of course, that T-grade mistouch.
Yeah.
Monaco, like, they know how to play defense against rival series teams. But now it's the RLCS teams, and you can't make those mistakes.
No, the RLCS teams are definitely a different caliber. And one of the players here, all the players we've seen today are in the RLCS. But we get to talk to Speed from Mouse Sports. Speed, how you doing? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Feeling very good, thank you.
Oh, I bet you are. That was a good series you guys played. And you have Scrub Killer on the team now. This is one of the most enigmatic but also like telegraphed roster moves of all time, I feel like. Like, talk to me about the roster move. Why'd you guys go with Scrub?
Doesn't really need much explaining. Grand Finals and a World Champ the last 2 seasons, and he comes free, and it's like, oh, freebies, nice, thank you.
Easy stuff to grab. What's it like playing with him? Do you feel more free to be aggressive, or you want to be more defensive? Like, how do you play with Scrub?
Yeah, it's the exact opposite. I get to sit here and watch him do stuff, which is a nice change. That I get to watch it unfold and just use my shooting, which is something which I've always felt was decent about me. And he allows me to do lots of shots from brilliant passes.
Yeah, for sure. Now, you guys were the first team to play Monaco here in the RLCS. Impressions on this team?
I think they'll be solid. I think we were very happy about getting them week 1 because we knew the nerves were going to affect them more than us with Extra's first series and Ignite needing to prove himself again. It was kind of a goodie. We hope they crap themselves more than us, and they did.
They did just a little bit, though. They put up a pretty good fight there. Now, next week, you guys are going up against Reciprocity. In the power rankings, you guys all ranked them number 1. Thoughts about Reciprocity? Looking forward to week 2.
We actually didn't rank them number 1. None of us. We are okay against them completely, and it's going to be a very good series, though. We are very tight, but it should be a very, very, very good series.
Interesting. So no one on Mouse Sports particularly ranked them Reciprocity. The rest of Europe, it looks like collectively put you guys up there. So, well, anyways, we'll let you guys get back to preparing and stuff. Thank you so much for talking to us. We'll see you guys in week 2.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. That is Speed there as Mouse Sports get their first win and prove to 1-0.
And they seem confident, and that is a good sign for Mouse Sports, and they should be confident. It was a little scary at times for the series. I think they wanted to blow them out a little bit more because of those week 1 nerves, but hey, a win is a win.
I think it was really interesting hearing what Speed said. He felt like he didn't have to bear as much of the responsibility to be an offensive force. And I think that's important, just to be comfortable, even if it's taking a step back and just doing what he said he likes to shoot. He wants to be the shooter. He feels like he's good at shooting. Why not put someone who feels comfortable doing that in the right spot? So I think it's really interesting, the dynamic that team has pulled off now. And it's good to hear that players feel comfortable.
For sure. But that does bring us to our player of the day. There were many standout performances over the course of these 5 matches, but it is going to be Farah as our player of the day. He brought his team up to the par. When Farah is shooting well, I feel like Reciprocity is playing well.
And look at that play right there. The control from Farah to just put it around all of Singularity. And we always talk about Chaucette this and Chaucette that, but Farah had a great series here, and he definitely deserves player of the day.
Yeah, he looked good shooting, and he also was just a muscle man here in that series in particular, winning a couple challenges that you feel like he shouldn't have. Very well deserved here from Farah, a very controlled win from Reciprocity overall. And I mean, this guy has been so consistent every single RLCS, just feels like you're getting the same guy every single season.
Next week, Mouse Sports versus Reciprocity. That is a fantastic matchup. It's going to be really fun to see how it plays out.
Yeah, man. Farah had a standout performance. There was so many wonderful players. I mean, like Extra, even in that final series, in a losing effort, had a wonderful debut performance there. And what was your favorite goal of today? Was it Farah's Doomsday Dish? Was Farah the player there?
I'm going to go Extra with the flip reset because of the icing on the cake versus Scrub, the dunk on Scrub, and it was across the entire field. Metz Norris had that great
a close second
tap as well.
Yeah.
It was some good plays all around from Europe. I'm very excited to see how these teams unfold.
I think it's fun, too, to see that the teams that are coming up from rival series are really not just getting steamrolled here in a lot of these games. It's very close games against top teams, or traditionally top teams in Europe. So looking good from even the bottom half of Europe going forward.
It's becoming less and less about 3 players we've never heard of and never seen ever before, and who are these guys showing up, and more players that have experience bringing up a few new players, or players who all have experience grouping up together. And I feel like the scene is changing a lot, and rival series as a concept is starting to change to really be a league that is not necessarily a step down, but just the players who just couldn't win on that day, you know?
Yeah, it's so competitive, though, for Europe. Like, anyone can win on any given day, and that's why when a team like Dignitas has a down day, but they pull it out in the end versus TSM, we don't know if that'll matter when we get to week 8, but it could mean everything. Just every single game matters. We saw it last season. Vitality was 1 game away from the promotion tournament, yet they were in the grand finals. That's how close it is right now.
It's tough to say, too, because it is week 1, so we don't really know if people are just kind of getting back into the groove of things. But I feel like teams that have traditionally been mainstays in their region, whether it's been North America or Europe, they have to start respecting a lot of these teams coming out of the rival series. I think before, a lot of the rival series teams, they weren't the best composition of players. Maybe some people were just teaming with their friends, and now all of a sudden people are really picking up the players who they think is good, and we're going to make this team work. And it's showing. The skill that's coming out of the rival series into the RLCS is pushing some of these top teams to their limits, even on day 1.
We have to talk about last season. It was a big wake-up call in both regions. The team that everyone thought would come in 8th made it to the World Championship with Veloce. So anything can happen, and that's why every single week, sure, they're only playing 1 game a week right now, but you got to get every single win that you can now.
Yeah, for sure. And we had no sweeps today. We had everybody at least taking some games. The game differential staying pretty close here. And I'm trying to think back on the games we've had over the course of today. Like, was there any team that or any player that answered a question we had at the start? We were wondering about Flakes on his rosters. We were about Magnus in that roster change. We were talking a lot about the roster changes at the top of the day. Was there any player that you felt like, I feel much more confident with this player being on their roster now?
I'm going to go with Vitality with Alpha, because he didn't do a lot, which is actually kind of a good thing on Vitality, because like we all talk about Alpha on TSM, like a lot of people were trying to put some blame on Alpha because of maybe he is doing a little bit too much so his teammates can't help him. And he kind of took the back seat to Fairy Peak and K-Dop. And honestly, that's not a bad role to be in when you have Fairy Peak and K-Dop. So it's good to see him going for the passes, 0 goals, 3 assists. He had a couple mistakes on defense still that needs to be cleaned up, but I still liked what I saw from him.
I think the jury's still out for me on the Alpha move and the Scrub move. It's not that they played poorly. It's not that their teams lost or anything, but it just felt like it wasn't like that was a huge impact that player made, and I can see now why he's here. Like you said, Alpha played fine. I think Scrub played fine here on Mouse, but I think the jury for me is still out to see how these players are going to play over the next few weeks.
Okay, cool. Well, that does conclude week 1 of the European Rocket League Championship Series. We can take a look at our standings and how those have settled out. After everyone will be 1-0s or 0-1s. This was the schedule we played today. And again, nobody here taking a sweep. We went to game 5 2 times, went to game 4 the other 3 times. What was your favorite match, Curly? Which one did you enjoy the most?
I think I enjoyed our last match the most. I think Extra was just really fun to watch, and I'm really happy that he played well, and I think Maus came out and got a win here, didn't have to go to Game 5, so I think that's great for him.
So for me, Europe is a top 4 region, in my opinion, that we kind of know on paper who's our top 4, with Reciprocity, Vitality, and Dignitas and Mouse Sports. I'm waiting for one of these teams to lose a big game against one of the bottom 6. Almost happened today with TSM and Dignitas, and the pros were even saying TSM's pretty good, but Dignitas pulled it out, so I'm still waiting for one of those teams to take a loss.
Okay, well, and the standings for week 1 are always pretty simple. You got a bunch of 1s and a bunch of 0s here, but yeah, no, this has been a pretty fun week 1. Any final thoughts here?
Just a big win for Barca, because that felt like the coin flip series versus Veloce. Barca gets a big win, and they win on Champions Field for the first time in 2 seasons. So hats off to them.
I think a pretty mediocre week here for Europe. It's pretty much exactly what I expected coming into it. So no groundbreaking losses for anyone that, you said. So I'm excited to see the next couple of weeks, see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you guys so much for your analysis today from everyone here on the team. Now let's go talk about week 2. What things are happening here in this week? Well, this was week number 1. But week 2 schedule, things are changing up a bit. We got Endpoint taking on Barca, Veloce taking on TSM, Singularity will be playing against Vitality, Dignitas taking on Monaco, and Mouse Sports going up against Reciprocity. We got Speed and Cookster and Scrubkilla taking on the #1 power ranked team and still #1 up there on the standings. So that's what we've got looking forward to next week. But folks, thank you so much for watching. We had a great week. We'll see you guys in week 2.
Gets it up and over Fairy Peak. Virtuoso does it himself and gives his team a lead. On the dribble, he's got 2 to beat. Looking for this pitch back across. It does come to Fairy Peak. Great placement from Fairy Peak, and it goes in from him. What a play.
Let's go. What we got? Ooh. All right, Gibbs is wow. Capital L. Right angle. Yeah, all right.
Knocks out to the side. Bounce shot, and it's good! With 3 seconds remaining, Veloce stay alive. Still tied up. High ball towards the backboard. Comes up the rebound, and Flakes is going to score. No one from Veloce could get there, and not a lot of time left for Veloce in the series. VP, Adam beat his Carlos turn. Ended up putting himself in the best position to try to make a save on that play. Here's Benson Norris shooting it right into Dignitas' net. We got a tie game.
By T-Ray Scrub off the back wall. Will take possession. Challenged by Ignite. Good recovery from Scrub. Backward pass. Cookster! And Cookster will finish off game 2 with a bang.
I think I need to confess. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but